this one.
저희를 만나게 되는 팀은 그냥 그저 운이 없는 팀이라고 생각합니다.
RRQ versus Wolves.
Pacific is the only region with 3 teams at playoffs, and we haven't even seen their #1 seed yet. Wolves have done really well to get this far, but today it's going to be a very difficult task.
For Wolves, anything past here is going to be history made by them. They could be so proud already of fighting their way out of the Swiss stage.
Both these teams coming into this one are going to be pretty much banning the maps you'd expect from them. For RRQ, this will be their first time playing with those Teo nerfs in play, and they did play quite a bit of Teo on all 3 maps we'll see today. They were previously playing one of those comps.
As we can see from the Omen map select, Ascent will be first.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm with Mimi on this one. I expected the Haven, expected the split. Wolves is following up on something that they didn't like, and RRQ go straight into a map that not only they've picked in the past, but also one that Wolves were not very happy to play also in the Swiss stage. So no surprises here, but as Mimi you're saying, especially thinking of this Ascent, of this first map, how is RRQ going to look without the Deco? Are they going to be the first ones to even play the Deco? And even better than that, Deadlock on the other side. I'm such a loser for Deadlock.
Yeah, I absolutely love the Wolves comp. They looked great at the time they played it in the Swiss stage. I think the defensive utility, the variety of setups you can have is just so strong with that Deadlock Cypher. But for the side of RRQ, they do have a lot of choices. You could pivot to a double initiator look. You could pivot to a double Senti look as well. There's a lot of options, and that does mean that for Wolves, you have no idea what you're going into towards the agent select here.
Yeah, on the focus of Tejo as well, of course, they don't just have that one person playing Tejo all the way through stage 1. Yeah. On this map of Ascent, Crazy Guy is the person we're looking at if you were to flex off of it. Like you said, the Sova is a real option, the Fade is a real option. And I think this is going to be hard, you know, for the side of Wolves and Fade to prepare against.
The good thing is that going into Ascent, it is a map that Wolves have shown already they can expect that double Sentinels. I will say that having all the setups, everything that can change with the Deadlock, I think is going to be a challenge. But they had all the extra time in the world.
I will say, I think if you're a Teo meta team, Ascent is going to be one of the harder maps to pivot out of. You look at something like Split or Lotus, it's really easy to just like 1-for-1 a Fade into your comp, and it works perfectly fine. I would expect maybe a little bit of a bigger change coming into something like Ascent, but with the map changes, with the agent changes, you do have a lot of choice. So just super interested to see what RRQ's read is.
Would you be down for a double duelist?
No.
No? Okay, why?
I feel like double Senti comps indexing into defensive side is way better generally on this map, in my opinion, because it's already such a defensive-sided map. You want to be maximizing rounds you can win there, which is why I love these double Senti looks.
I mean, they also have the option to just go back to the box standard stuff that you can run on Ascent.
Yeah, that's the thing about Ascent. Even if you remove the Tickle, the map has been in for such a long time and has a very standard way of playing it that worst case scenario, worst comes to worst, there is at least one composition that you have to be comfortable with.
Yeah, Chemkin played a ton of Yoru in Pacific, but I'm really hyped to see him on the Jet to start off Ascent here.
I can't wait to get into this game as well. And I'm hoping that the casters are ready because they have been a part of some of the biggest moments here in Master Toronto. I am confident they're about to deliver one more banger on the mic for one final match. It's Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you, Yinsu. Couldn't ask for much more than this, folks. The wait is over. Finally, we see a #1 seed from the Pacific region take to the stage, led by superstar GENG. This guy really just needs to show us what he's done online to cement himself as, I don't know, a top 3 player right now.
One of the most hyped up debuts we have ever had. Was the leader in every statistical category throughout Pacific
ACS,
Stage
KD,
1.
ADR, KPR, first kills, you name it.
All of it. Up against the Wolves team that were written off before this tournament had even began. Defied community expectations. In Juicy's words, defied their own expectations. Sufat saying that he fears nothing, not even elimination. They've made it this far, and now how far can they even push it from here?
And we talked about how Juicy ascended with that bleed team. It was against GEMKIN's Scars team back in 2023. Crazy Guy was on that roster with Juicy. And of course, Juicy was too young to play at the top level. And Crazy Guy had to find his own way back through challenges as well. And they meet here for the first time since that fateful match.
Now we are seeing Wolves with the same composition that they had a lot of success with against Billy, blowing them out 13-5. Starting on the attack side where, despite running double Senti, that was where they were racking up the majority of the rounds. They went on a serious run.
RRQ had a 67% attack side win rate on Ascent. It's crazy to me that Wolves have picked this map against them. Utter confidence from them. GEMKIN, not the way he was looking to start on the international stage. Sufat's arguably more acclimated. And confidently, he's taken that mid-control.
Hot flash from to the same site, anchored by multiple players.
Spike down A.
Talk about stopping power. Crazy Guy hits him like a Mack truck. Why are you going to start to inch forward now? So over you two to try and light the side, but Mon yet springs out there from Gen. Why are you able to deliver? Allows Juicy to move right on up. Clear that dump. YU was revealed. Shot dart could account for him here, and bam! That's a connection from Cushy. Drops down for a second. The Wolves will get the start they hope for on the attack side. Oh, buddy.
Already feeling excited. This Wolves team have been energetic. So they want to keep that underdog mentality that has gotten them this far, continue to play loose, confident, and just having fun. It looks like they've been enjoying themselves this whole time. Sufa has been out of his seat constantly. Frankly, individually, has been one of the players stepping up the most too, while being the IGL.
He's issuing a challenge specifically to GEMKIN there. And that encounter favored Wolves in mid. This is a change for RRQ. In the past, we've obviously seen him with the Yoru compositions here. It's definitely GEMKIN's most fearsome agent, but no slouch on the Jet either.
This is the first time that we're seeing RRQ forced to stray away from the Taeho meta. In the run that they were on in Pacific, they were simply the best team with that Taeho meta style. They weren't reinventing the wheel, they were just the best with the current best agents. Forced to pivot away now, obviously, like the other teams who were very reliant on it. G2, Sen, for example. We'll see if they can have that same prowess as a team, as a unit. Now going back to the vintage comp, the Ascent Classic.
RRQ, they spent some util early to get Xfero set up in mid, but he will be cleared by that Aldro now. Contact from B-main. Xfero has to touch here in logs. Unaffected as well by that, grab net, but YU's able to deal with him. Even through that Cyber Cage, and on to the site we go. Switch room taking control. Now that push-up Speedway is going to reveal GEMKIN tucked in the corner. Hang about. Okay, something's brewing. Spring able to deal with Monyet, and it's on Crazy Guy. Nothing but a classic fragment. And has himself a flash to work with, but Spring has the better weapon. A little shaky there for Wolves, but they do complete the anti-eco.
RRQ will definitely be content with the damage that they were able to deal there off that gamble stack towards the B side. Unfortunately, no real hope for Crazy Guy at the end. Can't get anywhere to recover a rifle, just a classic pushing in versus the two. A little unfortunate for him.
Down B.
Players on site.
Enemy remaining.
Fine job dealing some damage, keeping this bonus round buy for Wolves a bit lower than intended.
Here come RRQ now with their first buy of the series. Revealed briefly as they try and make their way up to Covey.
Recon sent out just to clear back wine.
There's an encounter brewing here. Jemkin and Juicy! Oh, buddy, that is clean as a whistle.
And it's moments like that to give you an idea as to how Jemkin was able to rack up 137 first kills, far and away the leader in that category.
Yep, number two in first kills in Pacific was 85.
YU though, crucial kill on the opposite side of the map, gets the neural theft off as well. They may just want to accelerate into this site. It's only xFaRo to anchor in the back. They can overwhelm him with numbers.
He's in an awkward spot, caught in the trap, man, and was pulling it off him. Clearly not ready for that burst of pace from Wolves. That's going to crack the B side open. Monyet forced off to the right. Spring tries to hold him in place as Paranoia comes in.
Spring not going to overplay his hand either, just stay alive, be a presence in market that will eventually need to be dealt with. Jemkin wants to do just that, isolate this door, it's tucked in the corner, shot in the back!
Massively exposed, and where was the trade? RRQ went set up there over towards defense side, spawned adequately. And Jemkin shows his back to YU is more than happy to capitalize. He's at 8-2 after 3 rounds.
Those post-plant repositions from Wolves were simply lovely. I love that Spring, despite not being able to collect that initial kill towards spawn, does just back off, be a nuisance that needed to be dealt with, and then YU is able to get up on lane, use him as a piece of bait to just get that free kill in the side, and then the swings come from stairs, those retaking players overwhelmed, bonus round converted.
Our narrative for this Wolves team coming into this event was one of volatility, one of unexpected play. But John QT in a press conference says after all the Chinese team Sentinels played, Wolves were by far the most structured and disciplined that they'd encountered.
And that statement really does justice to the improvements that Wolves have made since we last saw them in the run to qualifying for the event, coming in as that 3rd seed. Slowing things down now on this anti-eco. YU would love to take some B-main control again. Camera broken. Continuing to apply a bit of pressure. So Gatecrash going all the way up towards mid and a dark cover towards market. So Wolves, you can see that they're trying to feign some presence toward mid, and it's drawing rotates away from RRQ. They're now getting into this site completely for free. Monyet was somewhat positioned to try and maybe go for a kill, but now forced onto the retake. Bad weapons are RRQ.
It's easy to force those over-rotates on rounds like this, Wyatt, where the defenders are desperate to try and set up a favorable stack. Doesn't take too much to tempt them to move across the map. Wolves, again, an excellent job in the early rounds. We've seen this over their games so far of clearing that util, the push and pull, trying to outmaneuver the defenders. RRQ have gotten into the side at least. Pushing in that Gen direction now. Jemkin already out of the picture, and Juicy from hell is going to emerge like Cerberus. That will be cleaned up pretty comfortably. 4 rounds to the favor of Wolves here. RRQ yet to show us anything really worth hanging your hat on.
I feel like so far you can't help but draw a comparison to the match that we saw yesterday with the XLG debut. Missing out on being able to play in the Swiss stage, getting multiple games of practice in. Wolves heating up throughout, the players getting comfortable on the stage, getting their confidence on the stage. And you have this debuting team with massive expectations coming in as the 1st seed from their region, fresh to this environment. It can be dangerous. They can come in needing to warm up.
I mean, Kaplan got asked about this. He's like, would you rather have been top seed from your region, start in the playoffs, or play through groups? And he says, I just refuse to give in to this idea that it's better to, you know, be a lower seed, because you have a lot more time. In a meta that has just changed, you have an extra week or so to see how things are boiling out, get that scrim experience, get that practice, and be boned up on the current metagame before you touch down, as opposed to having to take the risk of maybe you're not ready, maybe you have the wrong take on the game, or maybe you're just not, you know, in form on that day and it ends up losing your entire tournament. RRQ had that time to prepare, to watch, And yeah, being in the game is a different thing entirely. Wolves are hitting them quicker than they can react.
Wolves speaking too about wanting to up the tempo, the pace as the tournament has gone on. Now, out of this timeout though, for RRQ, I was hoping to see them pick up an operator. That's Jemkin, the Jet, with that weapon in his hands, taking a peek from Catwalk, wants to aim down tiles, where perhaps YU would give him an opportunity. But on these rounds, Cypher has been more content just trying to work B main solo.
Spring is entrenched here in his wine position, whereas the rest of Wolves are maybe going to rattle the cage here at B, hoping for a push-up from the defenders, but RRQ have not conditioned that behavior yet.
Wolves do have any intention here of going towards mid. Oh wow, engagement on yet, just isolate Spring.
There was a 0 point that revealed the Omen stuck in the corner. There was no escape for him, no paranoia either.
It's a critical first kill. RRQ weren't able to convert on the last round where they had a first kill, but they're going to need to do it here with this maxed out investment they have into the round.
Juicy sees it all here on the B side, opts to stick it and fight inside of it. Kusi wants to push up and get the drop on him, and eventually the double face from RRQ will derail things. A second Lysor picked up, Jemkin's off, finally starts to sing. And here's the RRQ we've all been told about.
Wolves getting very disconnected on that B side, execute, and lacking Spring. The players from RRQ just take easy engagements, swinging from spawn together. There's no dark cover for that obvious angle. So Juicy is just relegated to fighting an incredibly difficult 1 versus 2 on site while the rest of the players are bogged down in the choke. Really would have required some serious heroics from Juicy to be able to pull that out.
I must wait a moment.
Better look there for RRQ, get the full buy they were hoping for, and they employ it effectively. Crazy Guy's been doing that, early thrusts onto Catwalk with a classic in his hands.
Cover going out.
On this round, Jemkin has opted to post up with this operator towards A main, has an idea that there could be someone going for the jump up, just the angle! Timing is brutal.
Spring in these early encounters has been so impactful against the star player of the opponent. He had seconds number on that split game as well.
Listen, Mondiet has serious confidence. RRQ have taken full control of B main with 2 players. Wolves want to get into the site now, lacking the smokes, taking the opportunities they can. Snoop back, getting pressure.
Bad, dangerous. Oh, we got his one. Can't be upset about that. Lysor, though, this is a little belated. RRQ hear that Annihilation coming. They basically clear the area. There's a catch on Kushi. That would be quite something. He does show himself. Mondiet, though, has his line. Juicy swings into more players than he expects, and the Crazy Guy ready to lock it down on the B side.
Respect to Mondiet for the confidence of taking that fight in B main to trade out for Jemkin, who did get a little bit unlucky, but was exposing himself to multiple angles, so taking some amount of risk there. But then RRQ, the really pivotal moment for me, the great decision was to get both of their B anchors into B main, recognizing the split was coming through, so they want to isolate a fight in main. They're able to do so, find the kill there. By the time the split is actually coming in, they could have just escaped, go play around the spike. That was really well done. Wolves, economy cracked, and now on the eco. Opportunity for RRQ to build their own. And multiple players are already at that 5K mark.
Once again, it's that same wander up Catwalk by Juicy. But he might look to ask for more! That's unfortunate, Crazy Guy. Pockets the only an inopportune moment, but Koshi doubles down. That is ferocious. From spawn, Hunter's Fury yields 2 kills. And RRQ have absolutely stabilized this round after losing Crazy Guy early.
Absolutely stunning. All last 2 players inevitably going to get cleaned up here. Spring stuck in main. That was a pretty sick util combo from Wolves to get the initial kill on Crazy Guy. And Kushi recovers it with a beautiful Hunter's Fury. There's that Gravnet pop flash with the Yoru. It was pretty cool, but ultimately all for naught. No significant economic damage done to RRQ here.
30 seconds left.
That 0-point timing for Crazy Guy is going to be pretty important. Worried about facing down at util. Spring gets a little bit more than we all bargained for there. But it's still a third round in a row for RRQ. They have been awoken.
Spring will take it. I will say, obviously what we've seen from Spring so far in this tournament, incredible aim, willingness to take a ton of duels. We've had a couple situations now where his play towards B main has overextended himself and he's left his team without smokes when they're going for these executes. It's been awkward. That's happened on 2 buy rounds now where Monyet is just feeling that equal level of confidence to engage with him. So I'm going to need Spring to pick his spots, be less susceptible to an early death when he's supposed to be inserted in main, just control that area of the map.
Coach Fade here, someone worth crediting for the more up-tempo style we've seen from this Wolves team, but a lot of different players and teams have sort of said, with this change in metagame, we can be more individual-centric, we can play with that faster pace. Think about Teo, it wasn't just the missiles that were so powerful, there was that stealth drone. Really hard to kill, they have a lot of information, and really hard to take your opponents off guard when they were constantly scouting you via that measure. Now though, this move back, we got a very traditional comp here for RRQ. Not even a Yoru in the mix. In theory, this is a setup designed to allow someone like Jemkin to shine. On defense, he's on the jet. Only had the 1 round with the Optim, was able to convert its use pretty effectively, but outside of that, yet to quite take over the game.
Does have the op again, this time posted up mid, has been switching things up round by round, but the dark cover will not allow him to get any free shots as Wolves want to silently work their way forward. Drone's going to be used just in case he is posted up by mid. Obviously, we know is the case.
Jemkin spotted here. It's a little bit difficult to play into that Al drone. He does allow himself to get pinged out. This will give some of that mid space now over to Wolves, and they choose to canvas it with this deadlock util unless there's a push in their direction.
So we're going to bring 1 sonic sensor back, and the deadlock will thrive with the utility after you've taken the site, get the spike down. You really don't want to allow Wolves to set up for a post plant. It gets so frustrating to get back in.
The barrier mesh is so
break
powerful.
Break that barrier mesh, the delay that causes. You don't want to run into the sonic sensors in chaotic moments trying to get back in.
Back soon.
There was a 0-point timing there from RRQ to B main. It sees nothing.
Here.
Of course, the spawning is going to have to be smoked off. Likely Jemkin is there, and he is split coming into sight. Monyet is fully committed right now on the stairs. Juicy wants to take the action to him.
Minus Fury time now. Fat's going to let that one rip, but there's actually no one on the B side itself. All of RRQ are basically playing off of it in their entirety, and Crazy Guy got brought down.
Tough to res Monyet, who teleported away to safety, is actually able to bring Crazy Guy back up. 12 seconds. Spike needs to be planted right now. Still isn't being tapped finally from Sufat. RRQ ready to go for this man advantage. Retake pop flash over the top. Jemkin has the Blade Storm out. Ready to get active, ready to create space.
Gonna go on with the Al drone as well. That sees nothing on Speedway. Jemkin needs to deal with these entrenched anchor players. But Juicy handles him. Monyet's starting to make some progress here, but Xferro and Crazy Guy are dealt with on the B side. Now it's just a Speedway presence for RRQ. Monyet and Cushy. First 3, and they are cut down mercilessly. RRQ are the ones with a 67% attack side win rate on this map. They're the ones that flip the map, but Wolves are showing they can do it just as well.
YU coming up really juicy. That initial kill, this peak right there from Jemkin. He had the crosshair placed where it needed to be. The reaction from one of the best duelists we've had performing in this tournament so far in Juicy was way too sick. Cleans up a couple more after the fact. Wolves out of the timeout, get the round win. That is something we've seen many times when Coach Fade gets in the mix.
Good call from Monyet there to make the TP up. Revealed inside that grav net, it would have been curtains for him quickly. Jemkin needs this. Good start for the team, and YU's head is gripped clean off.
Certainly has no lack of confidence, Jemkin, even after the disaster of last round on the retake. He will not slow down. He's not going to ease up. Wolves now on the pivot towards B main. Kushi has been playing very close on a lot of these rounds. He is jiggle peeking, does get the info. Drone, tag onto Sufa.
He will walk it away. On the 1 minute mark of the round, Jemkin still sat here in Covey.
Sufa droning up mid, hoping that that will draw some attention, get some information if someone is pushed down. Not the case. Dimensional drift and another 4 versus 5. We've seen this story before. It didn't work out on the prior. QC committing to the side, tripwire. Dangerously close.
Oh, buddy, they know he's coming. Gravnet, yeah, sure, gets used over towards Boathouse, but RRQ can recover.
30 seconds
There's
left.
a TP forward. You saw that from Spring, right at the edge of the smoke. Watched by 2, but his wrap angle is not covered adequately by Kushi. Xfero has to deal with it himself. Here comes a second wave now of retakers. Still no plan.
Monjet does have a paranoia to get back in. That's a significant piece of utility for RRQ. Both dark covers used. Jemkin wants to get in here. Exchanges, gets the rifle, throws the op to Monjet.
Paranoia, Spring sees it coming and still can't stop Crazy Guy. Too fat. No, Crazy Guy is low, and it's on Monjet. Oh, just swings the right, but Sufat unaware. Try to recon to light. It's one up Sufat, the clutch that keeps the Wolves train running. What a Red Bull clutch. All covers from all angles, all too easy for Sufat.
He simply does it all for this team. We've seen him clutch. We've seen him top the boards in terms of kills in these games. He's IGLing. He's hyping them up. He's talking trash. He's questioning, what the hell are these guys doing? How are they letting me get away with that? RRQ forced onto an eco. Just a hero rifle for Jemkin.
And honestly, this scoreline is a disastrous tale for RRQ. On Ascent defense. Reminiscent of their same struggles against GENG on this very map. Jemkin is cut down to 5 in the first encounter.
Kushi even down to 28 off the spam. I'm sure Jemkin would love to throw that rifle over to a healthier player on the squad. B-main control going to be acquired from Wolves on account of this drone. Now they want to push towards A as well. Monjet has been a menace in this area of the map. He's gotten some crucial kills, but with just the classic, you can't expect him to do that.
This could be ugly. Our drone re-clear of B main. Seems to allow Jemkin to post up a bit further forward and ask for more. Sufat eventually pinged out there, so does not want to linger.
Seeing the Sova there, though, will certainly keep RRQ's attention towards B main, but now the Execute is coming through A. Barrier Mesh Recon going over the top. It's just a close-up dealt with by Juicy.
And either the side, safe to say, Wolves have again achieved their objective. Very structured in the early to mid-round. Clearing that util, working the map. See, Sufat never overextended on the B side, and now we can assist with a late flank. And it's unlikely rather that he will be needed. Kushi was brought to 28 health by the spam at the start of the round, and he has seen no action since.
Wolves have been able to really frequently cycle back into these ultimates. Sufat one away from the Hunter's Fury, Lysor on the verge of that annihilation as well when we get to the second last round of the half. Again, it is just, it's careful, it's patient from Wolves. They work the map, keep attention on B. Eventually when someone pushes out of main, Sufat is still covering that angle, finds a free isolated kill. The team are able to get into a very lightly held A site. This is excellent stuff from Wolves. And it is very reminiscent of their attack side against Billy with this comp. They found so much success there. And we started feeling a little bit worried on the side swap because they didn't actually really pop off on defense where you expect them to when they have Deadlock, Cypher, Yoru, and we're getting it off online. It's where this comp thrive.
One enemy remaining.
And as our RRQ team are struggling to deal with the pace of Wolves, Wolves are not splitting the map, they're not splitting these sites, they're actually just pushing straight through B main or A main as was the case there. It's hard for them to get early action, the defenders, or catch any crosses.
We've seen Spring play this angle before.
That didn't work last time.
Jemkin, Monjet. So they want to clear. One-way cage being popped. B main controlled by Wolves. There's the annihilation for Lysor.
Again, we know Wolves like to make use of all that round time, and Spring is rewarded for his patience. Monyet just trundles up to check that A main. He's not ready for the angle. We probably won't see it again, but this time it works.
He's taken timings in main before, and they worked out, but haphazard in that situation to just extend himself in there. Spring in a cheeky off angle. The site is absolutely free for the taking. Here come Wolves. Annihilation pop, just in case someone is there, they would at the very least be on the run. YU, can he be caught?
He is well tucked. Xfero's knocking. Oh, finish! He had the knife in his hands! Oh, GENG at least
30 seconds.
can get involved.
Spike
But RRQ are down to 3 now. They need to work their way in from upper. It's a fragment and then it's a grab net. Cushy caught in place.
Do they dare go for this 3-4? Look at the state of their economy. Supat still with the Hunter's Fury. He got that up from planting the spike. I'm really in a great position to use it, however. Spam on the crazy guy. Cushy weak as well.
He's in on this side. Lysol leads. Nice recon bolt there from Cushy. But they are going to walk away here. 3-gun savers. The risk is far too great this late in the half.
The time has completely dwindled. They're just simply relying on the final round of this half to get to only 4 on Ascent defense. They have ultimates to contend with here. Real danger of a one-sided blowout half for Wolves.
Is that my boy Lysor on his feet?
Oh, Lysor can't wait to just stand up and look at the other team.
Is that guy at the end of
No arm movement, just simply standing up.
It's like the guy at the end of the flight who knows he's not getting out of the plane for a while but wants to stand up in the aisle still. Like, oh, I got to stretch my legs, sorry. I hate that guy.
RRQ investing everything they can. They've got Guardian for Xfero. Wolves have done such a great job working the map, exploiting some over pushes from RRQ to get info. Jemkin wants to fight this in main. He has Monyet with him. Grab net comes down. Paranoia should get some big value.
Almost punished for that timing, but Jemkin was positioned forward in wide. And then he dines on the attackers. Sufat at least able to punish him for it, but I mean, 3 kills. It's more than enough for RRQ to relieve the pressure of this round 12 that could have set them to 3-9.
That time just giving Monyet a friend to help him in A main. A very simple trap setup, but incredibly effective as the Paranoia catches multiple players, isolates a second duel. When that re-swing comes in from Spring. Now listen, if there were a couple players that I would trust to maybe come up in the clutch here, it would definitely be Sufat and YU right now. It's not out of the question. It's going to be incredibly difficult.
Sufat's definitely lost the element of surprise here and been revealed by that neural theft. Known to RRQ as lingering near A main.
30 seconds left.
Instead he'll try and find yet another opportunity. There's obviously neural theft here for YU. Should there be an appropriate corpse?
The recon goes into market, but won't really help. There's still a triple mid. Xfero.
Spike down A.
He knew what was afoot. He knew what was coming.
And there's just no time left for Sufat. Pinged out as well. 12 seconds. This round is absolutely done. So
10 seconds
RRQ, at the very least, managed to get themselves to 4 before we move on to the second half. But this was all about Wolves. Sufat with that phenomenal clutch.
Switching
Juicy
sides.
finding the moments as well. Everybody was really getting involved there. Excellent start for the team that always remained the underdog.
Farming aura, farming kills. Can they find themselves in a winning position on Ascent? It's a great start for Wolves. We'll be back with more from our first map of the series right after this. Coming back to you at halftime here on Ascent between RRQ and Wolves. And not exactly the start that RRQ were looking for, but against GENG and Pacific, they only got 3 defense side rounds, still won the map, so fear not if you're an RRQ fan. Here's your Coinbase Econ report. Looking across, it's pretty clear to see that Spring is an outlier with a great showing. Monyet also, just a very efficient. Remember, this Econ rating is a measure of how much damage you're able to get per credit spent. RRQ on quite a few ecos. Monyet still able to find some success there, but not enough to give them more than 4 defense side rounds, Wyatt.
We'll see if Jemkin can pick things up in regard to the cash to damage ratio on this attack side. Was investing in the operator a lot. Occasional value, but not enough to completely justify the investment that they were making into it over and over for a period of time. Let's see if RRQ can start off hot on this attack side, get things rolling.
A 67% attack round win rate for RRQ in Pacific. They really flipped the map out there. It's bizarre to watch, but a ton of fun. But are they warmed up? Missing the group stage. They do look a little bit shaky. Their stars are not firing outside of a couple of isolated occasions in the first half.
Now you're getting the information on main. Hit about to come in from RRQ. There's the dash in from Jemkin. Wants to get to switch. Door going to be closed. YU wins the first engagement.
YU's been on a heater this game. There's no other way to put it. And he's going to continue, apparently. Crazy guy hit right between the eyes. Monyet is at least able to handle the Cypher. Cushy gives it a tap, but no stick. This is going to buy time for Lysor to group up here with Spring.
Lysor does have a grab net thrown out, but no connection. Monyet on such low HP. At some point, they're going to have to get this spike down. Wolves are just going to bide their time until that moment actually comes in. No reason to rush.
Shock dart. Okay, Recon has just come back up for Cushy. That's probably the timing that they were waiting on. He's going to come up and attempt to plant. Lysor, Monyet. Oh, gets off the line. Oh, that hurts. Monyet had too much to look at and he'll be overwhelmed. Lysor. Lightning Rock for criticism. Has his team behind him. Self-belief pumping. We got 3 players out of 6.
all on their feet.
We could have just gone standing desk and saved on budget, honestly.
YU wins a crucial first blood engagement against Jemkin. The rest of the team try to swing it together. Yeah, it does get down to this 2 versus 2 because somehow a very low HP Mon yet even things up with the trades, but it's just not enough. It left those last 2 players on such low health.
And it was the timing of Monyet just looking away off the direction of Speedway. Really just fate that dictated that, but man, that really hurts them there. And there's a sense of destiny about Wolves here to take a round like that. And they are going to continue this momentum they built in that first half. Defense side pistol 1. RRQ need to come up with something soon.
Can't imagine it's going to be on this round. It's just 5 classics. And again, I can't help but feel like we need to just harken back to yesterday with XLG making their debut in this same situation. Not playing hot with it coming into the game. Juicy tapping everybody down.
Will it blend? RRQ edition? The answer is yes. Crazy guy straight into Spring's line of sight. Or rather Cushy. Crazy guy himself now will have to try and salvage here, and really, this is one of those situations with an astronomically low % chance of success. Cypher util up the wazoo here on this B site. Crazy guy who had to spend a lot of time in Tier 2 to sort of prove himself, but crazily experienced player.
He's been competing in TAC FPS games for over 10 years at this point. I remember him debuting as a Phenom substitute AWPer at a DreamHack tournament way back in 2015. Has had a redemption arc as of the last couple years. Qualified with Bleed.
Against
Juicy
Jemkin.
on that team against Jemkin. This game is pretty story-rich. The histories between these players, and then had those struggles with bleed in that debut season in Pacific, had to go back to Challengers, work his way back into the VCT, joins up with RRQ, and that's when his team has gone on a run. Their best placement historically had been a 5th, 6th, and then they win. They come in first. They beat GENG and PaperX to do so. It's been an insane run for them, but now it's just a matter of holding their nerve on the stage when the pressure is raising further, when the consequences are higher, and the teams are showing out. This Wolves squad have come in just bringing everything they've got. Their players individually have been white hot all tournament long.
RRQ need to find a way to generate some momentum of their own. It's this buy round that really has to be the start of all that. As a pretty sizable grab net. Oh, juicy. The temptation, of course, I understand. A lot of guns trained on that corner direction.
Can't be mad at a play like that on a bonus round. If it connected onto Manya, that could have been a sick combo into multi-kill. They love this grab net pop flash play. Going to keep RRQ on their toes at any given time. That trap could be sprung. They pivoted all the way over towards this A side. Dark cover going to obscure the view from tree. Trips broken by Chalk as well. Scaling now into the site for Wolves. They want to commit. They want to anchor.
Ah, what you lit up. That is a perfect use of that recon util. Cushy going to capitalize on his own application of the recon in the middle of the smoke spring. Eventually will be pacified. Not before he takes his pound of flesh out of the game.
Sufal working his way through heaven, would love to accomplish getting
One
at
enemy
least
remaining.
a bit more damage, but it's not
Love
going
one
to
or two
happen.
more guns, Wyatt. But Lysol with the Ghost definitely put in the least advantageous position.
That being said, a kill would get him closer to that annihilation.
We only really saw one of them from Lysol and just missed clipping a player over towards tiles in that first half. Again, Lysol a huge part of, the engine room in terms of stall utility. Of course, that grab net play that didn't quite go off the way they planned it. Lysol will bathe in the blast. We'll get on with our lives. Round at number 16 coming at you. And RRQ, with their first buy, maintain 4 Vandals.
Someone is B.
Oh, okay, little turn.
He just turned quick enough, saved his team
One enemy remaining.
potential demise.
That kill there is big. I mean, Sufat obviously trying to intervene. Caught on that rotate attempt. How does Fury for Cushy here?
You have to keep your eyes on him in this round. Impressive to see him top fragging in this game as well. I mean, typically for this team, it is just Jemkin taking over at all times. The rest of the players sort of even statistical spread. There's some damage for Juicy Mon. Yeah, it brought very low. Lucky to be alive. Team almost lacking smokes.
Shadows.
That kill was collected.
Okay, well, classic spring. Tries to jump out there, get a bit of a fight. Juicy trades. Lysol here with only a Guardian to work with and completely caught by that Hunter's Fury. Xvero just wants to bust the door down now, quickly. Assume control of his A side as already the rotates coming in. Now, Sealfat has the Odin.
I know exactly where you are.
Will be revealed here now by that Cypher ult.
Going to keep Wolves at bay right now. Perhaps he's just going to opt to save. Sufat would love to get a tag with this drone and someone to spam down with the Odin, but
Got Jemkin.
it's not going to happen. Recon, they're going to try to scale in. Time dwindling a bit.
They don't have the money for this. To risk these weapons here, they're going to go for it.
Standing.
Sealfat here is committed, clearly. In for a penny, in for a pound, he says. Got the player inside tree, it's Jemkin who's going to show some leg here and be a little quicker on the trigger finger to boot. RRQ are clambering desperately back into the map.
Couple good multiplayer faces at the end there, just to clean things up from main and back gen. Spring going for a questionably aggro play, swinging out there.
Just presents himself, doesn't he?
Before the flash actually popped from Juicy, the timing just a little bit off. And then Juicy does find a moment to pop himself out of the smoke, but at that point, he's already down one. Things are getting traded out.
It is mistakes like that, that missed timing on the pop flash for Spring that are going to be punished by a team of RRQ's caliber.
Cage trigger.
100%. They are quality in terms of the fundamentals, trading things out effectively. Nothing crazy on that round, just a good A split. Wolves hoping to catch someone unaware in A main, but that won't be the case. And it seems like with Monyet being near enough to hear that pressure coming, RRQ will be happy to just get into this B site, which they're going to imagine will be lighter on players, and they are absolutely correct. Going to get things for free. Opportunity to build towards a couple ultimates here. Crucially, Crazy Guy going to have the null command into the next. That has always been one of the highest value ults that you can get on this Ascent map with the age-old comp.
And the pattern that RRQ have made use of to their great success over in Pacific is really simple. It's Jemkin gets first kills. In their final series against GENG, he was 26 for 12. First kills, first deaths.
Insane.
We mentioned like he has 137 of those in Pacific, and the next closest player is 85. It is an absurd outlier stat that RRQ always get Jemkin in position to succeed in these early rounds. Now, this example, of course, is against basically a full save, so I wouldn't write home about it, but that has been kind of the core of their play.
I'm sorry, Sufat? Sufat check?
That's, that did not go as he had planned.
Okay, he'll be on the Guardian.
I get that he doesn't want to keep an ult off, but maybe
he was a little bit too far away to run into the spike explosion.
It's like the plot of I Am
lucky?
Legend. He's like the only guy left after the fallout. That's not where you want to be.
All right, Wolves are going to pick up the Operator. It is crucial to the success of this double Sentinel comp. You want to be able to use that off with your Yoru and have it route the attacking team into the sites that are specifically littered with a ton of that Sentinel utility. It's crucial for this machine to be working. Pop flash coming through, Jemkin on the swing, but Juicy gets out of dodge, posts up on a safer angle.
Jemkin is insistent. While he has that tailwind active about trying to take a fight, he has to tuck this corner.
Sufat tries to timing him walking back out.
Here.
Just spamming with that Guardian. High pillar penetration. Pop flash from Juicy wants to get out Recon as well to post up on the angle. I like this, but Jemkin might just timing him.
It's Jemkin's individual brilliance that's allowed him to succeed in these situations prior. Null command coming out. Crazy Guy instantly knocked. This time Spring on a much safer line, deep on the A side, flattens the KO. Somewhat of a sell of this fake, I guess, as RRQ now turn their eyes over towards the B side of the map. There's going to be a player to Jemkin's immediate right. Crossing here could be dangerous. Spring has dealt now with that KO properly. And in comes the Cocoon. Nice little catch off the Annihilation here. And Wolves aren't really in a great position to help Juicy out. But Jemkin got caught. Kochi pushes in a boathouse, though. Up on numbers are RRQ. But YU and Spring, high school classmates, now have to put it together. 5 years of play together. They themselves have said they are on the same wavelength. Need to bail Wolves out here.
They were just a little bit too far away in the rotate, but they catch the first on Xfero. Monyet is so weak. Real opportunity to clutch things out.
Revealed there, pinged out by the neural theft. Big opening made here by YU. Cushy trying to keep Wolves at bay, but they are coming, and they've got a taste for blood. Cushy's third of the round. What a flick from YU. Nobody knows where Cushy was. It doesn't matter. 4K for the Sova, and RRQ again. Another giant step towards evening up this game. Then attack side prowess for RRQ on full display.
Cushy is just putting on a clinic on the Sova right now. So dangerous to get into the site. Lyxor was inevitably going to find someone with that Annihilation, playing defensively all the way in the back. But that still wasn't enough. Wolves were just too far away. The rotates coming from A were not there in time to assist. Sure, Lyxor gets the one, but he is completely overwhelmed by the numbers of RRQ, and Xfero gets a great moment to push towards spawn, get in the dark cover, catch out one of those Wolves players who felt like, I need to get in here to help Lyxor ASAP. I need to try to flood in to assist. Get a timing right now, swing towards stairs, get a fight, but it just doesn't come, and Coach Fade now getting into that and second time out of the game.
Two things I'm looking for from the Wolves side of things is the early play from Spring. much better in that last round. Took Crazy Guy down instantly, playing a much safer spot over on that A site. And can Wolves generate an early advantage off of this grab net flash combination? We've seen it once. It was against a, it was a bonus round for Wolves. They really need to throw what they can at Gemkin to stop him from getting rolling early. Those Jet first kills, no joke. We've talked about the stats already. It's a huge part of RRQ's run here. Gemkin has to be nullified entirely as a star player on this map.
It's going to be all sheriffs here for Wolves. The RRQ economy has been out of control. Push here towards main from Juicy. Xfero with his eyes on this location. And we've just been seeing on these rounds, it is the story with RRQ. They're not reinventing the game. They are playing a style that we have seen, going for executes that we have seen a million times over with this composition, but they just do it so well.
They don't invent the wheel, Wyatt, they just grease it and turn it.
Working my way up top mid, double face into YU, who's able to stay alive for now.
Flash there just to keep him honest, to keep him further back from potential rotate. Crazy Guy was able to extract Sufat with consummate ease, but Juicy does disrupt things a little bit. That was the spike loose, but already recovered by Gemkin. It's why you look for a timing out of this spawn side. Gemkin went to hunt Juicy. And RRQ looking absolutely ruthless on this anti-eco round. Not giving a lot of opportunities here for Wolves to sort of double up, group up, spring! Okay.
He heard the drop down. I'm surprised Xfero just kept the util out. He made sound.
Something to work with. With that smoke thrown out, Wolves will be allowed access here to the site.
And that is a gun recovered for Spring. He picks up that Vandal. Lysor gets one as well. Real opportunity all of a sudden.
Gemkin hoping to take this first contact effectively at Speedway, and Spring, unarmed as he is, will be handled. Gemkin has 3 for the round, and Crazy Guy will end it. Now we've got ourselves a game, folks. 1 round stands between RRQ and Wolves' 10-round total.
On their debut, this RRQ squad, they have managed to hold their nerve, not succumb to the fact that they were down by such a significant margin, that they lose the second half pistol. Being on the big stage hasn't gotten to them. They've completely rallied back into this game. They have so much economic pressure on Wolves. RRQ could buy every single round with ease. Juicy's going to pick up that operator again. Wasn't able to find success with it on the prior round. This time towards Cat, taking a hit towards Styles. Oh my God, Gemkin is in so fast right now. Controlling all the space, taking a lot of damage, and Sufat just catches him out. In the meantime, the spike is working its way up. Cat just hoping to get a fake into the site. Sonic sensor destroyed by that shock dart. They're trying to scale in.
What a timing for Lysor! Shuts RRQ down instantly. Monget can bail them out. But this is still now gotten very, very dangerous and very much out of hand. Crazy Guy's just walking away. Monget does not have that opportunity. He is in the side. Gets the plant down now and is hoping, praying that Crazy Guy can get there in time, but he's got a barrier in his way. He's got to break through this quickly.
He is able to do so. Has one flash to try to pop out of the smoke, give some assistance to Monget, who's stuck in hell.
Crazy Guy taking a little bit of damage here through this dark cover down to 5. It's getting dangerous, and there it is. YU knows exactly what the KO is. And here come Wolves back to winning ways. Here, Odin, operator, still in hand for this team.
RRQ love to sell a fake, but this time it's not bought. Sufat with that initial spam kill. Players over on A didn't really need to rotate off. There was still a lot of utility from that deadlock to keep the players that were pivoting through tree at bay. That allows for some Wolves rotates to get there, but Lysor coming up with a huge 2K. Doesn't look insane on the scoreboard right now, but I think his best play actually has come from deadlock on Ascent versus the Omen on some of the other maps. This is fast from RRQ. They're getting right up into the main. They want to get into the site. A lot of tripwires to deal with. Gemkin over the top.
This time Sufat isn't here to spray anyone down to play off any of that Cypher util. It's YU in the site. Just can't complete any kills.
He thought he had it, already made the adjustment, but he just didn't connect that headshot. Maybe if Sufat can somehow pick up 1 kill here, a spam kill, he'd have the Hunter's Fury, but first is the one from Kush. He doesn't get the initial connection. There's the tag. Can he capitalize? No. Sufat just out of the way, narrowly. Do they try to go for this right now?
Might be a tough one. Monyet brought down. He was in B main. Spring is at least able to dig him out. So now there's not the risk of a backstab as Wolves try and hit the site.
They know they can just focus on the players here. Juicy wants to get down lane, beat from X-Pharaoh. He's undoing, but the shot goes wide.
Now though, RRQ being forced to play onto the site, but Jemkin is waiting for them. Fangs bared, blades out, ready to throw down. Deals with Sufat as well. Headshot off the knives. And there's no more time for Wolves to get in here. Jemkin will pursue them. Blood in his eyes. Even so much that he take the clone down and perish to the blast. Back and forth now, RRQ keep it 1 round.
Late on this attack side, Jemkin slow to start, but finding his moments, finding serious impact on the game. That kill towards stairs with the Blade Storm was sick, onto Spring, and then with the cloud drops. Sufat not ready for the engagement, gets picked off. RRQ are so close to tying this game up, just 1 round away. Can Wolves close things out? Juicy still with this operator. He was able to get away with his life. He wants to post up in B main.
Hunter's Fury as well for Wolves. Oh, they catch Monyet, and that's the controller out of the game.
In the meantime, what happened with Juicy? He tried to go for a peek in B main, or was just holding the angle, but
just straight up died. Did he leg X-Pharaoh?
Yeah, it looks like he, wall shot legged him something. Worked his way into the site.
This timing is quick.
There's no way.
Sufat, knife out.
The whip!
X-Pharaoh now needs to get busy on the site, but he knew his time was short after missing that engagement. B site is clear, but now it's handed over to A.
They feel like they just have to get in. RQ null command. Jemkin wants to make space. Crazy guy out of the open.
Awkward timing. Jemkin got pinged just as he jumped into that cloud burst. Lysor did fall. Cushy trying to get the res. He's trying to tease it. Spring looking for a timing. Crazy guy's back in the game. At least secures the trade. Cushy. Now 1v2.
He does bait him out, gets the door down, wants to take the duel, but Sufat wins the engagement. Cushy does a great job of isolating the remaining Wolves players, making a believer out of me in the clutch potential, but he can't connect that last shot. What a prediction from Sufat. Does he run into, gets him on the teleport? That was madness in May. Absolute madness. RRQ going to pivot right into a timeout. Time to calm things down after a very, very chaotic round.
Neither team actually has a strong economy to play this round. Wolves are going to try and end the map with a couple of half armors maybe mixed in here. Still fine for them, of course, after winning the previous one. And Jemkin has been the kind of player that's actually shone in post-plant anchoring situations for RRQ this map. So getting ahead of that stall util, that fast play into B has been one of the most effective tools that RRQ have been able to leverage to get these round wins. But they're running into an annihilation. Dimensional drift for Juicy is definitely on the table. He's 2 orbs away from developing that.
Let me get back into this. You mentioned the economy, but Wolves at the moment having to invest so much. They win that prior round, so if RRQ take this, the final round of this regular time would be a bad buy for Wolves. This is so important right now for the Pacific #1 seed. It's not their map pick, but it's at the top of their pool. They're making a serious go at running this back. The comeback feels so real. They're on the precipice. It's going to be a lot of pressure towards a main 0 point, clearing things out.
Step 1 is play through the one-way. RRQ are happy to walk it, and there's no forward presence from Wolves to play off of it.
YU has moved his setup to this A side this time. Kill Trip Insight to play off. Cage to dance around when a hit comes in. Jemkin over the top gen.
Cushy's going to clear hell now. Jemkin is on the side. YU gets lit. Oh, that's hurting for the defenders. Sufat though gets involved. He's on that upper side. Eventually traded out. RRQ player advantage.
Juicy flash through, but dark cover down. Do they dare find a timing to try to just pop flash out of this when the spike is going down? Now Juicy began to rotate towards tree.
This spot for X-Pharaoh is so good. Juicy's not ready for it. And that shuts down any chance of a split flood for the defenders. Spring found Jemkin, just picked him up out of nowhere, and Monyet spraying through the floorboards. Gets RRQ that round that could well be worth 2, that could send us into overtime.
Wolves perhaps feeling committed, or that they were just about to get flanked by Xfero, who pick up juice towards tree, so they do swing out. They lose all of the weaponry. There's been some serious issues on these A hits, with Wolves being able to deal with the recon darts. Multiple rounds on these executes. It's been YU getting lit up, picked off by Jemkin, who can't help but increase his first kill stats at every turn. This buy for Wolves is horrific. RRQ, this is the perfect opportunity to rally this game all the way back. They've held their nerve. They can take this to OT.
And it starts with a 3-player push into mid. Wolves only have the token presence of the trapwire here. Champions trying to figure out if he can get under it. I respect that. They had to clear it manually, and now this push through market. There's a belated approach for Xfero here, and B-Main and Juicy's definitely expecting it with the cyber cage up and on the side. Here come RRQ. Juicy's only got a short window. He's found 2 dimensional drifts. He's going to see it all and crucially get out alive. Silfat locks it down on the side, and RRQ collapsing in a screaming heap. Silfat tries to finish the job, but there's the annihilation. Straight into the spider's lair. RRQ wonder, and it's Wolves' map pick. Do they start with a win on your feet, hands together? Wolves are far from done.
That lead was just insurmountable. Wolves were so good on the attack side that they win.
Oh man, I don't even know what are they doing. Let's go! Woo! Let's go!
When the Loki is using God of Mischief, so one of the ways that you can actually counter a Loki.
No, okay, wait, what does that supposed to mean?
Is just using
yeah, Tuzi is really fucking good. I think if they just play Tuzi, they're good.
Outlast the ultimate from the other side.
Which I need to turn cam off a bit. Actually, not yet.
I assume that we're likely going to see closer pick up.
Why is Z10 hovering 6 Mantis? They can't play the same hero? Are they noobs or what? True.
Could be very poke heavy here from what we've seen hovered by the side of all business. A Hela and a Punisher certainly would be.
I think you should play Psy. You're right, man, but I don't want to play Psy, bro.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about reliable shields, all
but you're right.
Definitely going to be trying to shield Tuzi. However, Zerchnasi doing a very good job of taking away a lot of the resources that either a Hela or Human Torch could try and find value from playing on those isolated off angles. It is going to be Burn into Chala that we head to.
Wait, EU is actually really interesting. I actually genuinely thought that Virtus Pro was the best team like in the world. Like, not even close. But they lost to this team. That's crazy. That's legitimately crazy.
Propel the team onto points, so Smashnaz can already start getting the poke down before Slopo gets any space for this Iron Man to set up.
Yeah, just trying to make sure that Slopo can't find any angles to work with here, and of course the smash.
This is dog shit. I just need a win now, right?
Rescomp says all business got on a weird fucking No, VP's not out there in the lower bracket. Same as us.
Business have so much control of that tempo. There's going to be a regeneration domain invested as well from sort of all business to just better anchor their position on that. already been able to build up the Soul Resurgence. Eternal Bond comes out in the form of God of Mischief from Znost, so that all business can try and answer back the sustainability of their own.
Great output there from Znost, and well, Tuzi is feeling nice and comfy in the Eternal Bond. Drags out their own final judgment, and the damage might be too much to bear. Oh, they caught Oasis where they did not want to be seen, and while the Soul Bond does not sustain for long, out comes the Infinite Pulse Cannon, and well, it seems everyone else is invincible in the face of it. Knudsen going to be able to resurrect themselves back into the fight using that Cocooned Revival, and Znost is pushed out of their own play right there. Tried to use the Regeneration Domain to keep themselves sustained. 2-2 is still an absolute menace on the point in the midst of all of this. Beating the Sorcerer Supreme towards Oblivion. Welshmania. Who's more powerful? The Sorcerer Supreme, Master of the Mystic Arcs, or one guy from Wales with a shield? It seems like in this case, maybe the Master of the Mystic Arts is going to get a fast one over on them as Smashnez ducks into cover, and Zero Tenacity are going to flip the point.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity picking up that point before it hits the halfway break point as well. They've got Comic Revival too, so they can try and force all business into burning some of those ultimates, then come out with the Comic Revival and have everyone pop back up with the better ultimate economy after it, especially because all business aren't running heroes that are very good at chase down with pick potential. They've got the Captain America, but he doesn't have the pick potential of something like that Psylocke, as it is going to be Knudsen just poking away, chipping down some of these players from all business too. Does have Psionic Seduction. It's going to be used to break through that choke, but Tuzi gets picked by the poke from the Atom, and Soul Resurgence after the Emerald Ultimate is going to come out from front of Zero Tenacity into the Eye of Agamotto that Lugia had set up to catch on the disengage.
Imagine the grab slap before we can disengage.
Yeah, read that shot? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of NPC. Necro's having more viewers. Wait, do we actually have more viewers? How much viewers do I have right now? Wait, they have like 6,500. How much do I have? I mean, I'm not dipping them by much. Yeah, we have like the same viewers. We do have the same viewers. I mean, I think the Rivals Esports needs a bit more recognition, honestly.
Hello?
Like,
hello.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I do think
Zero Tenacity, right?
No.
they're doing a poor job advertising this shit. It's like, guys, this is like a $3 million tourney, and like, yesterday it had like fucking 500 views. It's crazy.
Everyone's voting against them.
I need to turn off cam for a second now. I'm just gonna eat real quick.
Can you guys say something?
Wouldn't know about it if not for you. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
I mean, they're also like not doing a good job explaining some things, like the bans, for example. Like, people are really confused how you can ban and like play the same hero.
Immediately alongside that Atom, as it is picking up that point. Psionic Seduction can be used in tandem with
Necros loves to talk a little over this.
But Zero Tenacity can't shield it, as they do have two forms of cover in the Strange and the Amber. There's the Psionic Seduction, answered back by the Soul Resurgence, and there it is! But the Iron Man doesn't find anything!
Oh, wait, do you really think you diff Line Pro? That guy's like your father, bro.
Can you stop the rage bait?
Oh, it's true. I'm a rage baiting.
Just be happy that we carried you to the fucking tournament.
Oh, for sure, you guys carried. I put you all on my big penis against that first team. All of you on that second round, and in the first round on Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Still the commute seems to work out in this case. There's going to be a last second play. Two players stunned up by the counter eye of Agamotto. Smashnez on the
double Agamotto.
Soul separated from body, but the follow-up isn't there. The invisible boundary was used to peel for the hero himself. And it's a map set aflame in favor of Zero Tenacity, as all business can't quite get the delivery they wanted. They missed substantially.
Yeah, no one's going to be able to tap point in time. Zero Tenacity doing a very good job. The Eye of Agamotto punishing the fact that all business, like you said, had to actually commute. They had to walk.
That's crazy.
Because of that portal. It got placed, panicked.
Which were highly exaggerated.
As it's going to be Berber Patapim actually choosing to begin on the attacker's side. So it's going to be insta-bans for both teams, Magneto and Emma removed. However, Berber Patapim are now going to be able to secure
moment, often being used as a last protect. You can't play the heroes that they do not want to see. A very strategist-heavy ban pool here for the side of Berber Paddock. We're going to make sure that Schmungus have very few options. Likely going to have to rely on the invis, maybe even something like a rocket with 3 carried.
Yeah, so this is a strategy that a lot of teams on the attacking side have started to develop, where you take 3 strategists out of the mix and you try and force your opponent onto either a rough backline position with a 2-2-2 composition, or they're forced onto the triple strategist with something there
And avoid
alive, and so the same level of some of these other strategies' ultimates in terms of survivability or even pressure that it puts out onto the opposing team. And with Berber Padapim being able to secure both the Psylocke and the Captain America, they have a lot of dive potential to just continue bothering this back line.
Oh yeah, Pokey and Polly, this duo that was picked up for the former OG roster to really strengthen their core. They are going to be absolutely marauding in the backlines as we head out here onto our first matchup of Krakoa here on the carousel. Already forcing out the diamond form of Emma Frost is going to make her a little bit less threatening. Necros needs to find a health pack, and indeed we'll be able to dodge away onto that. Pokey's going to be able to play the margins here and make sure that Necros is continually zoned away from this. It looks like Schmungus do have a little bit of capture on the point, but Berber Padapim quickly taking all of that space away once again.
Yeah, Tanuki on the off angle, keeping up the pressure onto the back line, sends them right into the Psylocke. Pokey's able to take out the Spider-Man. Craggy, though, does trade it back with a pick onto the Captain America, and now lacking one of those dive engagement options. Berber Padapim is going to be stuck for options in terms of engagement.
Yeah, still no first capture here on the mission area. Nice tracking coming through from Andrew. Gets 2 with the help of Bogu, finds the final hit. And guess what? Craggy's already got themselves an ultimate, lays down the Rage of Ultron, and picks up the point.
Yeah, that Rage of Ultron just builds immensely fast, even in comparison to something like Alex's Eternal Bond. But then again, Berber Padapim's players are playing pretty split, which is going to be impacting the amount of healing that that cloak is able to output with that AoE on the Light Force daggers. As we can see that Schmungus, with that first control, can now start utilizing the mobility of some of these heroes, both the Spider-Man and the Venom, to bounce the point between themselves, as opposed to Berber Padapim, who are going to have to look for an aggressive opening.
Yeah, that do-si-do of contesting could be everything. Big pressure there onto Polly, but Necros has a far smaller health pool to try and play with. A single mistake and it can be punished, and of course you can be dragged in as you try and disengage as well. Ken with those force physics could have been responsible for that, but easy tracking onto Andrew. It's a big hitbox and it's a smaller health pool that's reduced to 0 as Berber Padapim quickly execute on a retake.
42% of the point picked up for Schmungus, but Berber Padapim have a lot of ultimates on the board to be able to stall out this next fight. And with the Captain America, they do have pretty much eternal stall, as Schmungus are missing significant burst damage potential. Craggy on that Ultron is going to be able to help out in that option, but without him, the Spider-Man is not going to be doing enough to burst through the health pools of Berber.
Really like this choice. I think Omen's biggest strength is being able to disrupt space in mid on the attacking side, throw down smokes, teleport top 2, and really make life difficult for Lysor as that Killjoy player.
What I like about it is actually the playing also as a second layer to that duelist. No matter if it is on the attack or on the defense, he gives you another layer of depth that I actually favor as well.
Watch on their A execs as well. If they're putting their smoke on pipes, that does a lot to pull a lot of attention, bait out utility. There's some great ideas with this Omen.
Let's find out. This one makes it to a map 3. Send it back to your casters, Uber and Wyatt.
Now, on many levels, I agree with Mimi's sentiment about the whole storyline of RRQ losing the first map and all their series of being cope. And it is true. There was a lot of fracture in the pool, though, during the run through Pacific for RRQ, and they often had to run to that, or Genji's Haven, for example. This is a different one. They just picked their first map, or they had their best map picked against them, they lost it. Now it's on Icebox, so they need to recover. Some talk about the double controller style here for RRQ. They'd lack that second initiator with this setup. It will leave them a little flashlight, potentially, and also no access to the wingman.
Those extra smokes are great when you're playing for retakes or when your Viper wall is down, allowing you to still obscure some of those dangerous angles. Speaking of dangerous wolves.
All the way pushing out of B. All right, ends up being a 2-for-2. Lifesaw able to double down. Ah, yes. Good old classic clash of forces at the start of the pistol. Silfat is fortunately not able to draw a bead on Xfero. So RRQ, the party comes to them.
That is Monyet nullifying all of that aggression. The three-piece multi-kill. Starting off hot here. Had some good moments, some rough moments on map 1. Was certainly playing aggressive though. You can't take that away from him.
I mean, talking about a redemption arc for Monyet, he was the scapegoat after that struggle for PRX in Madrid. He had to find his own way, forge his own path after his tenure with that team, and he's found himself right home here on RRQ.
And it's really taken a long time for RRQ to find their own way, just slowly shifting pieces in their roster as 2024 went on, and then Crazy Guy really being the final piece of the puzzle for them that has taken them to this next level that they could never reach in the past. Jemkin going to get another first kill to open up this anti-eco. That is his specialty as the rest of the team slowly make their way back. Yellow and...
Wow, that might have been 2 taps, 2 headshots there. Wyatt?
Yeah, they were basically lined up. Okay,
Spike down B.
Trade that out, but that does just remove a ghost. So ultimately, doesn't matter.
Man, Wolves really want to fight these first couple rounds. Always sticking a player right up towards RRQ. Monyet is 5-1. Stunning stuff. Jemkin. That first kill he opens up, continues that trend.
Wait, that's pretty
That is
sick.
Absolutely raw.
Listen, Monyet is getting pretty close early to having a Viper's Pit for one of these post plants. He is feeling good. You cannot blame him. All right, RRQ, what do you have on this bonus? That basically feels like a full buy. They have 3 Vandals.
Revealing area.
Just your standard recon to get that close info towards the A orb side. As Jemkin patiently waits out any potential aggression, and we'll see how far Juicy wants to take this.
They've done their homework. Jemkin, pen in hand, showing that it will be mightier than the Vandal in this case. Juicy stripped down to a bare 57 points of health. He's out of there.
On the retreat with YU. Pivot away from Wolves, and hearing that 2-man retreat, RRQ feel very content to just take the space for free lightning fast trade from Monyet.
The lack of omen here for the defenders means they can't just throw that one way up a green again and slow this down. They lack that level of stall utility that RRQ has access to. Oh, Xvera gets the drop.
Oh, ready for that. Push all the way through. They are going to get into a 3 versus 3 post plant. A lot of damage done to a couple of these RRQ players, however, and that's going to keep them at bay. They're going to want to rotate off. Oh, wow. Eyesore not able to get fully on that. And the cloud goes up so they can cross with some safety. The breaking of that turret is certainly going to give things away.
Monyet had a chance to get ahead of that timing, but could have been awkward. He would have been on his own.
It's a full commitment from Lysor, a very experienced player on this team. Time is dwindling so low. Pressure right now gets his.
Takes a shotgun to start with, but at least is able to find a 1-for-1. Dizzy out on the side. It's Jemkin. Vulnerable down to 47. Sees the wingman coming. Gets to see his breakfast the second time. 3 for Spring in that round. Wolves finally able to slow the game down enough to be in position.
They get there just in time to be able to play off of Lysor's decision to anchor in this situation with that Dizzy coming up top. Monyet forced to break. Perfect swing out timing from Spring. We're right back to the hype from Supat. Right back to it.
For every reason, they're getting off to a decent start after dropping the pistol. Stopping that RRQ bonus is a big deal, and the fact that now we'll still have so many rifles to levy against RRQ's actual buy. But Monyet, with all of his early action, Wyatt has gotten that Viper's Pit online.
RRQ have taken some space towards this A side as they just have Monyet towards spawn, waiting out to see if there's any potential aggression, given Wolves showed a willingness to push hard through B main on that first pistol. Juicy tried it again. Drone going to clear out these close angles near 410, allow Jemkin to slowly work into position. They want to wait this Viper's wall.
No anchor. No one in the site here for the defenders. They're hoping to make use of that Gecko util, the Owl drone to get them here. And that Snakebite has effectively stopped the plant for the time being.
They are taking the time, or Wolves going to try to flood when this recon. Dizzy comes through as well. Why you on the duel? Jemkin, first blood.
And that position, Jeff Kadosi gets a straight up 1v1 if it's only an individual player, and Boiler, but Spring picks him off eventually. Viper's Pit in the post plant. No Gecko to clear this either. Cover going out. No lockdown to force the attackers out of it. That's all because Monyet got started so early.
No real utility at all for Wolves. It's going to come down to finding a timing in this pit, trying to root Monyet out.
She assumes the position and Heaven Cyber doesn't quite have the chance for making the shots. Crazy guy makes it count. Monyet inside the pit there with the shorty. And that's just a situation where Wolves don't really have anything to play into that pit. It's too early for the ultimates that could actually give them an edge there.
I think they missed the timing window that they needed to take, which was flooding back in when there was some initial stall. They stopped the spike being put down. There were 3 players in that dark cover Heaven. But YU takes that first duel. It was a little disjointed from everyone else. I would have liked to have seen them have gotten very proactive before the spike went down, before Monyet could have even gotten that pit off. Lacking that Gecko with the wingman is really tough in that situation, trying to get back in. It's resulted with Wolves being put to a very early eco here. Juicy again, just loving to push up B main, and that has kept Monyet in the spawn. Has to be patient, wait out any further push.
You can always play off that turret contact should there be a push elsewhere from Wolves, if it's up mid, for example. Slow around for RRQ. The regimentation of this team starting to shine through. There's no information really for Wolves about these movements on the map now. This, in theory, would draw someone like Juicy out. That's a token of their Viper ball. Juicy's starting to wonder what the purpose is. He knows. He knows RRQ are not going B. He knows it's a fake. Just push up pretty close with his pistol. Won't go well.
And off that RRQ. No to accelerate. This is going to be a free plant. Cushy has the spike, going to get the Hunter's Fury to have that for the next buy round. Things are looking good for RRQ. Would be shocked if they lose too many guns in this situation at all either.
I mean, the level of meticulous that RRQ have taken into this basically full anti-eco round is pretty astounding. They know how important it is to start to build that economic base, so they respect Wolves even on a round where they have basically nothing.
Not that I don't think RRQ would be playing particularly patient and going for some late round pivots anyhow, but it definitely does feel like that pistol round 4-man push from Wolves early on instilled the fear of God in them, and now they are waiting out the potential for a play like that again. And even what was it, round 2 or 3, Juicy just kind of ran it down B main.
Okay, crazy guy. I know we saw that. YU Sheriff will detain, and then he will perish to the blast. So Wolves really only popped up for air once so far, that first buy round. Outside of that, silenced somewhat, but it will be an op now in the hands of Juicy. Big investment made. Lockdown at the ready for the defenders, and now it's time to put their heads together. Think of how they're supposed to craft a winning recipe in this round.
One enemy remaining.
Cushy will definitely be saving that Hunter's Fury though if the lockdown is used. Just the natural, easy 1-for-1 ult counter could come up. Wolves have also saved up enough cash where they can get an op into the hands of Juicy, go for some of those standard control plays where you have your Jet just watching over a B main. The rest of the team can stack up towards A. Standard ways to control the map.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how that previous round went. RRQ very carefully went A, hoped for a push-up, had a player sat in spawn watching the B flank. It never came, but eventually they did test Juicy, who was in like a 1 versus 4 with nothing but a classic. Now that kind of round looks vastly different, of course, as they can post him up on yellow. Or on Gen over on the A side. That's less common now because it's so easily denied by an Aldrone to push that Jet off the line. And now, far more options at the disposal of Wolves on this defense side.
I really do want to give Fade a lot of credit.
Absolutely.
The timeouts that he's been taking throughout this tournament. It's easy to point at the players who are going insane individually when Spring has come up with so many crucial duel wins. He's putting up sick numbers, Juicy doing the same. But we've seen countless times out of these timeouts that Wolves directly are able to win the subsequent round. Fade has done so much for this team. Let's see if it'll be the case here. Juicy is opting to actually push down mid with this op. Early drone being used by RRQ to take space.
But he smoked the defender side spawn, so this definitely keeps Wolves looking in that direction, and it is going to open a window for RRQ to probe the map elsewhere.
Trying to make them think that they're going for the iconic GENG play, but it's not going to happen. And even further is Jemkin trying to sell his presence on A. There are rotates being drawn over there, and now that's why you just be caught in the open. It's not even a trade. You can't find one.
Okay, that off for Juicy. Had to find some value this round, and so it does. There will still be a plant, though, as Monyet just disrespects the poison orb. Doesn't quite mind if he decays down. He gets his job done.
Maybe Jemkin hoping to find a timing where he can get top two, pick up that angle. Now just going to rotate back to B main, meet up with the rest of the pack. Juicy pressuring back yellow. Here comes that Hunter's Fury. Has to take out the lockdown.
He knows where Xfero has to stand in theory in the back corner, but Xfero is able to win it out.
Standing.
Unclear how he manages to pull that off. But either way, it's backbreaking for Wolves to suffer that double there. Lockdown committed by Lysor, no result for the defenders. RRQ looking dominant.
The most unique, cool thing about this RRQ team is how much they love to run fakes. And choosing to go for that pretty mental fake right out of the timeout just to throw a wrench in the works of the plans laid by Wolves, bringing the AWP into that round, completely disrupts their defensive setup. It's just so bizarre to have a fake Omen TP into a smoke in spawn, the Jemkin selling an A hit so they can get to B with only one defender there. It is a crazy round. It's just so cool to use that out of a timeout just as a massive disruption to whatever the intentions for Wolves were going to be.
And it's kind of conditioning as well. Because what happens next time Crazy Guy does that? Does he stick it? If he gets another ultimate on this half, I'd be very curious to see how he makes use of it. Mosh pit going to be drawn out of the defenders here on the B side. That's to stall RRQ, but they are in absolutely no hurry.
Here. It is just this patented patience. Will Wolves walk into their waiting arms? A couple of players getting back yellow with these sheriffs in hand. Jemkin is prepped and ready.
Going for it. Tailwind forward, wants to take the fight. Easily handles YU. Goes a little bit low.
Here.
This is more than enough for RRQ so far. Once again, respecting these anti-eco situations they're forced to play into. Able to shove Juicy off the line. The Blade Storm is awkwardly applied. Juicy can't get value when Jemkin knows he's going to be coming from the left anyway. What's happening here, Lysor?
30 seconds left.
Effortless play from RRQ. Jemkin just continuing to absolutely dominate in the first kill department. Sure, just an anti-eco, but
planted.
he has been so consistent with that throughout this attack half so far. That is what he is known for.
Honestly, RRQ also more than happy to spend ultimates in these anti-eco scenarios. They don't care. They respect Wolves' capacity on rounds like this just as much as any other, apparently. Flawless round for RRQ. The stacks are piling up.
Probably shouldn't have been, but the economic damage would not have mattered in the slightest anyhow, so we'll give that one a pass.
Stunning stuff, yeah.
Recon as well is just perfect for catching out the players who were
One enemy
having to path out of the way because of Jemkin dashing in there. No opportunity to turn and break the recon. All too easy, Wolves. Again, they want to invest into this operator. Big cash being spent. Juicy not able to find impact in the game yet. Not able to make his mark. Maybe it is now that Viper Wall temporarily will cover up the sight line. He wants to stay top yellow. He has a teammate to help.
Oh, there was an opportunity there. He lingered. That dark cover operating is like the cascade would in these harbor comps, denying Juicy the ability to peek over the Viper wall.
This time it is very straightforward from RRQ. Working to be main, get the lockdown off, get the free sight, Viper wall up. Easy plan, play for the post plan, but a couple significant initiator ultimates that Wolves will have to make a real go at this retake.
The plan for YU. Okay, Juicy's able to pick Monyet off. Xfero's tucked here. Juicy suspects it, but he's been showing barrel this entire time. Subspan through the walls. In fact, gives himself away, but Xfero wants a bit more of it towards the snowman direction. This time though, Wolves finding some success in his post plant. Ping on Crazy Guy now, and he's going to have to face the music. Eventually, Wolves going to come to collect. In order that defuse gets started, YU pushes on up. Good composure there for Wolves. They had to deal with the lockdown on that round. Did it! And they can recover the operator for use later.
RRQ just really wanted to fight forward and entrench themselves in the site. But the problem with doing that on Icebox is you just become susceptible to so many positions. I mean, look at Lyxor seeing two players just walking up through orange there, and then when you're Xfero, you're awkwardly forced to take a duel with someone that could be in spawn, and there's a guy in Snowman. It's really overwhelming. I think they wanted to try and play forward and more aggressively against the fact that there could have been those ults coming through rather than just being forced all the way back and allowing Wolves to take the space. But difficult to play either situation regardless. That being said, it's resulted in Wolves not having to use a single ult yet.
No one for Wolves is in this kitchen or slope area. Now move up there from Spring. You kind of see there's something funky happening in mid.
Spring is mild. Oh, that God! Lethal shot onto Monia. That was
with a Phantom.
So fast, just as he rounded that corner.
It was really just playing back into the map.
This is looking quite disastrous for RRQ. They're trying to now just slowly creep into this A site. Spring is hungry for more, but shut down by Jemkin. Opportunity to get in, but going to be difficult to plant, perhaps. These mollies going to keep them at bay. Wolves are not fully buying it. They haven't rotated too quickly over. So it's not like they can flood in or really pressure off of this plant. So RRQ have a fair shot here. Again, I keep repeating myself, but it's these ultimates from Wolves. This Thrash should be able to clear out anyone close, but my eyes are on Xfero. He wants to be the X Factor. He's working his way up mid on this flank.
Chillfat's watching for it though. I don't think Xfero has the timing here he was hoping for. There's a Thrash. Then there's a player on 4-10. They drop down. Jemkin in the site though. He's fighting for his life. White already headshot and Cushy on the move up. Catches out YU now. We're down to 2 players for Wolves and they've got to make something happen. Hunter's Fury collects nothing. Tucked is Cushy. Juicy from above descends on him. Shorty claims him. And now Jemkin doesn't have the line, he doesn't have a shot on the spike. Gets rid of Juicy, but Superfat is on there! And is able to just win it out. Time is on their side! 109 seconds! And Wolves get a crucial third round!
0.09 is absolutely crazy. Coach Payne needed to...
Just a wry smile?
So yeah, slight smile, take a sip. That looked doomed for Jemkin, given he was so far away. Oh my God. That's keeping Wolves in the half, but it's just not getting any easier. RRQ are so economically ahead. It's buy after buy after buy. Spring on this round is going to opt to just use that pit immediately, control towards this A side. Standard one thrown down. The hope for RRQ, if they want to get through it, is going to be using Cushy's drone. It's not going to be expended. And then you have Juicy controlling B main with the AWP. This is a good setup for Wolves right now. I like what they're doing in this early round.
The defense side, KJ turret location is really interesting. Watching out towards top mid, but Lyxor is exploring that himself.
I mean, mid is really the only
good option
map where Wolves have a bit of anxiety. And that's why they have rotated, a couple players. You do have Matt. Oh my God, dangerous. Swings into Jemkin. Never want to do that.
He has to take that risk because there's no turret to take contact of Tube, so you can't swing off that.
Right here.
He does actually send out the drone to re-clear Tube. Doesn't spot anyone. Doesn't see anyone going under Tube. Juicy will now have an opportunity to open this round up. Drone is not going to spot him.
This is dangerous. Very dangerous for Juicy. He is in the lion's den. And he's just having to get out somehow. Low is YU. Mognet runs into him. Here's a burst of pace from RRQ and Juicy in 8 health. Still is having to lock it down as Jemkin taken out of the game. Juicy knows he's going to get pushed around a corner and Cushy does finally fell him. RRQ have found the opening they need and Mognet has a timing from upper. It's on Lyxor. Passively watching mid for much of the round. He's got a sixth sense about that mid push, but the timing doesn't favor him. He still wins it out. 16 points of health. And Lyxor is in a 1 versus 1 against Cushy.
That is a brutal whiff. Does Cushy just want to swing out? Does he want to take a timing right now?
Lyxor sees him coming. And unfortunately, he's not fast enough to stop him. 7 rounds here for RRQ. That one, though, very hard fought.
Got more dangerous than it should have ever been. Shots from Juicy were phenomenal. And how the hell did he get out when he was getting sprayed on that first escape attempt? That was a reality. Nice. So crazy. Wolves put back onto the eco. They've been losing so many players, even in the rounds that they've been winning. They just can't buy.
This is shaping up to be a heck of a half from RRQ. Shaky map one, but your Pacific #1 seed now brimming with confidence on Icebox.
Hey, with that being said, it's not like we haven't seen a team get off to a big lead on Icebox attack, the side swap, and the team that gets onto attack go just as crazy. You can just run over these sites.
Spike planted.
Straightforward early plant. Cushy not bothered by the snake bites. Juicy has to get off that line basically instantly. Away with Sheriff shot, and Jemkin says, right, well, it's time for me to go to work. I have the sickle. You are the crops that I'm about to reap. Naturally on for the ace as Wolves do not want to feed another Blade Storm over to Jemkin. So they wait. Jemkin starts to close in, and they know. Juicy says, no ace for you, I'm running at your teammate. Flawless though for RRQ against this anti-eco. Once again, respecting it, and playing with a good burst of pace.
Taking a little note out of their Pacific Brethren's playbook with Karen and Texture. Just gonna steal that ace away during Jemkin's debut. Hate to see that. Another first kill down. Just to add up to what is already a remarkable tally. Leicester won't be too upset about dying there, though. That's going to get him the lockdown for this final round. Wolves' final opportunity to get back on the board. Juicy, another operator investment.
Has enough to get full armor as well, so why not?
RQ taking a lot of early space on A on account of that Jerome being used, hoping that the shock darts will clear out some of the mollies that have really been keeping RQ at bay while executing. And those shock darts do just that.
So there's enough time for Xfero to plant here and walk away with that lockdown intact. It's going to be destroyed. Monyet pushes up, gets rid of it. Viper's Pit now going to be thrown out. This is going to deny Boiler away for the defenders for the time being.
Second lockdown as well is going to waste so much time for Wolves. You can see the benefit of having the Omen there. The fact that you could cover up that choke on screens. Monyet could run forward, deal with that. But now I'm looking at the double flank from Wolves. Super aware. What is this teleport from Crazy Guy, man?
The deck stacked against Wolves here, but they're able to find a way in. Why use found his second? Cushy can't quite hold the line. It's going to be Spring who finds the trade. Now on the side of the Blade Storm, it's Juicy. He's looking for more, and I can't believe it. Deck might have been stacked against them, but Wolves draw a Joker. And that's all they need. 4 rounds on this defense side.
Omen there, the fact that you could cover up that choke on screens. Monyet could run forward, deal with that. But now I'm looking at the double flank from Wolves. Super aware. What is this teleport from Crazy Guy, man?
The deck stacked against Wolves here, but they're able to find a way in. Why use found his second? Cushy can't quite hold the line. It's going to be can't believe it. So this first half of Icebox, stick around. Much more to come for this map, and hopefully series.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when
find a way in, time being.
Second lockdown as well is going to waste so much time for Wolves. You can see the now. I'm looking at the double flank from Wolves. Super aware. What is this teleport from Crazy Guy, man?
The deck stacked against Wolves here, but they're able to find a way in. Why use found his second? Cushy.
Padapim's line.
Yeah, really use that help. Growing in on to the Psylocke. Great usage of the invisible boundary there. Trying to get rid of Pokey before we can get back into the invisible boundary and receive that healing. But everyone just dives on in and finds himself sustained. On the other side, Desley not so lucky. Galactic Legend takes to the air. And Morboga tries to control Tanuki in the air. Look at that. The Guardian Shield allowed Tanuki to hang around for long enough to find Necros. Evil Body was evasive. The easy tracking of the element guns quickly tore through Spider Flesh and kept Padapim in control.
Yeah, and he's able to peel for his backline too. Andrew is denied getting a hit onto that backline, and he does have Feast of the Abyss, but without the Luna, without the damage boost, it's going to be up to the Mantis's inspiration coming through from KG for that 12% damage push to try and have the pick potential on this Venom ultimate. It's even getting that Ultron drone. They want to try and make sure that this Venom is that engagement option. Patapim is going to be able to scout out where the Venom is coming from and force a lot of that health down already low before the engagement can even come on through.
Oh, watch that blue aura. Came up trump there. The cellular corrosion taking care of Ken in the end. Remember, it slows as well when it is attached. Also going to be an investment here of the invisible boundary.
Converting that pistol before the bonus goes against them. Let's talk Coinbase Econ report now. Post Jemkin has an astounding 91.5. He is absolutely converting those credits into damage round after round.
xFaroe as well, looking good, just hasn't had too many deaths. Mon yet having a great half on the Viper. He was finding the really high impact kills. Obviously some struggles over on the side of Wolves. Juicy investing in that operator a lot, and in contrast to Ascent, where Sufao was fragging hard, clutching, yet to make his name here on Icebox, but perhaps if Wolves can rally back on attack, that's where he's going to do it. We've seen this map be so attacker-sided favored at times. Wolves are hoping that's going to be the case for them right now, that they can continue the dream run that they're on. The biggest underdog we've had in this tournament.
Pokey with the dance of the butterflies is going to be one.
The fate of both with the
playoffs.
It's even getting that Ultron drone. They want to try and make sure that this Venom is that engagement option. Patapim is going to be able to scout out where the Venom is coming from and force a lot of that health down already low before the engagement can even come on through.
Oh, watch that blue aura. Came up trump there. The cellular corrosion taking care of Ken in the end. Remember, it slows as well when it is attached. Also going to be an investment here of the invisible boundary. It's all in from Schmungus. It's win now or don't win at all. And Tanuki's still hanging around with the fate of both, with the Blaster Barrage to try and make things happen. Pokey on the other side though, of a Sonic Crossbow. It's doing so much in the back line. It's been torn apart, and Boga does not have the time to try and make this work. In overtime, Crag is going to emergency TP back. Does have a health ball to try and work with here, as well as multiple life spores coming through from the Mantis to try and sustain them. A quick dip out elsewhere, and the body blocks have arrived from Berber Patapim. It's clean on the defense.
Yeah, wonderful terror cape.
Close, have to be concerned that Jemkin could be tucked somewhere, spotted out on pipes. Wolves, they want to accelerate, but there are 3 players from RRQ, and they're looking intentional with anchoring. They want to fight.
As he got cleared, here's Juicy though from Dice. Good little headshot to get him opened up, but Crazy Guy found 2. It doesn't matter, Wolves have the numbers to overwhelm RRQ with some great openers. Should be in a position now to stick the landing. It's on Monyet.
Just look at the death markers there. Everyone from RRQ wanted to flood in, but Wolves winning out the duels.
They never get a chance to really flood adequately off that rafter position. The pace from Wolves had them really still on the starter's mark when they had to fight.
And the second that they got that info with the drone on 2 players, one bottom 410 and then Jemkin was pipes. I'm feeling like, hey, in this moment, positions are going to be scrambled. They're going to be trying to rotate around, get backside. We're going to get in there, just push right together. Everybody swing right together. Win out the duels. Lysor ready to just stand.
This is unbelievably boostio coded. I'm actually here for every second of it.
Little movement, but a lot of standing. I like it. All right, Wolves. Intending on just going towards A again early. Cushy is happy to keep getting this orb for free.
Lysor takes a Guardian this time around. And you're right, Sufat was definitely a standout player for Wolves on that Ascent game. Somewhat quieter on Wolves' defense side, but got involved in the action in that pistol. Juicy really led the charge. He's got a Vandal. And up they come, inching over towards pipes. Cushy shows a bit of leg, takes damage for it. They've got to know that Jemkin is here. They're checking for it, and the J's gone.
I mean, they are basically running the exact same setup as the pistol round there, except it was a little more active from Cushy, hoping to bait for Jemkin to get a kill at some point, but it's not going to come. Wolves going to slow down the pace. They have not been a team to rush things on these attack rounds.
Much more structured than we expected them to be coming in this tournament, especially in that online. Xfero's got snuck around on a timing. He's had to reveal himself there to take Lysor out of the game. Zufat is low, handles the killjoy.
Oh, and Juicy, nice final shot. Was worried about Zufat for a second there. Could have gotten picked off. Perhaps even that gun recovered. A little bit of damage done, but ultimately not too significant. Wolves going to be able to bring in the important rifles here.
They're just checking for that spot.
Yeah, why not? I mean, they have to, obviously. They caught Jemkin there before, just...
There's a dark cover that's, you know, getting there, but it's a little bit too early for that to bloom properly. So it's a 2-round game. Wolves with that pistol. Now the bonus, though. Some investment being made. It's an outlaw and a bit of an odd round for it, Wyatt.
I want to see how RRQ are going to opt to play with this Jemkin Cushy duo on A this time. It begins, as it has in the prior two, free orb being acquired for the Sova. Wolves would love for Juicy to find an opening pick. Just play slow around him.
It's got to be a headshot, though.
Why you spotted out. A little bit of damage.
He got softened up from that first engagement, so Juicy does get the one shot on him.
Up here, what's the move? Spring, Lysor, working mid. They activate that alarm bot, and then they just peel back. A minute on the clock. Wolves posted up outside of A, waiting for that dark cover to drop. Crazy Guy is going to be playing with a lot of one-ways, giving his team something to work off of.
Pushing under some pressure now. Just flattened by Dizzy. Couldn't see a damn thing. Juicy's actually opted to take up the Guardian here. They'll be on this A side. Look how meticulous they are. Also, the push-up tube might be illuminating for Lysor.
Again,
30 seconds left.
Just this team taking their time. RRQ want to get in there, letting the wingman get the spike down. Lysor just chilling on the flank, doesn't even need to be for free.
The Tara's not there to see him out. There was no way Crazy Guy was going to be ready for that walk up mid. Is that do we count that as an A split? Maybe
No,
not.
no,
Maybe not.
Doesn't count. Doesn't count. But I do like the round from Wolves.
What a bonus.
I mean, it starts off with this outlaw. You called it. Jumkin just takes a little bit of damage from YU, so he's one-shotable. After that, you have Spring and Lysor in mid. They trip that Killjoy utility, break it. Lysor bides his time. Spring goes back to the pack. Hit in with a 4-man swing into that A side. Lysor comes late. Nice little round that Wolves have played to convert this bonus. On the cusp of tying the game up. RRQ and Jemkin pushing a bit deeper than on those prior rounds up in Nest.
The plot armor on Wolves is pretty absurd. That play off the bonus working so beautifully. Coffers overflowing. Patient here. This approach is Aldrone likely to reveal, yeah, some positioning. Kuchi's down. Jemkin wants to stick around. It ends up being to his detriment also. Zufat
No more.
comfortably converts, and now RRQ, yeah, really don't have much to work with. They are run ragged on this A side. It's just Crazy Guy. Best he can hope for here is some kind of odd timing. Juicy is not going to give him an inch, baby.
This one is as good as done. Get another plant for that wingman. While you're getting very close to the Thrash, obviously it's just easy to cycle that ultimate for the Gecko over and over. That's one of the major benefits of running the agent, that we don't see a whole lot of Gecko being played like we used to last year. Still effective enough on Icebox, one of the better initiators you can play for this map. Monia recovers that rifle, just going to save. RRQ having trouble so far with this slow style that Wolves love to play. It's even funny to hear them talking about wanting to increase the pace in some of these games in their press conferences. When it comes to the attack sides, they are often as patient as it gets.
And there you have it. Toronto, we have an even game. How are you feeling? That's what I like to hear. Wolves so unsteady, clawing these rounds back. Build up the pistol win. Now potentially, well, threatening to drive this game away from RRQ. This would be a timely moment to call that timeout, get Coach Ewok in the ears of the Pacific #1 seed.
Wolves are just trying to do what RRQ couldn't on that first map. Second half comeback, but actually close things out. The difference may just come from the fact that RRQ at least lost a pistol, and so it's made things a little bit easier for Wolves to just get this to 8-8. Their economy is absolutely out of control.
And unfortunately for RRQ, Jemkin has not been able to score a kill on this half yet.
Now, he's been trying to play aggro, but there hasn't really been utility behind him. It's just trying to tuck in corners, take a duel, dash away. There was that pretty unlucky round where he ran into the Outlaw after taking damage from YU, but then also just playing the tuck angle on pipes a couple times. Maybe at some point they can try to sync something up for him. But that being said, with his comp, they don't really have the flashes to play around either. You don't have that Dizzy to swing off of. You don't have a KO where you can throw a deep pop flash. Those are just not available to him. And they also don't have the economy to get an AWP in his hands, which is pretty unfortunate. I feel like at some point they're going to need to lean into that. It can't be now, however.
Something brewing, though, over on the B side of the map. This is going to be checked for, and very quickly Dizzy is pacified. Wolves realize just how far up RRQ have pushed. But for how long can they afford to maintain that advanced footing on the defense side? Because now Wolves will go elsewhere. They will sniff out
Placing swarm grenade.
a route to the plant.
Lyso had thrown a deep alarm bot into B main, but it does get broken, as does this turret. So,
means Cushy now can no longer get that free information in mid.
Yeah, they want to be able to at least feign that they can pressure towards mid. Jemkin doing what he's been doing on these prior rounds.
Finally on the board in the second half, and as per usual, first kill. He was 4-0 in the first half of Icebox.
That was a rapid trade, though, as this drone gets a lot of info deep in the A site. Intentions, of course, to just draw the attention of RRQ onto A, while the rest of the team just slowly, silently contact through main. One-way cloud going to drop.
They're almost guaranteed a plant here.
Yeah, now that the
30
wall
seconds left.
goes up, Crazy Guy has no opportunity to try to take an engagement from Snowman, but does eventually have to drop. 20 seconds now. Wants to swing out, but RRQ, they're just so spread across the map that it doesn't give anyone an opportunity to get too active. They have to go for a full retake. Cushy has the Hunter Sphere. That's the best tool that they've got available right now.
Going to help them clear yellow, potentially. They're already pinging over in that direction. Juicy in on the side. That's troublesome for Monyet. There it is. Okay, so Spring is picked up, and that also turns off the Viper Wall for later. Juicy now knows he's going to get multi-swung on this corner. It's getting a little bit close. Oh, no! It's a disaster for RRQ. And Cushy now just steps up to the side and knows he's virtually cooked here. Gets it to half, has to fight for his life. One more tap and he'll have it. Sufat doesn't give him the full kit and caboodle, though. He won't give him an inch. Ice cold is Sufat. And he knows he has just delivered a back-breaking round win for Wolves.
He absolutely worked him. Just swinging out with the gun barrel is devious. Fair play to Cushy. He made a serious go at it. Wolves played that well, dividing themselves. Juicy running away, being the first to rush him. That is so sick.
Wolves are in the lead. What a massive round. RRQ, that was a buy and investment from them. Even the Hunter's Fury committed to the round. And now, Wolves with Viper's Pit and Thrash and Bladestorm, and a lead heading to round 18.
Jemkin has picked up that hero Vandal. Intentions of fighting all of RRQ here. They swing out together, but the weapons are good enough to shut down by Wolves.
Decent enough, I suppose, for a buy of this nature. Monyet giving him hell. Attacks Pharaoh with only a Sheriff. And blinking, you'll miss it. Wolves charge into the lead. It's 10-8.
So RRQ just lacking the utility required for some of these aggro plays. It's just coming down to having to straight up fight together, and they're at such a disadvantage there with just the one rifle. Player with a Sheriff, it's just not enough. Into this next round, I wanted to see this up at some point. Finally, the economy has gotten to a place where RRQ can actually purchase it. Give it to Jemkin. This is going to have to be the crux of their success. To win a couple rounds in a row, get back in this half that has fallen completely out of their grasp. Try to win their map pick to take us to Lotus.
Wolves really trying to check every single corner here. They're definitely conditioned to Jemkin playing up close in Nest and a player playing low from pipes.
Dizzy going to force him down to the low ground.
This is it.
They just, again, want to slow things down. Take this space towards A, then work into the exec. Drone does spot out Sufat. Good info to see the Sova there, and that's actually going to call a rotate from B. Look at Monyet, he's trying to get to A right now. The execute's coming through. Dizzy over the top.
Jemkin is forced back, finally off that line, has to drop low. Thrash could be a big problem for the Jet too.
I'd say execute's coming through. Wolves, they're content to just keep playing it slow. Wait for this Thrash. Here we go. Now it's on.
YU sees the Omen TP away, spots 2 players in. Rafter knows that's probably enough to be going on with. It's Juicy into Nest. Crazy Guy doesn't have a chance to get eyes on him now. Juicy appears out of nowhere in the low ground. And Jemkin was forced off the site with his op. Desperately trying to get this weapon in his hands. And he's put it to use against Spring, but he remains on the outside looking in. And now Juicy is not done! Cutting a bloody swap through all of RRQ, such that Monyet at 5 health. He's got no business even trying to win the round for his team. RRQ are going to drop a 3rd consecutive round.
Too scared to even attempt to go save that op with the low HP. Playing it safe, getting out with the rifle only. Jemkin gets 1, but it's too little too late when he does.
At this rate, Wolves are going to buy almost for the rest of the game.
No, the bank is absolutely outrageous for them. Spring going to have a Viper's Pit into this next round. You have Lysol 1 away from getting the lockdown. Juicy at some point, pretty low on the scoreboard for Wolves, and now the most kills in the server at 19. He has been outrageous, and his story is just incredible. I mean, ascending years ago with Crazy Guy on his team, but being unable to play due to not being eligible with his age, forced to wait until this year, can't get a team to join in Pacific, has to join Wolves, the team that had 0 expectations, were written off by the community coming into this, and just can't stop winning. The confidence is flowing. Like Sufat said, he has no fear of being eliminated. They've defied their own expectations already, and they just want to see how far they can take it. It's unbelievable that they've gotten to this point.
And Wolves, they want to keep that underdog moniker for as long as humanly possible. But after a game like this, I don't know how easy that's going to be for them to maintain. They are toppling some incredible teams, but I've got to say RRQ would be by far the biggest, most high-profile notch in their belt ever. And they pick Ascent against them. The audacity to choose RRQ's best map to start the series, and they take them to task. They're doing the same now on Icebox. Jemkin might not get an op back in his hands. He's saving this round for perhaps exactly that reason.
RQ are just thrust into another tragic buy. Monyet with the hero rifle that he saved from that last round. Perhaps here, if they can get a cheeky kill, there will be an opportunity to commit the ultimates that they have. Cushy is getting close to that Hunter's Fury as well, just 1 orb away now. Jemkin is pushed up. He wants to take another first engagement, but it looks like he's just going to be flashed off this line by YU, and you're going to have Juicy swing out of this dark cover. Here it comes, forced to retreat.
Cloudburst gets him out, but Jemkin wants to linger. Knows that if a player pushed up and a weapon upgrade was offered to him, he'd gladly make use of it.
These lurks from Wolves have been getting so much impact as well. Spring has just picked his moments, really bided his time until the exact timing to spring the trap. Dizzy over time, it catches Cushy at 410, dangerous, but the dark cover will keep him protected, allow him to retreat.
Yeah, Juicy doesn't really want to test it, despite RRQ being on a weaker buy. Spring also could try and... Bro, what? The mosh pit for Crazy Guy! That is a devastating loss. Koshi now is going to start hunting for something. The clock is starting to bleed. Wolves are really slowing the pace down.
It feels desperate. They're letting
30 seconds
RRQ
left.
Right there.
scramble, fear the oncoming hit, get into bad position. Sufa ready to swing. The lockdown is coming through. What a kill for Cushy.
Traded out. It's going to be a lockdown for the attack side as well. Both are going to be active. Wingman's going to go and try and get a plant down, and Spring tries to get involved from mid. Juicy is there!
One enemy remaining.
And it's on Monyet. Again, he's forced out of it. This time, though, he's got no choice. He's going to deliver some pure magic for RRQ.
That was absolute chaos with the double lockdown. The wingman getting broken. Monyet pressing forward. Duel against Lightstor. Dangerous to even offer him that opportunity.
Now they know exactly where Monyet is. Over to the sky, there's an attack, but Juicy delivers yet again.
He has been lethal on this attack side, or running over RRQ.
Wolves with multiple opportunities now to close out the match. And Juicy's at 22 and 14. Lights out of the last few rounds. Viper's bid for a Wolves post plant. It's time for RRQ to pull out all the stops.
For all the hype that Jemkin has gotten coming into this tournament, Juicy is showing us who the real hot prospect coming out of Pacific is. He has been unreal. Crazy guy forced back by the TC, and it's Juicy over top again.
And it's on Jemkin. The first kill architect for RRQ, the star player, already silenced. Nothing's going right for this #1 squad from APAC.
And it seems like we're just going to go back to this same recipe for success from Wolves. They're slowing it down outside of A. Patience. Allow RRQ to make a mistake and then swing over the top. There's the Dizzy. Juicy kept at bay temporarily.
Good patience. Pinged down by the recon bolt and doesn't want to try and push the issue, but Cushy's already out of the picture. Sufat is chilling on the nano swarm. Wants to get that space. Why are you coming forward, and now it's getting a little bit sloppy. Monyet and Xfero, last two standing.
One enemy remaining.
And it's all on Xfero to keep RRQ in the upper bracket. They don't always hear Sufat down on a timing. This will have Lysor's head on a swivel though. Turret to play with. All of his util at his disposal. Can Xfero solve the puzzle? Around the corner, Lysor and Juicy doubled up. Juicy in a position to trade should Lysor get information on Xfero's spot. He's on the move! And RRQ trying to run with the Wolves. Left in their dust. Your main characters of Masters Toronto are still on the hunt.
The dream.
Charge going to be invested here by Polly onto the back line. They want to find the backs of this. Necros with a spectacular spin. Seems like everyone's been able to be taken away. And Boga's focused down by the Dance of the Butterflies. A Dance Macabre, a sub-prime Boga in this case. And Burber had managed to turn it around as Boga's already swapping over to the Doctor Strange.
Yeah, he's getting ready to try and find one of those portal plays. They have to make sure that, oh no, he thought about it. And they've decided that they can afford to give a little bit more point percentage. They want to have it in case it goes to an overtime stall-out fight. As Necros gets taken down early, is not going to be there to be able to open up this fight. Ken holds on to that invis boundary too. It's going to be up to Craggy with the Rage of Ultron to try and force it.
Put some pep in my step.
A big play from Necros could be everything. Damage boosted. Andrew's done the groundwork. An uppercut here is going to force out the invisible boundary. That's going to be a lot of sustainability that's missing later on in the fight. Tanuki manages to drag themselves inside that boundary. An attempt to escape doesn't work out as fire clusters from Tanuki scorch the uniform of Spider-Man. And Desley can't stand up to the tide of Burr pad up him. And they Burr cap the point surely.
Teleport is about to come on through from Craggy.
There, it's our back leg.
Over to the Strange, but it's not going to be.
I'm still in group, I'm still in group. Breaking big wall. Good one, good one.
I'm dead. I solo.
They use cloud, by the way.
You ready? Under?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I can't see support.
Yeah, they're over here,
Damage, tag damage.
Guys, I'm gonna drop. I'm gonna buy something.
I'm gonna
Pushing forward.
I got the image, I got it.
I'm with you. Go,
I'm back fast.
I'm going to support you. I want point now.
I'm almost back.
I need step point. Almost all there. Thanks everyone. Back in house.
I'm back. You can leave point if you need. You can move back line.
Peel, Bogger, peel, Bogger. Can you stay point, Bogger? Can you stay point, Bogger? I want to step back on. Going both support. No cloak bubble, no cloak bubble, no cloak bubble.
I'm gonna ult.
I'm on HP.
Close that.
I can look for Simon back line in 5, 3, 2, 1, slamming. Never mind, I go book.
Follow behind.
I'm going in.
Both supports. Both supports die.
I'm dead.
Invis.
Missed die though.
Cloak, I mean. Kill the cloak, 1 HP.
I am dead.
They have no support. Winnable, Star-Lord.
I think you can leave the backline, Krager. I think you just need to stay with them. Because they will die instantly. But that was good. That was fine. We just need to keep the backline alive. I need to try to kill that backline, even though it's rough.
You have to made out cloak.
We have a mantle chain. I see a cloak in the back line.
Start
Bottom
right
right.
side.
You wanna go?
I'm coming the left side.
I can.
It's fine. I'm just baiting. They didn't use bubble. They used bubble actually. Cloak bubble, not mag bubble.
How about push up?
Okay, I'm going on back.
I'm fine.
I fucked up my plan. I'm on boss.
Back.
I got both supports.
Push.
Back.
Silo. Couple back line.
Salomon.
Cap, fast.
They even use a spoiler. Listen, I think you guys play aggro again, okay?
Yeah.
You have to bait.
Listen, bait out, cloak bubble, and we destroy the back line,
yeah,
bro.
they used Inviso. They only have Cloco.
Nicholas, you wanna go early with ult?
Yeah, I do.
Hold on,
I think
let me
you should. They're going top right.
Hold on. Let me set it up.
Yeah, I think you guys play point. I'll play point as well.
They're playing bottom right, by the way. Okay, wanna go now? They walked out. Oh, never mind. Oh, guide this. Yeah, but we almost have ready. Greggy, play it fast. Use your ult fast. I'm staying point there. No shooting me. I'm staying point. Yeah, I can stun right now. Go, Nicholas. Go. Everyone on point. Both supports.
I'm stacking with you guys.
Solo go. I got it, George. Too much, but
that's fine. You still point.
I'm dead.
That's fine. They use quite a bit. They use side. They use Star-Lord.
Close.
They use Cloak too. They might have Invisoon. I think if you guys play fast, they won't have it.
Yeah, I think we need to go fast.
Yeah, I'm out.
Oh.
Focus.
You guys ready?
Yeah. They're bottom left.
Back line, bottom. Yeah. I'm setting up.
I'm behind.
I can go now.
Yeah, go.
Send it, because I'm gonna die.
Three point.
They forced Catbull.
We got point. Still alive.
I can ult back now. You ready?
Kill me. Get you.
Go now. Slamming, grasping. I'm gonna ult.
Mag, 1 point.
Both supports.
Go back. I'm seeing the mic.
It's controller.
Seven back line in 5. 3, 2, 1.
Support
Star-Lord,
stack.
go DPS. I'm first support ult.
I can hold after.
Yeah, 3 ult. We have 3 fucking ult. They have nothing.
Stay alive.
I'm stunning. Cloak up. Stumming, grasping. Everyone, both supports. They died.
Mag one.
Salo. Janus, cap.
Turn out. Good drone.
Last fight. Yo, we'll need to TP if we lose this fight, by the way. We'll need to... Is Strange banned? No, right?
No.
They're
Strange ping right now.
TPing.
I don't think I can cancel.
No, don't go for it, bro. They're gonna fuck you.
Guys, I think we'll go here from the TP on us, no?
They will have Salo, I think, bro.
Yeah. Play bottom like them. Play bottom like them.
No?
Left side, I think.
Go towards the outback here. Back here.
I'm gonna grab Strange. Grab.
Dog shit.
I'm gonna grab.
I'm staying point, don't worry. You guys need to just TP, set up for TP. I can get out.
Don't mind. Side.
It's fine.
I died super late, I come back fast. You guys can TP without me.
We have to block.
Listen. We can play for Venom, damage boost ult, and it could win us around. I'm just saying.
Okay. Yeah, wait. Chill. We have still time. Chill.
Yeah, we have a lot of time. It's fine. I'm just saying. It is Salo, Cloak, and
They're gonna Star-Lord, I'm pretty sure.
I'm going main.
That's our side. We can use this cover.
Come.
Cloak no bubble. Just survive, please survive. Yo, can you damage boost me, KG, somehow? Can you see me? Stack it.
Give me a life.
Silo have.
Change. Get no support.
Help line.
Side no cooldown, side no cooldown, side no cooldown, one. Silent. 1 HP. Silent 1 HP. Silent 1 HP. Silent 1.
Silent fast. We should have it.
Yeah, they can look. Cap my
Shit, guys.
Nice. We have Spider-Man ult for next.
I should have used my ult.
Are we good on this map? I think we're okay, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty diveable. It's very open in the middle.
As long as you guys help us with the camp, Salak, we're fine, bro.
Do they? Yeah. Do they have defensive ults? Do they have defensive ults?
Yeah. No. I think so because I fucked them, bro.
We have Desi's ult. I have ult soon as well.
I don't think they have flow code. You can or.
Yeah, close. I need to damage boost before I go.
Guys, I'm slower than you, so you gotta give me a sec.
Cloak and Mag on me, by the way. I'm on cloak. What the fuck? I'm a boss support.
I think they know they
Cut. Play back.
That's fine. Just
Go back.
I'm gonna on the pot. Chill.
Big.
Go forward. I'm fine.
I'm a boss support. Yo, if you come out of spawn, we can kill them both, bro. I'm a boss support. Raz boss support. I'm still on boss support.
Can we shoot a
Still on boss support. They're close. They're stacked. No support.
3 for 3.
Cap.
Solid. I'm still alive.
Solid
dead. It's only you, bugger.
I think they have 2 support ults now, though.
I got one. I'm just.
Stay. You're chilling.
I'm dead. It's fine. Maybe you can touch this just Psy.
Yeah, it's just time. You need to touch. I find the mirror roll out.
I'm on side.
I'm going back with ult. Cage, we do combo, okay?
Yeah, I'm coming.
Sorry, off.
Yo, Cage, you see me?
Yeah, I see you.
Damage. Alright, first invis.
Guys, I'm coming back. Live, we can win this.
Okay, Joe, okay.
Kite.
They used invis, by the way. They have human vape now.
They should have broken dagger ult, bro.
Okay, listen, we can play with Craigie, no?
Yeah, we can force it with my ult.
Well, I'm not there yet.
I'm waiting.
Yeah, the backline's like just back of point.
Yeah, it's fine. We can put pressure on the front line.
I'm walking with
Also, there's the torch up there. Maybe you guys
I'm gonna send the back line, guys.
Torch off.
Psy.
Pushing us.
Psy's here.
I'm going backline.
I'm going to back line.
Stack.
I'm dead.
We first close.
I got one for one.
Win a
No, chill.
We're staying alive.
I might be dead here if you don't help me. It's fat. Help him. Kill the cloak, guys. Kill the cloak right side. I'm going on both supports. 3, 2, 1. Coming out. Grasping. Both. Go. I'm on invis.
I'm
in the middle too.
Go. I'm chasing cloak. No support.
Nice. Okay, go point now.
Back fast. Cap.
Drop Psylocke.
Cap fast. Slammed him. He dies.
Good.
We should have it. Don't die. Listen. We go with Necro's ult first, and then Venom and Mantis, okay? We can't chase that.
We can't chase that.
Yo, we play on this.
You ready to damage boost, KJ? Be ready. Can you damage?
I'm pushing forward.
I couldn't. They ran.
I got a cloak. We got it.
They're low.
Standing.
I can stay point. Don't worry. I stay point. Invis dive. I'm staying point.
I can go strange in 3. Psy.
Psylocke and Cap.
Okay.
I'm first.
They're gonna dive. Yeah, but
can you guys TP? Somebody TP ASAP.
I think Craig can.
For a bit.
I couldn't.
Bottom left.
No time.
I'm opening a portal.
I'm gonna banish from this match. That team was really good against Root as well. They seemed to switch back over to it.
Practically match.
Let's go right side. Let's go right side and take high ground.
Bro, we don't have George.
Yeah. No George.
No
No
George.
way.
George, bro.
What do you think of the drone? What do you think of the drone?
Hey chat, can we get a fungus for Team Schmungus? We need that shit.
Yeah, maybe I go Mantis now, to be honest.
Wait,
My
I
ult
don't
will
go.
be destroyed by
I don't
the
go
torch.
to the Scarlet
Yeah,
against
if
her.
Necros is...
All you need to do is
You can go
capture the
Mantis.
mission area.
Yeah.
Got it?
Go right side, go right side.
To be honest.
Let's
Care
stop
BP, care
walking.
BP. They might play BP. Okay.
No, they're not. He's on,
Okay.
he's on torch. He's on torch.
We're walking right side, guys.
What if we
As in
just
Juvenile.
farm Crocodile very fast?
Salok behind with
Yeah, we
cap
can.
again.
We can. That's a good
Yeah,
plan.
they have torch this way. Let them focus.
Guys shooting me.
Come to me. Play with the team. Play my alley here.
Yeah, I'm
Just
here.
take torch damage. Take torch damage.
Yeah.
Don't poke too much.
Left side torch.
Kept coming, keeps coming.
Yeah, just take the fire. Just take the fire.
Yeah, that has.
I think you should leave your drone now. Let me heal.
Left side.
We gotta make sure that we don't die as well.
I think we just go with Ultron ult first.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. You're behind them.
Shooting you.
I don't think we do that, bro, when we farm move. Come back. We're missing cloak. Come back.
Yeah, I said the plan. You need to listen to it.
Yeah, I was. We just went in for no reason.
I go on.
Big grab.
Behind. On me.
No, we need to go back. You do.
I don't think I played Woman.
Yeah, I think
Nah, you
so.
don't.
Good swap. Maybe they don't. They're gonna have torch out though.
We haven't
Don't do
done
damage.
damage.
You can try.
Yeah, I
Wait
don't
if we
think they
just
have
group
ults.
up, come right side, don't do damage, and we just go with Ultron ult and try to kill back.
Yeah.
They're gonna have torch out though, 100%.
They will have Salok behind me.
Yeah, here
Yeah,
again.
we're already set up.
Yeah, they're behind us.
Yeah, it's just for it.
They
Don't
can
be scared. We have the drone. We have
Go up
to.
with cloak,
Just
okay,
go.
we
Just
have
go.
to.
With the Ultron.
After.
He missed. To the back.
Go towards the board.
Solid.
Support.
Not low.
You're missing Mantis.
No, they use the portal, bro. I'm gonna die here.
I don't think. Yeah, we have to deal with.
Okay.
I mean, you should have been in the fucking cloak ult. I think, no?
I mean, there is a cap with Salok with me, Perma.
I think if we
I
stick
tried to jump, but I
together,
died.
I think we just genuinely just stick together. Like we don't need to play far back. We don't need to
They
split
used,
at all.
wait, they used Mag, they used Sai. No, right?
I don't.
Yeah,
Are you sure you want to go right side again?
Nah,
guys?
go
Just go main this fight.
We have like 2 fights, guys. 2 fights.
I'm shooting your torch.
I can blind man.
Salok on top again.
Blinding name. Behind us, there's torch.
On side. Come on.
I grabbed the cap one.
I'm with you.
I'm ultimate.
I'm gonna hold this. We have the bubble.
There, down back.
Back.
There's still torch ult.
I'm hitting fry here.
Cannot. Let's go.
Push. They have capo.
I'm gonna hold this already.
Cap.
Everyone, both supports follow me.
I'm with you.
Torch behind.
Guys, last fight.
I'll go back in there.
Wait.
Yeah.
Help fraggy.
Walk. Where's the cloak? Nice.
There's a torch behind us, by the way.
We're going backline. I'm on backline.
Like 3 people
With
behind
you.
us.
Come back.
You can't just walk on the
I went to Destiny.
Come back. Stack. I got him.
Go inside the room.
Torch one.
One.
I'm dead if you don't heal me.
It's only low heals and Ultron.
I'm dead.
Somebody TP, question mark.
Cloak low. No cooldowns.
Hey, winnable with your one tick. Winnable.
We got
one day,
35%.
guys.
That's not bad. That's really not bad, guys.
I think they.
We played
Drone on the backline. I can farm my ult really fast.
Up there.
We need to break this.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
I've been in worse games.
Where are they coming from?
Yeah, it's
Left side, silo.
Starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mid.
Yeah, it's
Left side, silo, I think set up, or somebody should set up left side.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh,
That's get forces on point.
Torch is gonna go main. Torch is gonna poke main, guys. Torch is gonna poke the fuck out of us.
Yeah, he's on main.
I can shoot him, I can shoot him.
You should probably go back.
I got put down, bro.
Go down.
I'm dropping.
Try towards the room. Try towards the room.
I can fly up there and poke him a bit.
They're gonna go inside the room, guys. They're gonna go in the room.
Salo behind already.
I'm half.
We have one point, guys.
Come.
I don't have bubble. I'm shooting both, I'm poking both supports right now.
I need to contest the torch up there. I fly in 4.
Invis head.
I'm gonna fly up. I'm gonna fly up.
Need to leave the room.
Torch behind you.
Only cloak heals, guys.
I'm reloading.
Torch dead.
Good medicine.
Still got 2 healers. You still got 2 healers.
Cloak on me, killer.
I'm coming.
Careful. I'm
I'm
out.
coming.
A disappearing act.
I think I'll just do ultis. It's
we're
Simon,
coming back soon.
I need help.
I have only Raccoon heals, guys.
Raccoon heals.
Yeah, I'm trying to live.
They're going on Raccoon. I think you need to do this.
Yeah, I need help though.
Salo one.
Nice kill.
I don't have bubble.
Good side though.
Cap one behind. I can't get this. I can't get it. I couldn't.
Play my bubble.
I bubbled you guys. Focus deep.
I got all you. Can target Scarlet.
You guys need to go.
We have Kenji ult in a second.
Cloak one. They have Invis as well, guys.
Push one.
I'm back up towards you, Dizzy.
I'm back, guys. Don't worry.
Down one.
Play.
Don't move.
Push
Buddy
one.
help.
That's too much.
2-minute hold.
And
2-minute hold is not bad though. That's
Not bad.
Wait, isn't it best of 5?
No.
No, it's over. But we have loser back in snow.
Yeah.
Thing would be this coming in this year. I'm just here to prove myself, trying to shine, and I have more freedom to do whatever I want to do. So I think it was that mindset change.
Yeah, well, I think the results certainly speak for itself, Foxy9. Congratulations. Look forward to seeing you on the stage. Back to you guys at the desk.
It's so nice to hear that from Foxy9 because Mimi, he's been through it.
Yeah, I mean, his entire time with DRX, he was in this position of like getting benched, getting put back on the main roster, underperforming at global events. It seems like Foxy9 is the player from Pacific that we've always been waiting to see fulfill his potential, and he never really has. But at this event, he's really let go of some of those mental blocks, it seems. He's playing so well individually, he's having fun on the stage. It seems like Pacific Foxy is finally at a global.
Most important thing, Mimi, do not forget the deadlock. Seeing any player playing the deadlock the way that Foxy9 was doing it is very weird because you see yes, they put the utility down, they have so many things to do during the round, and Foxy9 still managed to find the kills, to find the impact in every single one of the senses in the round. So really looking forward to see what GENG is going to do in the playoffs now.
Yeah, and it's been such a long time since we've been able to call players like Foxy9 one of the best in the world, somebody that looked like they could lift a trophy. So it's going to be interesting to see how some of the players on the side of FNATIC, particularly Kayak, who's never played against any of these players before, handle that.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of pressure on Kayak, especially coming into this match. GENG is such a good opponent.
You gotta love Texture.
But I think FNATIC are gonna have that chip on their shoulder. They lost this last time. They want the revenge.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because if you want to talk about rematches, it doesn't get more exciting than this one. We finally get to see what FNATIC can bring against probably the best team right now in this tournament. So let's send this down to the stage and bring out the teams.
FNATIC versus GENG.
EMEA's only hope versus the team that none of the first seeds wanted to pick. This is a true heavyweight head-to-head.
And with so many teams from Pacific fighting for that trophy, GENG are looking for their second one. Now that they've made it out of the groups, they go up against the very best of EMEA.
Well, the only team of EMEA.
Yeah. Everyone else had a pretty disappointing showing from EMEA here. Omen map select is up, and I think GENG had kind of a tough question. Do you want to play on Split, or do you want to play on Icebox?
Literally.
Both those maps are incredible for FNATIC, and they chose to leave the Split in, banning away Icebox.
Yeah, if you are not a FNATIC fan and you're not aware of this is something that we see in EMEA constantly. Banning Pearl, picking the Split. This tell is something that GENG is also going to have. If they decide not to go for the Icebox, they know that the Split is almost going to be a guarantee.
I also love the sides as well. If you guys didn't see that, GENG picked Haven and FNATIC chose to start on defense, and FNATIC picked Split and GENG chose to start on attack. There's so many layers of mind games going in already, but you gotta feel, you know, a bit of copium for EMEA, because FNATIC getting Split and Haven as maps 1 and 2, you can't be sad about that.
I don't think it's Kopsu. I think those are just two of their best maps in this pool. And if GENG is going to beat them, doing it on those maps would be a real testament to how good this team is.
Yeah, if we think about the way that FNATIC have been interpreting this meta, yes, they've played some Tejo, but not a lot of it. It's not going to be as taxing as for most of the teams that we had in the tournament that were swapped into a complete Tejo meta. But if you think about FNATIC and the Haven, you think about that Yoru, that Yet, that double duelist, that has been a characteristic of them, and GENG has a read on that.
Yeah, both these first two maps, they're playing comps where FNATIC never had the Teo in the mix. But in my opinion, out of the Swiss stage, GENG was probably the best team at adapting away from the Teo. They played double smokes, they had Texture playing super well on the duels, even with less initiator support. It was no problem for GENG.
And I want to quickly mention Alpha here, because this is the first time we're going to see him play on stage, no longer as a teenager. He's had his 20th birthday last week, and he's going to be able to play Duelist for the first two maps if they don't change anything in terms of their comms. And again, if you're not familiar with them, Kukuka, it is not weird to see them not change their comms at all.
Absolutely. We're speaking about a team that likes to play it safe, and also because they've ridden the meta in so many maps. They find the key to what makes a composition very, very strong in any of the maps that we have in the game, and they stick to that. They make it work time and time again. And if it doesn't, they find a very, very quick fix. Now, on the side of GENG, do not forget, we're speaking about FNATIC and the Haven and whatnot. GENG obliterated MIBR on this map. It wasn't even funny, Mimi.
Yeah, 13-1. MIBR got smoked. And a lot of that came down to Texture on the Neon. The thing I'm watching out for, on defense especially, is how he plays with the AWP. He's a player who loves taking any space you give him. Walking down C, walking down A, getting forward lines posted with that operator. But because he's Neon, he's still going to have super fast rotates, can switch a rifle with a teammate, and use that stun and that slide to be effective in the retake as well.
And I just wonder how they can deal with the Viper Omen. FNATIC, this is the combo of Viper Omen. You don't see that in EMEA, so they wouldn't have had a lot of practice on it, and they're not going to change anything.
Oh, pretends to be shocked, meme.
Yeah, no surprises.
What are we going to say? No surprises. No, absolutely. But we need to look at Alpha here as well. He is a great Sentinel, but even a better duelist. It's just in himself. It's just in his genes. He cannot help but being a difference maker in this map, Mimi.
I want to see FNATIC playing forward on their sights, not playing into retake quite as often, fighting up. But that's exactly what Double Duelist is great at. The pitfall of playing against Viper is falling back into these post plants, trying to flood through that orb. It's a recipe for disaster. But when you have Kayak and Alpha as the point men to fight into your opponent's space, I think that's a really good matchup for FNATIC.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to get into this game, and I bet you our casters will be very excited as well. One of them, you know him, he's been almost flawless in his predictions. We've definitely heard about it quite a few times. And the other guy who's standing next to him in just a moment is probably going to be sick of hearing how flawless his predictions has been. Of course, I'm talking about Achilles and Paperton.
He has been sick of it. He's very glad to see me finally falter in the Preds. But here we go. We have a grand finals caliber matchup here in theory between GENG and FNATIC. As we get ready to go into this one, they've only faced that one time prior back at Masters Shanghai where Gen G was able to get the better of them.
Exactly. It's crazy how similar the storyline is between these two teams. Both teams have won a Masters. Both teams are coming in with 3 players of the core of those Masters still on the rosters, but they're swapping in a couple new players and looking to get another Masters trophy.
The barrier's dropping. Toronto, are you ready to kick off this series?
Just a slow creep up B here for Gen G. Not really trying to make much noise. Alfier in the back.
Shock dart forward, try to clear any util. Guard over the top, not gonna get a spot there on the ISO as the plant gets ready to come through. Reveal goes down, trying to track across there with the Sheriff. It's gonna be Alfier who ends up taking an immense amount of damage. Crashes, however, on the peak. In towards the A link. Finds Foxy 9, both are dragging. Finding.
Spike down.
Current will fall. Ash able to get one. A little bit whiffy though on the follow-up. As Alfier cleans up the kill. Spike in hand, Texture sliding back. Needs to be able to try to escape here. There's the peak. Shield, however, gets the 2 taps. And leaves Kayak now all alone. Try to clutch this out.
That early maneuver by Texture to slip the net in towards A link. Crucial here for Gen G. Some patience being shown by Munchkin, the IGL as well.
Staying tucked here inside of window. Kayak with no util to speak of, and Munchkin will just find the timing on the swing. Gen G striking first. They find the opening pistol on their map pick of Haven.
The Texture not letting go of what he was doing during the Swiss group stage. He was absolutely fearsome, and a 3K to start the pistol. He drops down from heaven and then just waits it out. Outguesses FNATIC there. And this is a comp that Gen G is experienced against. They played T1 in kickoff. They beat them on this map 13-5. So they understand this double duelist, this Yoru ISO comp and how it wants to function.
And the desk was talking about it, how this is something that FNATIC's not going to be the most familiar with.
Correct.
We'll see. That does continue. It's a bit of damage out onto Crashies to start. Kayak taking some forward space in mid. We'll just end up gate crashing away as Crashies has to further evacuate this space at A long. Munchkin is just fearlessly storming forward.
Alfier with a Sheriff though, gonna come over, try to help out his Sova.
Does he sense that he's already this far forward into the site, missing each other now, spotting it? Alfier does manage to find the headshot. Decent read though from Foxy 9. Catches the tucked in Sova.
I'm out of here.
Cleans up the kill to bring it into a 4v4. Nano into the corner. Alfier needing the backpedal, will be able to avoid that paranoia. It's even more damage to the smoke, and eventually Texture is able to find him. Flushing him into the open. Still a Sheriff in hand here for Foxy 9. Can afford to lose another player, can Gen G. We'll see what the game plan's going to be for FNATIC as they slowly creep forward. The 80 is in. Oh my god, the second shot is absolutely disgusting. Karen will find the 2 as Gen G get the anti-eco.
Yep, and this is kind of a lot of what Gen G wants to do on the map. Let Munchkin roam around a bit, try to find that open space, try to find the weaknesses in the opponent's defense and make calls off the back of that. So even though he loses the fight, he knows there's only the ISO still on A. Calls the reinforcements over after Foxy gets the kill on the Crashies. And now we go into the rifle round here for FNATIC. The bonus for Gen G, pretty fearsome. In fact, an outlaw for Munchkin. A couple players going to be one shot to that. Guardians, always scary in the hands of Gen G players. And just kind of typical Sova stuff here on long A, just checking.
Clear the recon. Spot out there from Crashies. This time able to slide away without suffering any damage. As Kayak, tucked in cubby, staring down towards sewer. Looks like the TP is smoke start coming through. One cycled out onto Heaven.
That's a quick clear of the drone there, and that's going to keep Gen G from wanting to scale into the site, at least initially. Take a little bit of time here to wait for Foxy. Kind of figure out what's going on over in garage. Might be able to relay some information that things are relatively quiet. I've got a tripwire in front of me. That's going to be the plan here. Just wait a little bit, and then they can clear that trip and spring their trap.
All quiet on the seaside front, and Gen G, they do like to pump fake, so FNATIC not really sending any rotations quite just yet, so everyone going to get in position here at garage as well as long. Clear the trip, get ready to go. Smoke's now coming through. Tells Fnatic everything they need to know. Bit of gap here on that smoke, and Texture will get caught off guard by it as Chronicle able to find the opening kill here in the anti-bonus. Turret set up, and Texture being on the floor, always going to be positive here on the opposite side of the lobby.
Still got some firepower. A little bit of time, but Fnatic going to be coming from a lot of different angles.
Camera's still situated. Go for the toggle, try to get a dart out, does so. Still not being cleared, but does actually get the spot on a Foxy 9, so they know that he's going to be playing forward in towards the smoke. Not looking to spam him out quite just yet. Foxy able to drag across one, cannot find the other. Ash, Karan now. The 2v3 quickly be felled. And that's going to be 3 players surviving as Fnatic deny the bonus conversion.
Boaster just sending a little love over to the other side of the stage, but this is really good stuff from Fnatic. Good patience, good retake, not really giving much up. I mean, I think here for GENG, I don't suspect that smoke was intended to leave that extra little gap. A little bit of a mistake from Karan, but all's well that ends well. Fnatic, just a nice flood there.
I can't fist bump you.
You know, it's going to be pretty typical. Let the ISO go first, pops the double tap,
I can't
throw some
high-five.
flashes,
I can go like this.
use the Sova util, and then just flood on in there.
Explanation of not being able to fist bump. Seems like high fives though, still on the cards. As Alarm Bot going to be situated here in window. GENG wanting to keep tabs on these forward pushes from Kayak.
I think they're aware. They're trying to spam it down.
Bosa finding Munchkin. Just pushes forward, and Seward does catch the enemy IGL. Critical target to be found. Viper out of play pretty much makes that A side unassailable because they don't have the wall to try to scale off of. Slow creep up with Texture around the corner. Gunbarrel might have been spotted out here. Able to find Karan. So counter swing is there. Texture trades it back, but still going to be a player disadvantage here for GENG as they get ready to have the spike planted. There's Fury going to be online. Question is, can Ash get into a disconnected position to try to actually utilize this? You already have Foxy 9 watching long. Seems like Ash is going to have to stay put.
No smokes either.
Slow creep in, Texture. Swing around the back, able to find one. Recon at the ready, and it's going to be the triple approach here from Garage. Being able to note 2. Couple shots in. Spot out here in the Chronicle, but not too much damage taken. Regen armor refills. Paranoia going to be dodged. Ash pushed out. Fights for one. Swing. Texture cannot stabilize it. Boaster gets the better of it now. It's down to Foxy 9. Tap on the defuse. Some spray to come through. And Chronicle to defend. Fnatic.
My ultimate is ready.
They tied things up 2-2 very quickly.
Yeah, a little bit of shakiness here from GENG in some of their individual plays. Munchkin losing against Boaster. That's going to be an actually really crucial battle across this map, is keeping track of Munchkin's position, and it's a setup from Crashies with the recon dart. Very nicely done, and winning against Texture. No easy feat, as we have seen throughout this tournament. And that's huge for Fnatic.
Let's go, boys.
Boaster's really starting to pick it up in the fragging department. That was a great round for him. Just some big individual plays, and now Alfier has the ISO ult. And that is very scary. He is, of course, one of the best riflers out there. Texture making a little bit of noise.
As the Phantom to try to lead the charge. Alfier at the ready here. And that undercut chips it through. Will get zoned back, so can't try to play off of it with any spam. GENG quickly evacuates the area, slides back through window. But now you've got Kayak slid forward here. Ult going to be coming through. Kidnaps one away. In the meantime, this Yor is striking. Kayak going to be good for 2 much. He's going to be taken down inside of the ultimate. Crashies on the peak from Sewer. Cleans up the other. Now it all just comes down to counter position noted. Fights back for one. Worry about the flank coming down through A long. Has it from the shadows, but 1v3. Do you try to commit for that?
It'd be a big gamble. Sights are open on the other side of the map, but Chronicle's waiting.
Just holding the line. Karan drifting ever closer to it. Gunbarrel going to be spotted. And Chronicle's lurk pays dividends. That's going to be Fnatic now taking the lead 3-2. I think we're starting to see why they elected to go to that defending side first.
Yeah, this is a phenomenal setup here in terms of using the ISO utility. First, you use the vulnerable to back them off of B, and then you use the ult to help keep Kayak's position hidden. That is a really smart setup from FNATIC. And GENG completely bamboozled by it.
That's what I like to see on the stage, baby. Nice, boys.
Absolutely.
Good,
Well,
clean
we've seen
fight.
how
Kayak.
important.
That's what I like to see on the stage, baby.
Get to hear it twice. How important these emotional leaders can be and have been for the teams thus far here at the tournament. He's going to be left wide open, though. His fast line going to be set, but FNATIC quick to try to rotate over and get into position.
Camera's still there. Hasn't been identified for GENG.
Wire there on the floor does get cleared, and Kayak again coming away with the goods, but Munchkin's going to be dead. Crashes sends out the Hunter's Fury. He's looking for the double pump, and he will have it. Foxy9 taken down as well. As Texture falls, Caron spraying and praying, trying to get the enemy Yoru's full flashed out. The wide swing is not going to bear fruit this time. 4 rounds in a row, FNATIC starting to run away with this defending half.
Yeah, the util combinations are really, really strong for FNATIC right now. The Hunter's Fury there, brilliant. Right as the plant is being attempted, yeah, I mean, you could see in some of the hesitation from GENG, they knew something was coming their way, and they couldn't dodge it all the same. Another big win out on the flanks against Munchkin. He is generally very, very difficult to deal with. He's very tricky, very wily in his movement, and his aim is incredible, but so far, FNATIC has done a great job handling him.
Kayak, what is the second shot? Instantaneous with the readjustment, and that leaves Texture Caron dead on the floor. And any hope of pulling off a thrifty here has very quickly been shut down.
I mean, we've seen it in the EMEA, how electric Kayak is. That right there, just a microcosm of what he's capable of. Just phenomenal.
And Munchkin's been given some space to try to push up, but again, with a stinger at range, Crashy's on the jump peak. Able to find value here. Highly unlikely.
That's going to be really tough. Even thinking a 3v5. Much hope here for GENG.
Spotted there. Munchkin does manage to push forward, finding one. Snakebite not getting the connection here, and Crashy's does. And shot flies through. Spike really realistically unable to be planted here for the moment. Ash able to find a little bit more impact. And Alpha here with the shield will go ahead and lead the charge. Continuing to shove them back. 5-2 now. GENG going to have to be contemplating a potential timeout.
Yeah, I really think you ought to take one, at least just to give the players a little bit of a breather here. Kind of cool FNATIC's Jets. The way they're stringing this util together on these retakes is so, so good. So many times we're seeing GENG players have to shoot the clone because there's a flood of players coming through an angle, and they're trying to lock it down with just one. There's going to be a lot of ults here. Still the dimensional drift for Kayak, but on GENG's side, 3 really important ones. You never know when Caron's out might come into play. Texture sitting on his overdrive for quite a while.
Quick TP, and okay, Munchkin getting the read on this push out. Still to find Kayak. Lobs in the poison orb as Shock Dart trying to clear out some of this util. Still a trip set up, and here at the front, but Alpha's gonna be pre-fired. Foxy9 has come away with that elimination. Jump up over the top of your plat, both through the upper, just trying to get something going. Dexter does manage to deny him. Smoke dissipating at garage. And it's just a firing squad waiting on the opposite side. A flawless round as Munchkin steps up to the plate, gets himself a 3K. GENG break the win streak, close the gap. Now just 2 rounds.
Yeah, a much needed round here for Munchkin and GENG. Able to just outguess his opponents. Just kind of understanding their tendencies where they've got a big lead, so they might try to get aggressive on the flanks. And he's just gonna hold the angle. Quick spam early. Boaster with the operator. Couldn't find any value from the back of plat. That's a huge pickup for GENG. Didn't have to expend many ults, just Caron's was used there.
Quick feed, quick trigger.
Maybe didn't even need to be used, but now you've got a neural theft for Chronicle. Kayak still with the dimensional drift.
Relay to try to persuade. Double stack setup. Looks like he's spotted a boat. Slides in. The stun is there. Texture has hold up the Crashy. Over in main. Gonna be caught with util in hand as Texture scoops up his 3K. But Crashy's the damage dealt there on the intercept is absolutely monstrous.
Kayak so fast here on this rotation. Is GENG going to be ready for it?
In all likelihood, no, but Texture is staring over towards the angle. Eyes on it from the hell position. As now they have it confirmed. swing out. Ash finds a headshot. Dimensional drift has come through, but Kayak is now left to his own devices. Cuts back just around the box. Trying to set up here on the pop flash.
Decoy.
Sends the fake, finds the first, isolated now. Fastlane going to be set, trying to fish him out. Tiny bits of damage dealt, 8 bullets remaining in the bag. Gets the spot out. Texture just trying to play with time. Eats a ton of damage. And he will sprint away down into the cubby. Needing to have the defuse, but Texture will be there. And Mr. 4K shows up in round number 9. It's GENG nearly have the rug swept from beneath them, but they're able to find their footing.
What a bonkers round. It looked like this had GENG written all over it, and then Crafty catches 3 players right on the timing there. They're looking to clear util. And then Texture had enough, and he played that brilliantly at the end, using that neon movement to buy the extra time he needed to make sure that that defuse had to be stuck. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I want to see out of these two teams.
Kayak's done it again!
Down mid.
Cutting through.
You can't flush him out of this spot. He's just too clean at it.
Gonna have to throw some util his way.
Toxins going up.
Can't just outduel him there. Oh my.
What's that mid to box aim labs session that he's got set up? Unbelievable. Just like that, might have taken away any momentum. The GENG were starting to build up.
Blinding.
Roaster sends the paranoia. Quick tuck in. Crashes to reposition. Continue going for the peaks, and that smoke, he's able to still get a glimpse of them both. Foxy able to still go ahead and further confirm the presence of that Omen up over top of the box.
No aggressive maneuvers from the rest of FNATIC. Both Alpha and Kayak still sitting. Press forward by GENG.
Trying to get the pre-fire there is Munchkin, but Tragic goes unpunished. Foxy not on the push, however, is able to find one, but Chronicle quickly does shut it down. You've got the 4 players from FNATIC, so basically here on site and standing tall. Karen forced to run away, and with just 20 seconds remaining, not much of a go to be made here. We'll just stay tucked and try to see if he can pick off anybody, keep his life intact, but otherwise FNATIC maintaining the lead. Getting themselves to 6 here on this defending side. Kayak on the hunt, couple seconds still to spare. As the clone goes through, Karen well aware of this position, but is very quickly going to get overwhelmed. Fights back for 1. But there's the swing, gets the other, but Crashies eventually will be able to collect.
That's huge. A little bit of economic damage done there by FNATIC. Could come to haunt GENG. Still a lot of money sitting behind Texture.
My eyes.
Disgusting.
Absolutely ridiculous, Kayak. If you're gonna challenge that angle, you're gonna have to come up with some other answers for it for GENG, because he just is too darn good, and timeout actually gonna be popped by GENG. Talk about what's going on. I mean, a lot of it's just, I think, a little bit of overconfidence from GENG, trying to take some of these early fights that they were winning handily throughout the Swiss stage. You know, they were so dominant in so many different aspects of the game that now you need to kind of tighten up the screws a little bit. Let's get back to some basics. Using some util, being a little bit cleaner with our spotting before we go for these maneuvers, because challenging some of these FNATIC players has often resulted in losses for GENG.
I mean, to put the run through Swiss into perspective a bit, they've already lost a 1/5 of the rounds that they've lost across the 2 series to get into the playoffs.
Yeah.
Only dropping 20 round losses in those sets versus MIBR, versus Paper Rex. They were looking red hot. FNATIC, though, cooled them off a bit so far. So timeout call has to be used, because GENG know how important getting the remainder of these rounds on the attacking half is going to be, and they know that they are facing into 4 ultimates in the hands of FNATIC.
Absolutely. You want to talk about how to maneuver yourselves around that Hunter's Fury, around the ISO ult in particular. You know, have plans. You know, you'd love to get Texture into that ISO ult. That's obviously kind of one of your main goals. Alpha playing so far forward there. They're going to challenge this angle again.
Here comes Kayak. There to try to back him up, and they're just lining up. Picking targets, finding value. Karen does manage to trade one, so the ISO ult not going to be a concern here in the round, but let's save that to the final to half.
I'm out of here.
This fast lane sent, Texture at the ready. slides forward, catches a spot there on it. Chronicle and eats a ton of damage. Dink right through the corner as they try to flush him out of this position. Chronicle not quite going to be able to fight back for any more than that.
Can't even get the plant down, though. So much util being thrown their way. And there's a wide wrap from Crashies.
Seems like they want to try to fight their way out of this position, but now Gun Barrel has been spotted, and Foxy9 tripping right into the crosshair.
Spike down.
Kayak just tears them limb from limb, round after round. Karan now with everything to do to try to make this timeout find some value, but Crashies on this reposition. Seems like it is loosely read, but no. Peeks into the link, meets his demise. FNATIC guarantee a lead at the half as they hit 7.
Last round in the half.
And even more devastating here for GENG. Their economy was shattered. They are only going to be able to buy a couple rifles coming into this. Do not have a ton of cash in the bank there. And FNATIC has done a phenomenal job here to start, and they're coming in with all ultimates to bear. Everything you could ever want here for FNATIC. And GENG is a real uphill battle coming into this round. They have a couple of their own, but they got to get there. They got to get to the plants. They can't keep challenging this mid position.
Deck is certainly stacked against him, and already Foxy9 eating damage on entry. Kayak once again feeling good about this position, and he is finding value once more. Ash clipped to the side of the head, 7 health here on the Sova. Poster gonna go for a quick peek. Checks in over towards Sewer. He's managed to catch a glimpse. Time a bit of a fake entry, fast lane, drone over the top. Up the air, able to tuck back, clear of the tripwire. But no closer to getting a plant here, GENG.
Oh boy.
Alpha Kayak now stacked up into the garage. The swing about to come through. Gun Barrel's going to be spotted into the dimensional grip. Goes Kayak, he's able to escape. Houdini himself does end up costing Alfier's life as the 100 Furies now coming through, just trying to guide them here towards success. Tucks into the cubby over at Long. Karen going to be taken down as Crashies is able to find that kill. And Kayak looks to try to get the jump here onto Munchkin. Will be able to do so. The headshot, instantaneous. Chronicle here in backside. They have no idea.
Spike down, C.
As Foxy9, the lockdown committed. The gate crash at the ready. Fake into the smoke. It reads it well that it's not for real. But now it's going to be pinged down and taken down. 8-4, FNATIC. Looking like the savior of the first seeds thus far here on Haven.
It's a masterclass in mechanics and a masterclass in util usage.
GENG's map pick. Gonna need to do some heavy lifting as they swap over to the defending side, but for now, FNATIC look electric. We'll see you guys on the other side of halftime.
But that's what Bulgar is going to be waiting for.
Seems to be paying.
Well, thank you so much.
No.
Tell which one is the best. I guess it's situational. It's depending on what you want to play. To face my old teammates, your Conda. I would like to face them in a match. Otherwise.
That changes.
Record currently look what works for you and your roster, then things are going to get a little bit complicated because then you force out adaptation.
This team, Virtus.pro, have the best of the best in every single role. Naga and Melio. Naga actually coming into Marvel Rivals. Virtus.pro will instead take the Luna away from Rad's backline before confirming that they themselves will also get to mirror the ammo.
All right, probably going to see a mirror ban on the Luna Loki here. Follow back line, you cannot be allowed to have two Fate of both worlds. We simply refuse.
Oh, this is smart from Virtus.pro. I was going to say, I don't see Rad taking out the CD. I think they would rather take Virtus.pro might be
pick up because
so I can sense
cycle when Groot was by far now Virtus Pro matchup they are in on the old ban system, so it knows a lot.
Side fight, you have a lot of. So if Red loses.
Those Vandals were screaming, and Gen G just had no response, it felt like. I mean, a couple rounds there, yeah, Texture gets his, but outside of that, this was a dominant half from FNATIC. And if they could take this pistol here, looks like they may be able to sweep Gen G's map pick away from them.
And they're going to feel very good going into split, because it's a map that we have not seen that much from Gen G. Let's see what happens, though, as we get ready to dive back into the action. Kayak and Crashies very much leading the charge. 16 and 15 with just 7 deaths on each.
So huge push out for Gen G, 4 players strong. They are just gonna slow walk it down.
Boaster alone watching on this side. Does get the headshot on the Munchkin, but it's gonna be Munchkin getting the kill. Survives with 22, so that's gonna lead everybody else pretty much sprinting forward into this A site. Alarm in the Nano. We baited out. FNATIC seemingly reading the setup here from Foxy9. So now we'll go ahead and cut sound. And given the tendencies of Gen G, FNATIC can pretty easily rely on the assumption that they've gotten the rotate out.
Yeah, no. This is very good stuff from FNATIC. This is how they like to play a lot of their rounds, not just pistols, but in general. They're looking to bait some utility out of you. They're looking to get a little bit more info. And they got that. They got that KJ util out of the way. They're going to try to make their way B.
Wall isn't raised. Swing peek coming through. Ash able to find one instantly as Kayak can take it down. And Texture finds Alphier. Paranoia since Crashy's reeling back. Wrapping around in towards Garage. Slow walk up from Chronicle. Just trying to see that they haven't skipped any beats here. Crashy's going to be caught, however. As there's the spot out. There's the final player with the spike now on the floor. Chronicle certainly has his work cut out for him as all of Gen G get clustered together. A couple taps in, the wide swing out, Chronicle, good for one. Can't find the rest. Gen G will take another pistol win.
It's crazy to think how important that pistol round win is for Gen G after winning their first, but this one, a nice call by Munchkin. This is just really good understanding of their opponent's tendencies. And you'll see this all the time in EMEA with FNATIC, where it's push and pull. It's find a little bit of util advantage one side of the map, go back to the other side, see what's going on there. Gen G's Munchkin reading that a lot of the way. They even get the first kill on the Boaster there, sending that 4-player push out.
Speaking of Boaster, might be looking to get a little bit cheeky here. As Shock Dart does find an immense amount of value. 3 players going to be tagged up. A little bit answered back onto Ash, who's going to pivot around. Quick check towards Sewers, but has some reinforcements coming through.
Deploying drone.
Since the drone has to go for the quick cancel. Munchkin able to find 2 as the bite connects, and Crashies does end up falling. And once again, it's going to be Chronicle. And this time, unable to find the kill on the Texture. It'll be a flawless as Gen G. Once again, we're able to find the anti-eco, but this is where the wheels came off in the first half.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it looks very good for Gen G in terms of some crisp shooting, some good decision making. Ash not overcommitting here, and then using his util nicely. Munchkin very on point as always. The Viper, Texture, good for the last 2 with the Guardian. So okay, not the end of the world at all for FNATIC, but it's the start Gen G needed for this half. Now we go into their bonus. A couple Bulldogs, a couple Guardians, and a Stinger for Munchkin. And they're just gonna play it a little bit slow off the rip. Are FNATIC, but Karan so far forward.
Karan is upping the pace. Boaster, if he just comes backpedaling out of this smoke, almost certainly is going to be dead to right. Karan, though, wants to swing and get a little bit more information. Still, he's going to be rewarded with the kill on attempt at the ADS. Boaster does manage to come out on top. Not eliminated, but that's one of the dual-pronged tips of the spear. It does get taken down, but Texture similarly causing the fall. Timing does come across. Munchkin able to go ahead and collect that elimination. Scoops up the weapon. We backpedals through the wall to safety here on the B site, keeps it down to a 3v3.
Great read by Munchkin, understanding that more often than not, Chronicle's gonna be on his own, and on a bonus, it's well worth the risk to go for that gun. Very nice play. Helps even up the weaponry advantage. Foxy9 potentially gonna be tasked doing a lot here, but a little bit of a misguess by FNATIC on where the KJ util would be. That's bought them a little bit of extra time and even got the drone committed. by
Doesn't
FNATIC.
catch Foxy on this angle. Out the air, then gets caught off guard.
30 seconds left.
There's going to be more pressure coming out of the garage. Munchkin swooping in from behind. Paranoia going to be avoided with the dart. He's able to find that ping, but it doesn't matter. It seems as Munchkin in the perfect place at the perfect time, and Gen G this time get the bonus conversion.
The game sense on Munchkin is incredible. He had a little bit to say there to FNATIC at the end of it, but Karan, at least good for the one and done. But that play right there by Munchkin changes this round. And he's able to find that flank angle as well. Foxy9, just great positioning there. Getting his kill, using his turret to back off into safety to make sure he doesn't give himself up for free, to set up his IGL to swoop in from behind. And now it is going to be FNATIC's turn to take a timeout, talk about how exactly they want to approach this attacker side from now on.
He usually plays like a Magneto or something.
Gen G's
Instead,
got a
coming out,
phenomenal
almost almost emerging with the speed boost. They're trying to move in quickly.
We knew coming into this that this was going to end up being a battle of the brain.
Rajara's already used up the diamond form. That's a lot of
trying to get
space
the
gained here
download
by
on each
Rand,
other's
but also many
tendencies.
resources have already been uploaded.
Seems like so far, Reed's favoring the defending IGLs.
Yeah, I thought maybe FNATIC would have some good util combos like we saw on that defender side, that you could kind of go in lockstep with the ISO and the Yoru to really break open some sites, get some picks. So far, Gen G's had all the answers. They've been matching FNATIC's movements really nicely. Having kind of that extra player in the right place at the right time. That kill in a Chronicle, for example, so far has been very impactful. It's going to be a Guardian for Ashe. Everybody else has rifles. Some stingers.
Yeah, some reconsiderations here from FNATIC.
Okay, they're investing a bit into this round.
A bit more oomph behind it.
Standing ahead.
Poster again with this early TP into a smoke. Looking to see if anybody's going to try to take advantage of that long A angle twice, but deep recon dart doesn't catch anybody from FNATIC, but let's see if they want to try to take a little bit of space off the back of that. There's going to be a smoke put down by Karan, pinged out by FNATIC, a little bit wary. Maybe somebody's trying to, tuck behind these smokes. That's something Munchkin would 100% do, especially with his toxic screen available as a potential escape tool. So got to be very diligent, like what I'm seeing from Boaster and FNATIC. Really good awareness of some of Gen G's tendencies.
I have the spike. Less than a minute remaining. A couple players about to cut their way out through window here. There's a Kayak eating the dart. Gate crash now going to be sent forward as Alfier sent on solo exploration up towards this B site. Wall going to be raised once again, but Texture clearly anticipating this pressure. Backs off, has Munchkin on the flank there at the A connector, but you see the ping coming down. FNATIC are reading this well.
30 seconds left.
Up to be cycled. Bam, opened up to try to find anything, but nothing widely found. Texture has to back away. To think that maybe it's going to be repositioned, but Munchkin does still manage to find Boaster. Outdoing him here, and now that pivot is going to be coming through. Just 13 seconds remaining here on the clock. Foxy9 still going to be situated on the side. Texture here inside of the window, and Foxy9 looks to try to cut them down to size. Finds another to swing out. Chronicle able to find it, but the round is already over. The time is gone. And Munchkin will grind them into a fine pulp as Gen G continue now tying things at 8-8.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the layers in this round for Gen G. Getting a good read here that this was going to be B. Texture playing this really nicely, being very cautious, not giving anything up for free. Using that smoke from Karan to set up the spam angle for him and Munchkin, and then the quick pivot over through Garage when time is so limited. They know that even if they get identified by the Sova util or the Cypher util, they can just keep challenging them, just keep delaying them, and that's all that matters. Now Texture has the op. Desk was highlighting it, how important that has been, and how impactful Texture has individually been with this weapon.
Chickle peeking out from Kayak, not going to be spotting anything. Texture, though, in deep, and there's going to be multiple players on the opposite side of this one. Still just a beat in. Kayak has the shot. What an opener. Puts Neon down on the floor. Gen G now
ahead.
Be scrambling a bit. Recon around the back does get multi-person ping out. Drone chasing forward, getting the spot there onto Ashe. Forces him to reposition back. To undercut Paranoia, both going to be sent. Ash wing to try to regain his util, turns from the flash. Some shots coming through the wall, going to be raised, and Boaster out from Stewart, able to find that kill. Now the neural attempt is going to be lobbed in as well. The reveal is there, Munchkin. Nothing more to be done but die. Gets taken down. It's on Foxy9 and Karon to try to see if they can turn the tides of this somehow in a 2v5. But FNATIC are absolutely entrenched. It seems like there is no displacing and no chance, no willingness to try to go for this. FNATIC in flawless fashion, barring a hunt and a kill, look to go ahead and regain the lead by 1.
Yeah, and FNATIC finding success off the back of another just unbelievable opener from Kayak. He is so sharp. Unbelievable find for this FNATIC team. And they just had a good read on where Texture might be. And they just caught him off guard. And that's not easy to do. Very, very nicely handled by FNATIC. And I mean, it just feels like in this matchup that first kill is so important because the fundamentals on both of these teams are so good that they're not going to make any more mistakes after that. You can see there with FNATIC, it was the util to follow up there. Once they got revealed by the recon drone, it's a drone of their, or the recon dart, a drone of their own. And it is going to be, I think, a reinvestment into the operator here.
Yeah, enough cash to be able to afford it, so Texture just managed to get another. Go for a retake. The overdrive is still going to be there. GENG a bit ahead when it comes down to this ult cycle, given that they have 2 at the ready. Still a ways to go for some of the more critical ones here for FNATIC.
I'm going to put him at C this time.
Revealing area.
It's going to be Chronicles territory. Seems like they miss each other a bit, and the cam just ends up having to be cleared.
See if Karan's got the read on Boaster's positioning in these smokes. He's been doing this almost every round.
Turns from the flash, and this time they're not quite prepared for it. Boaster does manage to get a bit of damage in. Trying to flush him out. Karan needing to fight his way out. But bad situation is unable to do so as the pit is going to be invested from Munchkin. Blocking off this long position. Double tap shield expiring. Alpha trying to chase forward, trying to find that. As Chronicle needs the entry into garage, but Foxy9's got the close angle held. That gives the player advantage here to the side of GENG.
This is such a tough choice for FNATIC. No idea where the operator is.
Ash holding close. Check over the top of Boaster. Being spotted, spammed down through the box.
Revealing area.
Recon through the opposite side of the wall. No, doesn't go deep enough to actually get the pings here. It's their own recon ping. Next on the Ash in the wall. Helps keep it protected, and Munchkin's got the crossfire. Just peeking out of the pit. 9-9. We remain tied up here between these two teams.
You can see that FNATIC had an idea that maybe somebody was pushed up at long A again. Kayak just not quite ready for it. Boaster able to finish the job, but Chronicle gets caught trying to lurk again. GENG, so unbelievably patient sometimes. Foxy9, one of those guys you think about, you know, aggressive play, good mechanics, but with his new role on GENG, he has really shown tremendous ability to just wait things out and make the right plays at the right time on the other sides of the map. That was one of those moments for sure. A little bit of a different look here for FNATIC, trying to contest some of this long A space, so a deeper smoke to give themselves a little bit of map control on that part. And they are just really curious if and when GENG's going to start to get aggressive. Drone to set up Texture.
This is the flick. Falls down to 10. He's able to slide out to safety. Smooth criminal there from him, but makes it that much riskier for him to try to get back onto a line. Munchkin, at the same time, swinging around here at the B side. Smoke going to be cycled over from Karon. Spam through the door, gets the nano out. Alarm bot still set up. Spotted a 1, and Alpha's going to be taken down. Over at C long, Karon clearly catching a glimpse, is able to spam him out in the end.
You know there's 2 on C. You've seen Foxy and Karan. This is what you're going to try to challenge.
30 seconds
Waiting
left.
for the moment. There's a great crash forward onto the side. Karan going to be blinded out. Foxy, however, top of Lumber, finding 1. Spotting at the gun barrel, but cannot find the kills. Karan gets flushed out, but Munchkin again arriving, looking to be the hero! And it's going to be another multi-kill round from the captain of GENG as they take the lead 10-9.
And Munchkin, just complete confidence to swing into the site here.
He's top fragging the lobby.
Yeah, no. He's just reading these situations so well. Knows he's got to bail out Foxy. Oh, the transfer on that second one onto Boaster. A little bit of patience there to readjust on the Chronicle. And that is huge for Gen G. You're going to keep the operator. You're going to have a couple ults, but more importantly, it's going to be an eco for FNATIC.
Eco attempt to try to come through. That ult cycle about to hit critical mass, though, for FNATIC. With that next buy round on the horizon. Should be very well poised to try to still hang in here. You're going to have that kill contract, the Dimensional Drift, at the ready.
Turret's in a bit of a different spot there for Foxy. Thought about trying to play aggressive off of it, but Owl Drone to back him off a bit. And they're just trying to confuse him a bit.
Oh. No, a little pre-fire does get some damage through. Kill still a ways away.
FNATIC
throw some smokes at the ready. I mean, you have this full cluster up from FNATIC. It's just a matter of when do they pull the trigger on the attack.
Yeah, just trying to test the patience of Gen G here a bit.
Fight to the one side. Try to slow the approach. Undercut gets used. Munchkin watching. Karon clearly wary about this position. Sees across. Gets to readjust to find the headshot on the Kayak. Looking to try to push their way forward here on the side. Munchkin once again is looking to cut them down. Gets himself another 3K. And Gen G managed to shrug off the attempts of the Thrifty. Now one away from map point.
Man, Munchkin, he is on a mission here on this second half. Just unbelievable what he's accomplishing on this Viper. And his timings with his smokes are so good. The snake bites to just get that little bit of extra delay when he understands that FNATIC has to make a move. And that allows some extra players to shift into positions to make sure that the garage window angle is covered. You saw Karan deal with Kayak up there. Then him and Foxy 9 again on that C site. It's a lot of him, let's be honest. It's a lot of Munchkin who's doing it.
Oh, absolutely. And not only does he have 21 kills, he also does have 10 assists. To play off of this Viper util very nicely.
Nice little double-double for Munchkin.
Texture probably wondering when he gets the opportunity to try to get back into this one. They've been avoiding him successfully, so kills haven't been found.
And I'm sure that's part of the game plan for FNATIC, right? Sure. Like, don't go at his operator. He wins a very, very high percentage of rounds when he has it. So let's try something a little different, and Munchkin's just having none of it. And going back to the last time these two teams faced at Shanghai, it was actually Munchkin who had the best KD ratio against FNATIC. So he really understands how to play against Boaster in this team.
Well, 4 ultimates still at the disposal here for FNATIC as we go into another buy round for them. Still, though, not the most comfortable of positions. As you can see, plenty of half armors needing to be purchased. What does the game plan look like here off the back of this? Is uh-oh. We've been so good about this,
now
guys.
find themselves an off angle.
For myself,
by body of Vanguard.
Normally
is taken all the way to the nether plane.
Should be quick to fix so we can get ready to get back. This gives us some time to interact with you guys, though, here in Toronto.
Has began so the Canadian. Oh boy, does he love to munch through squishies. Rad, though, with the speed boost of the storm, will get out unscathed.
Yeah, but Virtus.pro just shut the point down entirely. Pyro Prison from 5, Walls out from Nevix. Rad were just regrouping around that corner, waiting for all of their cooldowns to burst out, and Virtus.pro slammed the door directly in their faces. And off of the back of that, VP have been able to pick up first point percentage. However, Rad did not lose players, so they're still going to be running their storm, trying to find an opening with that Goddess boost, coming on through, closing up the distance. This time playing on the outside of the point so they can't get shut down immediately by the Groot. As Sparker's HP is falling lower and lower, this Wolverine getting scout checked out. But that means that Fire is also going to be finding far more value.
Thoroughly unable to connect. Eternal Bomb comes on out, heading right into the backline. Julius feeling aggressive, like they're going to send out a Terror Cape here. Multiple players taking more damage, but they are going to be reinforced by the Soul Resurgence. But Jeff Nado almost ready to go. Naga needs to get their ultimate right now. They're falling so low. Trust Me is going to be having an unassisted Omega Hurricane. And now Naga and Trust Me are going to be out of sync. Naga might have to hold this ultimate forever if they want to try and combine them. I wouldn't be surprised to see Naga make an absolute fully fledged swap here, given that they were just stunned out of that fight. Great risk management by Virtus.pro.
Yeah, Trust Me did go back to to the respawn point, but is actually going to be sticking with that Storm for now. It's really unfortunate for Rad. Virtus Pro have kept the Emma alive. Rajaro only now gets taken down, and that is a big stagger, which is going to domino impact into the resources that Rad have for this next and last fight. We're about to hit into overtime, and Rad are forced to go in with the teleport play from the Doctor Strange.
Yeah, trust me, having just used their ultimate will be the designated teleport to send everyone through. That means no more aura when it comes to those increased damage thresholds. Grabbing Rogan back, but he's already so far away. There's not really that much of an issue. Supernova called out by 5, but taken down by Trust Me at just the correct time. Fate doing their best to just duel away Fincy. And with the impressive burst of that engagement, Rad finally find themselves in control.
Yeah, Virtus Pro used the Supernova without Nevix's Strangling Prison. Silver lining for them, they'll have those ultimates into this next engagement, and Rad, who had no choice but to hit every single ultimate for fear of losing the round regardless, have nothing in the bank. Right now they're relying on just the pressure coming through from Melio on this turret to put a pause on Virtus Pro, but they're just going to rotate underneath and go directly to point and take a brawl fight that Rad just can't afford to take.
Over Sparker, he's a hunting once, trust me. So, Fincy using the floating of the map to actually get a crazy angle off the back of a Sonic Seduction. Valorant melee to fall through the cracks, but already Virtus Pro have taken multiple casualties. Both Trigger and Sparker falling on down. Still, Saipe believes that it's winnable. A carbon kick into the wall and a solo ultimate from the Groot onto Mantis. That's not very Guardian friendly, is it? Trust me, ready to roll on down with an Eye of Agamotto if only it's going to be necessary. Feels like maybe Rad have enough staying power on the point right now. Rolling forward, pushed on back. Saipe is so quick on the trigger when it comes to the force physics, but Fincy was laid out with no protection, with everyone else focusing on shutting down Trust Me. So you've lost your Emma Frost, your front line starting to collapse, and Nevix only can escort everybody out.
Melio is going to be Spider-Man. That is a Spider-Man. Level 1 crit comes back on the Spider-Man to be able to help out his team in terms of numbers so that Rad don't have to overcome the absence by burning an ultimate. As the last stand comes on through from Sparker, Fate manages to get the Eternal Bond off though, and no one falls on the side of Rad. In fact, all of the picks are coming through favored for them.
Level 1 Krug finding a spectacular spinning uppercut onto Fincy. Now that is a cursed frag feed if ever I have seen one. And Nog can now try and eat up Fincy if they try and cast the portal here using that It's Jeff. Are you going to try and get the interrupt here, or is Naga just going to eat them as they come on out is the question. Just in time coming out onto the point. Naga's already found Fi, turning off the flames of the Human Torch, getting their own fire brigade going. Fincy is forced off the point. Red! Oh, what a turnaround.
Okay, Jeff.
Munchkin's the biggest piece of that puzzle in just about every possible way you could conceive. You know, it's the IGLing, it's the shooting, it's the util. He is the complete package for sure for Gen G. And you know, talking about getting these new players integrated this year for Gen G and how they had some struggles early. I mean, they did have to bench Foxy9 for just a short period of time. He comes back in. Since then, Foxy9, one of the best players we had in Pacific in Stage 1. And of course, the known quantities across the board, and Ash looking fearsome during that Swiss stage. He was absolutely disgusting. So a lot here to prove for Gen G. And then they want to keep just, trying to get their way to another trophy, of course, but still trying to get our little tech issue solved here. So thanks for bearing with us.
I mean, look, this is what happens. We're kind of towards the halfway point. We're about to have a swap on some of the casters. Pansy's on the way. She's on her way to Toronto, and then suddenly tech pauses just kind of start, popping up.
Makes you a little suspicious, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. It's not a coincidence at this point, but I mean, for you guys, are you excited to see Pansy and Hypoc here in Toronto? That should be sick. Back on the international stage again.
Hell yeah.
How about Brennan Sideshow? Mr. Butterball himself.
Oh God.
If you know, I'm sorry that you know.
I wish I had never seen that. I wish I could bleach my eyeballs, but I can't.
Well, it's one of those things, but looks like we still need a little bit of time, so thank you guys for bearing with us. Be patient. We will be back, and we will get into the rest of this map, so do not go anywhere.
F is literally just being used as a Rad have been able to take the first round as Virtus.pro have to try and find some way around dealing with a Jeff and a Storm that are decent.
Remaining. They're going for an early mugging here. Maybe try and grab someone through the portal. Be careful where you step because there's a shotgun waiting for you and a final judgment as well. The damage might well be overbearing here for Melly, but they're stepping into unknown territory. Ironwood walls continuously put in the way to try and shut down these miniguns, and Virtus.pro decide that discretion is the better part of valor as they make their way to a point instead of fighting that.
Yeah, no final judgment, but the final play might come from Virtus.pro's side, strangling Prison into Dridro's Terror Cape, and that is going to be a terrifying prospect for Rad to have to face. All of the picks coming through on Virtus.pro's side.
Oh no, and now Crook's being held hostage. It's eventually going to fall to a burning, I'm sure. No, get it, no. Burning, Crook. No. You gotta cook. We have to cook, Crook.
They finally take him down after Nevix uses the Groot walls to block the Mantis from trying to find the edge of the map. But I mean, that's brought an extra 10% of point control, and FNATIC gets to play above these doorways, utilizing the AoE hits of that torch to get the accuracy marker to figure out where Rad are going to be rotating from. We are about to have the Sharknado. The Jeffnado is going to come into the mix. They weren't able to find space to utilize both of them at the same time. This time, can Virtus.pro have the focus fire to shut the Jeff down?
Rad are jumping at the bit, but we don't want to use too many resources too early, so we just open with the Eternal Bond, seeing how Virtus.pro respond to this initial aggression. You've got to be careful to stay in the nice territory, though, otherwise this might be turned off. Remember, if you're in the Sonic Seduction, you can't activate your ultimate, and that might stop Naga from trying to contribute to this one. A quick fade away, and Jeff comes in to try and make it work. CC Immune is Sparker, desperately needs to be pocketed as they try to carve through the tornado that's been laying down on top of them. Trust me, grabs a pair. A Supernova attempt to try and clutch here from Fi. Saipe's still going when it comes to that healing. The pocket's strong. Saipe's getting the damage done. Naga is going to have so much trouble standing up to the fire and the flames, but in the end, they will still carry on healing.
This Jeff is still around, but unfortunately, Rad, despite the ultimates, despite the value that they were finding with them, not able to unseat the torch above them. In its final fight territory, Dridro is still holding onto the Eternal Bond. Navix is going to have a strangling prison too to try and shut down Melio's final judgment coming out.
Welcome to the hot zone, proclaims Fi, as most of the point is wreathed in flames from the human torch. Out goes the ultimate from Nevix, and here's an attempt to try and turn it around. Sparker and Fi, both the duelists stunned by Rajaro, and Melio on the other side can't quite convert using the final judgment. Running out of time, level 1 Crook's already been slammed down upon by Fi, and well, Fi is taking everything he wants and a touch more. It's an
straight lineup instead.
All right. A little bit more pressure around the periphery, realizing that they're sustained in the fight thereafter. As you can see, both of these teams doing those min-max rollouts. Make sure you do that in your comp games.
Naga on the Psylocke, though, is going to get weakened by the absence of the Luna, but he should still be able to keep up the pressure on this torch as Sparker's turret is heating up. The amount of pressure it's outputting forces the Eternal Bond from Rad as they have to stampede directly to the Punisher's position. The Terror Cape comes on through and it shuts down the final judgment before Sparker can start to tear through.
Oh, Sparker, it was such a risk to try and pop that Q, and in the end, the risk didn't work out. Great target focus from Rad, and it seems like when Rad control the initiative, they get that Terror Cape and they manage to pick off a vulnerable member of Virtus.pro. That's when we start to take these fights away.
Yeah, but it did cost them the Eternal Bond. They will have the Invis boundary coming on through from level 1 Crook to be able to utilize in case Finzi and Fi try and combine the Psionic Seduction into that Supernova. As Fi is getting all of the resources right now, trying to put the pressure onto the Vanguard, pulls out the Invis boundary. There it goes, bailing out Rajaro on the ammo, who almost went down.
Oh, 2 hits off the wing shurikens and a strangling prison was just too easy for Naga. Virtus.pro invested pretty heavily in that fight as well.
Hello.
Yeah, Dridro is going to have Eternal
Yes,
Bond.
FNATIC versus GENG. भाई क्या map चल रहा है?
Used 2 ultimates, both the Psionic Seduction and the
guy
Supernova.
finally goes
Naga now
tank.
behind
Why was he
enemy
even playing?
lines on this. Psylocke is potentially about to get picked. Good force physics comes through from Saipe
Why
to
was he even
guarantee
playing
that the
Storm?
Psylocke is grabbed back. And right now we're going to have to make up for the absence of a duelist
भाई
with
बहुत
the
तगड़ा match
ultimate
चल रहा
of
है।
another. Melio's final
अभी
judgment
tech
is
pause चल रहा है।
zoning.
He's walking. He's walking around. He's walking intimidatingly, but now it's over. And Drew just going to roll on towards the point now with the Eternal Bond, making sure there's territory in his path for the rest of the team to follow up upon. Moving in with the Terror Cape, finds Melio in a turret. And right now, Rajaro is under significant pressure. Most of Brad have already fallen off the map of his territory.
No, wait. I thought she was going for the kill, but she just throws him off the map. That is more disrespectful.
Right now, Rajaro is under significant pressure. Most of Rad have already fallen off the map with you. Find out what's at the bottom of the waterfall. I promise you it's not a pot of gold. Virtus Pro, turn it around.
Navix is going to have the Strangling Prison too. Rats though were able to accrue 73%
भाई क्या गेम था G2
so
की
they're
मार
well
ली
within
भाई मैं
one
भूल गया
more
बोलना
fight to be able to pick up this round. They can choose their moment. They have a little bit of time to force Virtus Pro into having to overcommit ultimates off of the point percentage disparity, but that window can close very, very quickly if they're not too careful.
Virtus Pro liable to start feeling the heat. And they still don't control the high ground at this point. Playing defensively on the low, trying to force Rad over to them. Out comes the Sonic Seduction to open on up. There is going to be an Aegis in the way to stop Fence from getting mind control, but it gets quickly broken. And the target focus is good for now. Fate manages to move around using the Eternal Bond. Spark has already picked up two inside the invisible boundary. They barely know where the threat's coming from, but Virtus Pro needs to stay on the point at all times. It's almost fully capped here by Rad. Still, they spill onto it and they overwhelm Rad Esports, who don't have the meat to make it work.
True, but look at the commitment that Virtus Pro had to use in comparison to Rad's ultimate economy. They're still going to have win conditions, tools to come into this next fight where Virtus Pro need a pick and fast, or they need to be able to delay that fight, and that job is going to fall to Fi on this torch to try and stall out the approach coming on through from the other side. Finzi too has been able to take control of this high ground and try and force Rad to part with an ultimate before the fight moves on, but Strangling Prison comes on through, but there's no pick off of the back of it. Nevix with the grip is able to blanket out the damage, but now
और ये टूर्नामेंट पता है क्या है कोई भी खेल सकता है और प्राइस पूल है $3 million.
The value is strong, the dashes are good, and Rad managed to get exactly what they needed. What a weave from Trust Me. So ambitious with the ultimate, but it pays dividends if it's going to come down to one final fight.
Crazy है भाई rivals.
is going to have the
कोई भी खेल सकता है in-game tournament है.
It's going to be a matter of those two ultimates clashing. If Rad can find
मैंने apply नहीं किया.
pick onto this CD before the fight begins, it's going to have to be the Veil of Light Force coming on through from Dredro, making sure that Fi lives. They need the torch's continuous pressure.
ये pro teams थोड़ी ना है, ये तो बस 5-5 दोस्त है. ये अच्छा Virtus pro team है. पर ये 5 दोस्त. अभी एक और टीम आएगी 5 दोस्त की. पांच streamers, mostly सारे 5 streamers ही होते हैं. 6v6 shooter, third person, tactical, strategy. ये थोड़ा भी समझना मुश्किल है कि ये हाई लेवल है. बहुत कुछ एक साथ हो रहा है. मार्वल्स के सारे कैरेक्टर सारे तो नहीं अभी ऑलमोस्ट आ रहे हैं धीरे-धीरे. समझना पड़ता है एजेंट्स क्या करते हैं. There is no way they're winning this. Oh shit, they actually touched. एक वो होता है जैसे ये सर्कल है इसमें टच डोमिनेशन जैसे कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी में होता था.
Big seduction coming on through. Dredro just about dodges away at the last moment. Eternal Bond now.
Surely someone goes Spider-Man here, right? To touch. No, they are winning. Groot, no, Groot gets one. Doctor Strange with a big ult. Never mind, he gets shocked. Holy shit, they actually won. Oh wait.
Sparker coming on back with the portal, but you gotta face up against the Punisher now, and the damage from Melio is overwhelming.
There's no way they win this, right? टीम भी यहीं पे मिल जाती है. मेरा ओ अभी अच्छा मैचेस पे नहीं है ये. टीम पिप्स टूर्नामेंट कहाँ ही रहा. ये सारी टीम है. Great, अपनी भी बना सकते हो. FNATIC command start हो गया.
Such an important round. The economy as well on a precipice for FNATIC. They've got to get this one to go. Alpha, all the odds.
और अगर तुम लास्ट भी आते हो तो तुम्हारी टीम को $15,000 मिलते हैं. How crazy. एपेक है. पर एक एपेक के टूर्नामेंट्स खत्म हो गए तो अब टीम नहीं बना सकते. मैं एपेक ही तो खेलता हूँ. हाँ लास्ट आने में भाई. मतलब एक बंदे को अगर 5 की टीम है.
Try to see if they can somehow turn this on its
$5,000?
head.
$5,000?
Look at Chronicle's angle, right below Texture.
Ready,
beautiful,
and waiting. Karan
No,
now.
5
no
into
other
5,
choice.
15.
Try to back away. I mean, some damage dealt here would make it costly. So the economy from FNATIC hasn't been the strongest. We're talking about how important this round is. Ult's committed, not too many. They still have 2 to go. They're able to go ahead and stabilize the economy in economically flawless fashion. What I mean to say is there we go. One round now separating the 2 teams.
Yeah, that's huge. The fact that you're able to keep that ISO ult for this follow-up round is going to be really impactful. I'm even seeing GENG consider not going with the op. We'll see what Texture wants to stick with, but just a great dimensional drift. Ash on an island could never really stabilize the aim. So a little bit cold coming out of that tech timeout.
That's going to be a good round to witness as a FNATIC fan. Texture. Hang on. An aggro line. Full flash connecting. Damage as well. Going to be dealt. Just managed to escape with his life. He's going for an overdrive in the latter parts of this round. A bit more risky.
Yeah, you can see they're punishing his tendency to try to hold long A there with some good util combos. So again, FNATIC finding some new answers for how to deal with this operator. Ash only going to see 1 player there. The Omen, though, leads you to believe that
5K, sorry, 15 नहीं 5K. 13 to 16 position. 13 से last position 5K. Still भाई 1K.
Quiet on this side of the map.
Per person.
Flyer set up there at window.
फिर है 9 to 12 7.5K. फिर है 8th 10K, 7th 10K, 6th 15K, 5th 15K, 4th 20K, 3rd 25K, 2nd 35K, or first 17,000.
Backline now going to be opened up. Kayak going to be spotted. Some counter spray coming through. He falls low. Alfier in the meantime, kill contract. He's the grab the counter. With the fight, Munchkin. Foxy9 both going to be taken down. Ash now. From the curry. Overdrive pop, the pass lane about to fall, dancing around him, but both through, finds the shots, and Ash has everything to do!
GG.
Booster has the ult, TPs across the map, doesn't go for the cancel, doesn't try to play any mind games.
Ooh, he wanted to play in ult.
Spike gets planted, he's just gonna fly and fish for this one. He's hoping to try to find a tag. The poster eludes capture. The drop down, the noise made. Boaster.
Boaster is so smart, bro.
He has a recon online. Does he think about it? No!
Never mind.
Doesn't matter! Ash!
Yes.
Monstrous 4K!
और हर महीने एक नया माहौल का प्लेयर आता रहता है कैरेक्टर.
Here on Haven.
That has to be infuriating for Boaster. I think he read that scenario very well, but Ash just read it better.
Pulling off the Red Bull clutch.
I think Boaster should have taken an off angle there.
Swiss. Seems like he's still not skipping a beat.
Oh my goodness. What a round there. FNATIC, I thought.
How do we lose that, bro?
Take this, but that early
We don't clear shot.
By Texture keeps 1 extra player from the back lines of FNATIC being able to push forward onto A, and Ash was able to hold tight. A lot of damage has already been done to Kayak and Boaster as well. Boaster had a TP out of there.
Wait, is that making a Hitler sign?
Operator still going to be
अच्छा चल रहा है, better हो रहा है.
Turn on the flash, the peek, attempt for the flick. Texture does not get taken down, but Ash does, but not before finding Kayak. So
पहले से बहुत better aim हो गया.
Down to 14 health. Overall, FNATIC do come out on top of that, given that they still do have Alfier. To try to give them a bit of entry power.
Yeah, they've still got some great ideas. how to layer that util. Texture down in sewer.
Getting out wider and wider on this angle. There's the peek, and there's the shot. Shield not at the ready. Likely not going to be anticipating the Texture. Would be so bold to try to go for that pick. Chronicle does manage to find him as the neural theft gets the ping reveal. Telling a story here of this deep flank around the back. As we go into a 3v3,
nice
FNATIC looking for 2 rounds consecutive to keep themselves
that's a
afloat here in the
difficult
map.
retake for GENG, bro.
A ton of util to work with here. Just a couple smokes from Karan. Nano for Foxy9.
Munchkin finds one.
Why are we not playing side?
Well. TP across the way from Karan. Boaster. Cover going out. Up in heaven. The other two playing back at the A connector. The paranoia at the ready time starting to tick.
Nice.
Knows that they have them cleared off of this spike here for the moment. Looking for the hold, the dart going through. Karan going to be taken down, and there you go.
Very well played. Actually, very well played.
Final 2. This map not over yet. This FNATIC 1 away from taking us to overtime.
Man, they just do such a good job understanding that situation. That neural theft so valuable from Chronicle.
Ooh, nice shot.
Oh, what a shot on the Texture through the box too. Using that drone, a little bit of extra info. And then they're able to set themselves up.
भाई ये chair लेनी है यार. Steel series. I mean, secret lab.
There's nothing GENG can do. Trying to get a little tricky with some quick rotation.
भाई Chronicle हाँ भाई सही में भाई एकदम chill guy.
This though, big bunch of temp play at Boaster. He gets left out to dry. Paranoia now. Allows the Texture to slowly drift back away.
GG, I guess.
Get in, they get a kill, they get out.
And now it's GENG wants to get proactive for that A main control. They're very
so
successful.
surely we do not lose.
As well as Munchkin is looking to try to just tear them apart. Nano, however, does end up getting cleared. Snake bite.
Nice snake
further
bite.
delay. Trying to flush out that alarm bot.
Don't die, bro.
He does get found.
Chronicle. Just trying to clear any other util that might be there. Foxy9 still tucked into that corner. Drone doesn't see Texture.
Just jiggling on the angle. This Kayak sends out a couple warning shots. Crashies.
Chronicle is on the lurk though.
Chronicle slowly backpedaling in mid.
Still enough time for another rotation, so GENG has to keep their feet planted.
Flashes over the top. Texture on the reposition.
30 seconds left.
Checks, sees that it's a fake. Finds a headshot there on the Kayak, pushes out. Shield gonna be reset though for Alpha. Karan holds here on the wide angle, spots it, breaks it, kills him off.
Spike down A.
As it's just Crashies and Chronicle now with not much time to work with. 12 seconds remaining here on the clock.
10 seconds left.
Knows where one's at, should have heard Chronicle arriving here on the side. They need to push forward, they just cannot make it happen.
How are we losing our equal?
And everyone knows the Bears are too allergic to that one. Fincy makes their way onto a point of Carbon Crush, but Naga's there with the punish and domination. Our first map for the first time in months. And everyone knows the Bears are too allergic to that
I thought this
Fincy
C9.
makes their way onto a point of Carbon Crush, but Naga's there with the punish and domination. Our first map for the first time in months.
The Rockets are one.
That Rad actually won.
It's that
First map.
Rad
11 final hits. Spider-Man with 4 final hits. What?
VP
Punisher with 6. Emma with 8. Venom with 7. 12 final hits by Strain. Oh my god.
That's the thing about a best of 3. You've ever stressed about a win streak, Marks.
Bro, surely FNATIC does not lose, right?
Just
All team है भाई ने अपना नाम रख रहा है all business. Cool, bro. Shamangas. BRBRPATA him. Insomnia GG. All business.
Spider-Man.
Oh, so what is your team about? All business, baby.
So that they can save the Emma, safely guard against any bans that could come her way. As
Trust
Rad
me,
instead
please play ranked. I am begging you.
When
come. So lacking a Luna point.
Star-Lord, ooh, Rescom.
Right click on your Stellar
Star-Lord,
shift.
Mantis,
So Adam,
Groot,
Invis
Woman,
a Magneto bubble, and
Emma.
also lacking a Luna point
Venom,
at the same time. This
Cloak
is
and
a
Dagger.
very squishy
I
style.
mean, they are
Hold
both
up,
teams
second
running
Venom appearance today
Rescom.
after Andrew's absolute domination on Krakoa going up against Berber Patapim. Trust me, maybe has the same read. And Never Trust Me is a dedicated
this Guardian of Galaxy
and Naga is going to be matching Stalin versus Stalin.
team up is so OP.
Rad going to be on the defense right now. Naga not wanting to find an opening just yet. Sleep comes out onto Trust Me.
Venom.
Instantly going to have to try and get out. The shield comes on through, but the
Venom
force
is
physics
dead.
grabs him back, and Trust Me is taken down.
Why are we playing Venom against
trigger
him?
when it comes to these, and now Naga is going to have quite a good position to try and roll in.
Strange,
with
yes,
the
he goes
if they
Doctor
do desire,
Strange.
of course, without the shielding coming through from a Magneto, due to him being banned, it's a little bit more risky to try and make that one work. Still, the risk pays off.
Star-Lord diff.
Falling down. Melio on the other side has already fallen.
Oh wow, Emma.
Their self-reses for many. It's a little bit of a mess in the frag feed right now, but it feels like Rad have managed to claim a huge amount of space here as Trust Me returns with a Doctor Strange portal.
Yeah, they're immediately going to have numbers advantage coming on through. Potentially, they're going to be able to chunk Finzi down as well. Dridro is going to fall first, followed by the Emma Frost, and Rad holding firm will be able to hold on to this point. Not a single tick of percentage given to Virtus Pro's side, but Galactic Legend is going to be
I am the
on
Sorcerer
up.
Supreme.
Naga has already got his, and now we're going to be feeling the lack of Magneto. No longer is it Meteor M to be able to shut down the Stolid ultimate. It's going to have to be a strategist
So
instead.
no
and
team is
Sipe,
running
with that
Ultron.
invis boundary is going to be
I think
likely the
Ultron
target
is
of
nice.
focus.
Might only be the case. Trust me, for now, just holding back, not wanting to overextend too much into a place where the group could indeed wall them in. That's a double wall coming up behind Trust Me. Just going to use the Maelstrom there to get rid of the anti-heal debuff and wait for the next chance to do a large amount of damage. The Agamotto is ready to go, and not too many stuns are going to be proffered up against it. Just got to worry about the pushback coming back from Sipe. If you put your back to a wall, that could be everything.
Strange ult.
Moving forward with the Soul Resurgence.
Big ult.
That's going to be 3 of the
Ashley big ult.
One's already fallen down. Quick resurrection here from Spark and wants to keep this fight going. And of course, inside the invisible boundary as well. So there's lots of damage, lots of healing to be done. Fate's already been resurrected by Melio as well, making sure that that cloak and dagger is still relevant in the fray. Naga instantly loses the Galactic Legend, and even through the
they are
eternal
so
bomb, the
low.
damage might prove overwhelming for the Rad defense. Nevic has fallen on down, and Virtus Pro, they're running low on time.
Yeah, Fi is trying to find any weakening trade to just take down one of the defensive members so that Virtus Pro can wrangle together a fast push with a numbers advantage, but it is not to be. Rad do not drop a single player, and Virtus Pro now,
Bro,
no
just
ultimate.
go one
1
tag.
minute
Why are
left
we
on the
playing
time
Emma and
bank.
Groot?
Yet to be able to break through.
We
They're
don't
gonna
have
to
enough
contest
damage.
The Psionic Seduction coming out from Rajaro. There's going to be another Eye of Agamotto propped up from Trust Me, and at the moment Virtus Pro have no opening angle as they have to deal with Naga on the side lane. Is constantly pressuring. The maelstrom of madness comes through from Trust Me. Found with those blasters coming out from the Star-Lord. Nevix goes down.
Bro, I'm telling you, you
Just
guys
one
have
fight.
no damage.
Junior
Why are
staggered
we?
as well? The Soul Resurgence almost there. Yes, but you're still going to have to compete with the Eye of Agamotto in the midst
Why
of
we
all this.
go- I mean,
For Virtus Pro, it's do or die.
Just TP,
is going
just
to have
TP,
invis
bro.
boundary.
Okay, they are
But
TPing.
is the invis woman going to have the opportunity to use it if you get caught in the crossfire of Eye of Agamotto? It is all over for Virtus Pro.
Bro, this Doctor Strange skin is
few
so sick.
options remaining. The Eye of Agamotto in the
Friends,
back pocket.
gather
The
around.
Soul Resurgence are getting aggressive to try and deal with this one. The Eye of Agamotto pushed back from Trust Me. Yeah, Fi gets stunned. There's plenty of healing there. Rajaro manages to find it. The Diamond Fist.
Wow, they win? Oh. Wait. No.
The invisible boundary, but it's too far.
Res. Flip. No, they don't have res.
They need to keep contesting. Naga's shutting them down as they go. The blast of Mirage.
IGG.
So much damage. Virtus Pro. The polar bears.
Yeah, they had no damage.
We go and drop.
It's draw or die, Mox. We're in.
Nevix
10
is gonna
final
be-
hits. Who was this guy?
Have
Naga.
this series in the palm
10
of
final
their
hits is
of their
crazy, bro.
hand. All they need to do is reach out.
Their Adam has most final hits.
Nevix
3.
is going to be starting on the
And
group.
Adam is a healer,
Finzi
not
the
a
ammo.
duelist.
It's all hands on deck. Virtus Pro, can they triple res? It is
Okay, he
out
goes
of
Psylocke.
the space.
They are not playing Rescom.
Rad
See,
have to have a
this is what they had to do. More damage. A Punisher, a Groot, and a Psylocke, and a Emma.
Virtus.pro to divert the
For attack.
attention so that Rad can start
I don't know what they were
enabling
thinking.
a core of their composition to anchor that point instead.
Control the space with a turret already. We see Nevix pulled on in. Thorn Lash Walls exchange as the damage starts to go forth. Rajaro looking for a
I think they should go Hawkeye.
to disengage as there was so much pressure going the way of Trust Me.
Or just get me and I'll play Hawkeye for them.
The Aegis used for protection.
Hawkeye's the best Hawkeye in this game.
Going 5, feeling a little bit nasty on the edge here. As guess what, Naga's back on.
Wait, never mind, they're losing.
Trust Me's already fallen on down. So for Rad, this
Ooh,
one might just
what a-
be farm
what a
for
sleep,
charge.
though.
Get out some of these resurrections. They are so important to take away.
Yeah,
GG's.
no, so
They lost.
uncomfortable with the isolations that the group wall was finding, and now Virtus.pro with the triple res are down so much of their sustainability options. Naga now chooses to flank, potentially wants to hit the high ground. Sleepy has been able to build an invis boundary. This one is going to be coming out onto the point, but if he invests it early to match Fate's eternal bond, Melio and Naga get
I mean, this
pretty
is
close
a
to
very
ultimate.
difficult point to hold.
Naga sees the juicy in it.
डिफरेंट चीजें होती है, जैसे लास्ट मैच डोमिनेशन था तो ये मैच वो है, इसमें ना तुम्हें एक वो ले जानी होती है, एक कार्ड ले जानी होती है एक पॉइंट से दूसरे पॉइंट. पहले तुम वाओ what a kill. पहले ये पूरा सिक्योर करना होता है, फिर यहाँ से एक वो आती है और नया C9. Why is this guy shouting? Shut the
Virtus.pro for the first time in their biggest upset that the
I've been flashback.
Oh wait, I just realized they won 2-0, right?
win potentially the second as
Wow.
already starting to
Virtus Pro actually lost. Virtus Pro is the best team in this game. In the whole game, and they lost.
That's pure happiness.
Oh, is this Trust Me? No. Was it Trust Me?
second that
Naga. Bro is playing from the kitchen. There is no way he's playing from kitchen.
A lot of discussion about
He's in
bans.
kitchen.
We're all chipping in, and there's quite with.
Nah, bro, anyone can play this. This is actually good. God type का. Domination तो God type. बाकी Overwatch का copy. Luke the Ninja suit
You
up.
know, with Trust Me, at that point, you know what.
the
Now.
Kings up.
Damn, Virtus Pro actually lost. That is good. All business. You see all business.
Like you know, that's why I didn't swap. I was.
Oh,
like,
listen, I really didn't want to be that guy. I really wouldn't want to.
To play, we practice on that now.
to actually find the picks with it.
Invisible boundary.
It's just the soul bomb.
All business. Hey, all business कहाँ है?
In case they go up against
Ooh,
flyers for a
Hawkeye.
good
Oh, there's a Hawkeye main?
Snoss falls down as well, and chasing down the Punisher elsewhere. 2-2 has
Oh, they are
would
playing
be able
Ultron.
to-
I saw Ultron. All business is this.
on the point.
Captain America.
Resurrection of front line is disintegrated, but 2-2 will at least be able to TP back.
Snost is going to have a god of mischief in this fight as well, but Zertanasi, look at how much more aggressive they're getting. They read that all business are likely going to go for a teleport play,
Punisher,
and they barge
strange.
right into spawn. No space. Dude does get the portal off, but he gets force physics shoved.
The drone is still pretty much the same, but the biggest nerf is going to be not having
Alfair,
refresh on your
please
missiles
perform.
and being able to run them as 2 individual missiles. So you still can do some set plays, but you can't, for example, use missiles at the
Add
beginning
कर
of the
लिया.
round and then again in the post plan.
Yeah, and how poetic. We're going to see our first Tejo. It's going to be given us by Genji, and it will be during Achilleos and Paperthin's final cast here at Masters Toronto. I know they're going to have fun with this one. I know you guys are going to have fun with this one, and I cannot wait
Double
to
smoke.
toss this over to them and
Double
get us
duelist,
back
one
into
initiator.
game.
Right, right.
Sure. Yeah, let's have fun with it. Had fun with the first map. Tech pauses sign. How about you guys here? The
और जो मैंने 5 के बताया था ना, लास्ट आने का वो फर्स्ट स्टेज का है. ऐसे 3 स्टेज है.
I think that literally nobody expected. Taeho will be played by
Stage 1, Stage 2, Stage 3, Stage 1 है जिसमें तुम घर पे खेलते हो. Stage 2 फिर क्वालिफाई होके रीजनल. फिर Stage 3 है जब राइवल्स सबको एक साथ लैंड लगा ले. राइवल्स जो टॉप टीम में क्वालिफाई होंगी इन सबको एक साथ बुला के मैच करवाएंगी.
So there's opportunities here for Gen G, but it clearly isn't the same agent that it used to be. And I'm wondering how you're going to set Texture up for a lot of these hits on this attacker side.
Let's see if there's going to be a method to the madness here. It's going to be a quick hit into this B side. Texture finding first blood. Chronicle flushed over the side. Paranoia went flying, and Texture is there to collect. Spike now going to be planted. Poison orb situated onto the rafters, I do believe. Yep, Texture playing here at the drop. FNATIC getting the fan out.
Reposition.
You have so much util from the deadlock. You know exactly where FNATIC's going to be coming from.
इनका Marvels पे पैसा तो है ही.
Through the alley for Kayak is couple spot checks. Texture able to avoid the damage. Sees the entry power of Alfie who lands right on top of Ash. Just meant to find that kill. The team, however, getting cleaned up in the meantime as it's just Kayak. Getting the reload, needing to hit some nasty shots with the wide swing from Karan. Will put him down.
Do not
Gen
lose
G,
pistol
3
at
for
all.
3 on pistols so far.
I think Gen G's perfect in pistols throughout this event.
They are.
They are. I'm just making
they're
sure.
11-0 on pistols.
That is unreal. Absolutely unreal. And it's just one paranoia.
और best बात है ये पूरा game comics से
people,
related है.
You think about deadlock on that defender side.
बहुत चीजें हैं
how
हद से
impressive the wall can be and the sonic sensors.
जो कभी
But
movies
you
में
have
भी
so
नहीं
much
आएंगे.
value on the attacker side, especially in the post plant. And this is just Gen G able to really just gum up the works because you know when the barrier mesh is going to get cleared, you can turn your attention that way. And that is just brilliant stuff from Gen G. And Alpha with the Sheriff.
In the mid. Just getting a tiny tap there on a Munchkin. It's all just to try to keep this position protected. Eventually does get red though. Munchkin able to come away with the kill. Paint Shell gonna send Beast flying. Able to avoid it. Just gets in, gets out. There's the A site now wide open for the taking. Gen G will have the plan.
Yeah, that's theft by Munchkin. It's a pretty good setup. It's just read well. And now you can use.
और इसमें गेम में ऐसा भी है तुम जितना गेम खेलोगे उतनी तुम्हें skins मिलेंगी.
Alpha is going to catch Munchkin though. Trying to re-clear the space.
चाहे कोई भी skin लेनी हो तो तुम्हें currency मिल जाती है.
Texture watching here. Ash holding on a little bit of a deep
उस currency से तुम गेम में कोई भी skin ले लो. कितनी भी महंगी हो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. कितनी भी legendary हो तुम बस खेलते रहो तुम्हें free में skins मिलती रहेगी. मैंने 4 खरीद लिया legendary free में.
Spike here. Gen G fanning out a bit. Going to see if they could catch him, but seems like he's already slipped the net well enough. And this is a fantastic anti-eco for Gen G. Keeping 4 guns over. I mean, again, Munchkin there, finding that early pick. The quick pivot over to A. You only lose the Ghost throughout the entirety of the round. So this could be a pretty fearsome bonus that they're going to bring to bear.
Just how the last match started.
Once again, be starting on the back foot. Trying to claw their way back to the map, but we saw it on Haven. Defender side, they were absolutely ferocious. Good stuff there from Ash. Texture just continuously watching that ramp, putting the Guardian to good use. And the full buy up there. Couple half armors for FNATIC, but a little bit of a smorgasbord here for Gen G. Able to scoop a few rifles into it.
Snuff them out. Good amount of firepower here. Risky business for FNATIC if they're not able to deny away a bonus conversion. Kayak not going to be caught by the net. Staying tucked here on the close angle. Texture finding one. Both are going to be taken down. TP's going to be coming through, but that gate crash out is now Kayak.
Oh shit, guys there.
Towards that A side of the map. Took B wide open.
That's so nice by Karan. Completely nullifies Kayak's position. And now you got to clear out this barrier mesh to get onto site.
You're gonna know exactly how many people trying to play from this angle. Sees getting the catch.
Nice.
Crashies will be able to find the shot across onto Ash. Gets himself the headshot there. Brings it back into a 4v4. He crashed forward. Back to pillar, the drop coming through. Foxy9.
Holy Alpha.
Nor can Texture. Karan gonna be full flash here. Backside swings in. Is able to find one. Chronicle can take it down. Gets himself a second. Looks for a little bit more. Gets him lined up. And puts it down into the 1v1. Crashy's trying to follow the trail.
Nice. Bro, Crashy doesn't lose. Bro, who is this guy, Munchkin?
Bonus
Bro
conversion
is
going to
killing
be
everybody.
denied, but FNATIC lose 4 players in the effort.
Oh my.
Yeah, that's a big loss.
GENG so fearsome in these post plants. Alpha with a great drop down.
But that was Karen.
Understanding of GENG's positioning already off that pistol that somebody's going to be tucked underneath the rope. Clear that out really nicely. Ash was trying to hide down there with the Tejo. That was dealt with. But that's huge. It's a very important round. That's got Alpha fired up. They're going to need a little bit extra energy, and you can see how, kind of the duality of emotions there for the FNATIC coaching staff. Happy to get the round, but not the way it went down.
Yeah, rougher position that they would like to be in, but still the round win all the same. Out there, now one away from having a showstopper online. As GENG are just trying to absolutely storm their way forward here into this site.
Crashies, hello.
He
took too much damage.
Backs away, Decay, a lion's share of that. Barrier mesh to just get cleared out.
Got one flash left, the Prowler, and then Alpha's blast packs and a paint shell to try to make this flood retake happen.
Fight at the ready here for Chronicle. Almost gets caught on timing. He's able to go ahead and avoid capture. Zalfier wrapping around over towards Alpha, but Ash punches him out. Texture finds Chronicle.
What
in the blink
are
of an
we
eye.
doing, bro?
GENG strike. Counteracting the flood retake.
Just swinging?
Securing themselves.
Alfia should have
3-1
just
lead.
hold the angle. I don't know what he's
it's
trying
just
to
so
do.
quick. GENG so happy to take the open space and just get these plants down and get into these post plants. And Ash doing a great job there. Right on site, right on time, right on the money. You do have a showstopper here for Alpha. He's going to be the only one with a weapon with a Guardian. Big question, do you invest it? Ash got his ult off of that 3K.
Any kind of opening pick would make it a bit easier to pull the trigger on that showstopper.
God, that deep start. That has to have
down.
Alarm bells ringing.
But here's the high-low. Forsaken learned his lesson, looking into something similar to this. We'll see if FNATIC ends up falling for a similar trap.
I mean, you can see that, GENG knows that they've been taking some open map space, and that FNATIC part of the game plan going forward might be to try to get a little bit more aggressive.
Always being made here on the jiggle.
Which can, I think, undetected there.
Undetected, unless you do get Kayak, who slowly creeps in towards the Raptors. Pings are coming down, though. Munchkin seemingly well aware of the potential positions here of the opposition.
He's got a read on the defaults.
Salvo's going to be sent. I don't know, Crashies going to be situated here on the side as the Haunt gets out. Kayak going to be caught off guard. Munchkin now striking. Trap, working a treat. Swing out there for Crashies.
Ooh, Crashies though. No, why are we going for the gun?
30 seconds
already wrapped around here onto the site. To find that elimination, spots out the head of Alphayer, who comes away with the kill. Nade's going to be sent. Reminder, that showstopper still here in the back pocket. But no blast packs to try to escort him forward. Get on top of these players.
How do we go in with Boombot?
Smoke cycled. Jumps out Munchkin! Absolutely deletes them all! Not skipping a beat!
Here! What here?
A 4K from the IGL. This GENG move up 4-1.
That's a heartbreaker against the showstopper. Munchkin, what is that? Just disgusting. He is absolutely fired up today. Looked like FNATIC might have a way back into that round. Crashies with a brilliant play around the smokes. A good timing to get into elbow, to get away from some of that early pressure that GENG was trying to create and completely catch them off guard.
Still going to be no timeout seen here for FNATIC. Likely to be called after this round if they're not able to find value off the rifle purchase, but Salvo is going to be sent. Damage taken, Vulture's down to 6. Still manages to fight back as Foxy9 is going to be eliminated there. Let's get the trade. As crashes across.
Their entries are just unstoppable.
Player advantages here. Spike now being planted in a pit to go ahead and make this even more unassailable for FNATIC. Reroutes them towards heaven. Charon is going to be lying in wait.
Still have the drone even here for Ash.
Does not
maybe get a good reveal.
Oh, they're saving.
It's a save. It makes sense.
GENG just forcing their hand. There's nothing more to be done. 5-1. The two dead players.
I mean, it was doable.
Economy in the dumps.
Munchkin was
It's going to be a rough
low.
one for FNATIC, struggling thus far here on this defending side.
Just a beautiful execute from GENG, finding some good value out of those salvos, keeping Boaster pinned in the back sight. And then just letting Texture do his thing. Just rush forward, catches the player up on rafters, and then Boaster dealt with, and that's round over. You know, you use the Tejo ult in there, sure, just to be careful, just to be really diligent. Got a couple ults, though, for FNATIC coming into this next round. They have enough for a scrappy buy.
1-5.
Have a Guardian and a Judge, along with the 3 rifles, but with that Cosmic Divide,
Damn, all the
along with the Nightfall
first
from
seeds are
Crashies,
losing.
could have some
Actually, all the
opportunities for
first
some
seeds
decent
lost.
retake
if FNATIC
potential.
lose this.
Maybe find
Not a single one
a
won.
nice early kill with that Judge. And Boaster's going to be the one wielding it. Right tucked into the cubby, inside of A main. Just a fast push up a mid, though. A little bit of damage done to Texture.
Find it there on the free fire. Relay bolt connecting.
What a blind.
Alfier doesn't even know where he is. Swing out. Crashy's now going to be spotted. Texture trying to go for a little bit of a wider swing, but Crashy's able to hold his own. Picks up the kill. The Haunt click. No, it's the double reveal into the
What a
seas.
util,
Crashy's
bro.
plays off beautifully.
Down B.
Just keeping himself alive. As he tries to hold down the sight.
Wow.
And he's doing it damn near single-handedly. The silent drop. The angle. Watch. Kayak and Crashies.
Bro, Crashies
go
with the
crazy
4
to get
fucking
FNATIC
K.
Their second round win.
Boaster, pick up guns.
That is crazy good stuff from Crashies. He was popping off on Avon. He is continuing on Split. Texture there was vulnerable, went for the swing anyway, paid the price, and that just got Crashies accelerated. Great use of his own util as well to stall the GENG players behind the pillar and knock them down. A massively impactful round, a much needed one for FNATIC. Still have that Cosmic Divide and a Judge for Boaster on the Astra. We'll see what GENG wants to do. The initial push from GENG looks so good, but the response just better from Crashies. Ooh, Chronicle
Spam with the Chronicle, and he just ends up falling right into it.
What are we doing, bro?
Eventually cleared. Foxy forced out of garage.
Takes the
Outside
space.
the map, clearly Crashy's domain.
That's a good space.
Munchkin tucked into the corner. Texture here to try to reinforce. Can he get a punish is the question. Kayak able to slowly drift back, and well, it's a Judge at range, so not going to mean too much. And the gate crash will get Kayak out the safety.
Damn, he would have actually got the trade if he didn't have Judge and pick up a gun last round. This fucking stupid Boaster.
Not going to be too far behind.
Just pick up a gun last game, last round.
Leaning in this direction. Do you try to go for ropes, or do you try to make the A site hit?
They're still assessing, still trying to make up their minds. Paranoia, stun, over towards elbow. Boaster able to avoid it, spamming, and still somehow comes out on top. Texture just cannot get the spray to connect. Does eventually fall. Looking for the ground, and he doesn't make it. Into the
That is so gay.
Snatches him up, and Foxy on the repeat finds Alfier. It seems like now it's his turn to pull off the heroics for GENG.
He ulted, bro. That is so bad.
What was that?
Crashy's at 10-3 and 0. Got himself a 4K in the previous round. Just needs 3 this time. Pulls back, avoids the grab net. Reposition from Karan. The Haunt gets a reveal onto 1. It seems like ultimately the call has been sounded for him to go on the retreat as Karan goes on the hunt and is rewarded with his prey. 6-2. GENG not giving FNATIC any back-to-back rounds.
Please show me this Annihilation again. This may be one of the best Annihilations I have ever seen in VCT. Just a spam down here early. Foxy 9. Brilliant stuff. The second one, that second kill really nice though as well, but I don't know what was going on with Texture against Boaster's Judge, but Foxy 9.
Someone will find it there.
The hero there for GENG.
That's going to be the timeout call now sent here from FNATIC.
Baby.
Well, this is tough. I mean, a lot of the
Here
kind of small change-ups Fnatic have
Stage
been
1 prize, America and EMEA.
kind of worked at times, and they haven't at others. I mean, GenG's just so good, and these executes are so clean, and if they get to the post plant, just forget about it.
And they keep finding Chronicle pretty much at the start of these rounds. They have denied any and all value from Fnatic's, the biggest trophy winner that they have on this roster. Currently finds himself 0-6-2 as the defending Viper.
Hard to believe. I mean, I think as Fnatic, I wouldn't be surprised to see them be a little bit more aggressive at the mains, like we saw in B main there with Crashies previously, to try to deny some of this early map pressure, to deny GenG information. But these early picks, you're right, are probably the biggest part of the puzzle. You can't afford to be losing that Viper.
Come on, 6-6 and we win attacking easy.
So much important stall that can be employed from that agent. I mean, yes, it is a double duelist comp here on Split. So Fnatic, yes, the last time we saw them against Heretics on Split, it was attacker side where they did the majority of their damage. But you can't let this get out of control.
Texture is full sending it up the rope is TP. Karen finds himself right on top of Boaster, right above Kayak. But no clue what was happening. Gets a spot out there on a one, tries to play this as patiently as possible.
Bro, really, dude?
It may be a virtue, but it's not always the right decision.
Dude, that's the second
check
time.
from Ash is just too monstrous. Karan, a bit of damage going to be taken. It does flush him out into the opening. Chronicle gets himself on the board at long last.
3v3.
Kill found, a 3v3. Altless are both of the teams. Munchkin out from main. Gets a spot, but it's quickly traded back.
Where are you?
Chronicle trying to find his footing to get himself a third. Ash
Nice, Chronicle, nice.
The timeout call leads to the round win. Not the cleanest one, not necessarily the one that Fnatic were looking
buy.
for, but the
Alfir
one
can't buy.
that they needed.
Crashies can't buy.
They get themselves a third.
What a back and forth. That's got a smile out from Chronicle. Just a really, really nice moment from him. Alpha with that out duel. That flush out there with the paint shells. Give them another kill, really nicely done. Great utilization of Crash's utility. He has been phenomenal. So many different aspects of the game. On to Fade now. Really, really good stuff. GenG, I mean, good awareness, a little bit of trickery at the beginning of the round with Karan. Looked like maybe they were just going to cruise to their 7th. Crashies had other plans.
Might just be the floodgates open with those kills. Pit does come online. Immediately gets invested here in mid. GenG not playing the Raze means that they don't have as many tools to try to flush the Viper out. Crashies though. Ooh, elbow going to be spotted, but Foxy9 sends out a little shot, so he's able to back away.
Yeah, GenG now kind of left in a dilemma. Oh, a little bit of spam there with the stinger from Boaster, but you're not exactly sure, what's going on either side of the map. You're trying to work it out, trying to map it out. Now you know that the Fade and the Raze are over here onto B.
It's a combo out. Sees nade sent. Kayak playing on top of the box here at ramp.
I mean, that might give you the confidence. Double back in this direction. You can maybe create a little bit of noise. Chronicle shifts positions, but GenG not revealing anything with their sound. I love the way Ash is just so aware of any trickery, any cheeky plays from Fnatic. He's been really good.
30 seconds left.
Salvo's at the ready. Texture going to try to open things up here. And Ash,
what a shot,
you're talking
bro.
about it, the awareness. Just follows in off the back of the Neon. Finds the headshot. Boaster now playing forward here within the smoke. He will dodge out the paranoia at the time. Started at the window, but he cannot find the elimination.
10 seconds left.
Foxy gets the kill. It's Chronicle. Heroics might be leaned on once again. Peak about to come through, and Karan, he wins that fight. Alfier able to trade one back, but into a 2v4 with your economy in a rough position.
We have to save, bro.
Much more is there to be done.
God, you're so close to your ultimates too, but it's just so difficult. This double stack around the corner.
Seems like just a play to try to go for the exits here. They have both angles covered. And have to go ahead and lock one. As Alfier want to see what he can make happen. It's a spot out onto Ash. Foxy9 Tagged up a bit, swings out, wins the fight. Just slide in the corner here.
At least he has a
At the ramp to keep himself protected. GENG securing themselves a lead here at the half as they hit 7. They're looking for 9.
Goodness. Just unbelievable awareness from Ash. Karan this time gets up on the rafters. Good for another before he gets traded out, but that's basically round over. It's frustrating. You know, Alpha felt like he could have done some more damage. You get that first kill and you can really start to accelerate, baby, but round's already well out of hand.
Damn, no buy for Kayak at all.
It's going to be one away from a Nightfall for Crashies, but the economy...
Bro, buy anything.
The dumps for FNATIC.
Okay.
A weird assortment of weapons, a lot of shotguns.
For a catch here again, Munchkin playing back, anticipating this pressure coming his way outside of A main. Hella trying to jack Chronicle, playing off the back of the vulnerability, does manage to cut Texture in half with that judge. Poster similarly playing forward. As the Bucky. GENG, seeming like they're just gonna go ahead, back away. Not necessarily happy with the 1-for-1, but
no one's playing A at all.
Willing to part ways.
They showed presence A and then just gave up A.
It's all just hidden positions.
Oh, shield peeked up for Crashies.
So what
off the shorty, gonna prove to be a little bit more difficult. Is that showstopper does not get sent. Karn just sprays him down. Poster now. Pushing forward, finds Karan. Somehow makes that Bucky connect to great effect. Weapons collected, Phantom Vandal in hand. Munchkin.
30 seconds left.
Wow, that's a great wall.
Spike planted.
Plant here playing alongside Foxy9. One of his newer trainees on the team. Finally given a real opportunity.
They just wait for it?
Careful here.
Supposed to trying to assess.
How long does it take?
They're running out of time. Noise made.
What the
Sunbound,
fuck?
no boy.
Can you see the player screens?
No.
Poster is dead.
A little too far away to tell what exactly is going on.
1v1?
But I think
Oh, at least show us the UI.
This to fully assess what exactly is going on.
I think he won.
GENG won.
Yeah, he
won.
won.
You, assuming that we're still being heard.
8-4?
Out to the stream and here in the house, is it looks like GENG are able to come away with that round win.
It was a 1v1. Nice try. Bro, hello?
Well, this is a first.
I think we, yeah, got hit with the paranoia here.
Yeah, I don't know. We're also just not going out to the house anymore. So, sounds being made. But I don't know what's happening.
I'm not sure either. Just, I can hear sound again. Players are relaxing.
Yeah.
Tech pause.
We're at the point where we just don't know. We're going to keep yapping just in case this.
Yeah, I have no idea, but
realistically,
I mean, you guys could show the replay. And it worked.
I'm going to try to check in online, see maybe if there's some information there. As it seems like everything else is functioning. I think it's just our in-house view.
Well, yeah, I mean,
that isn't.
We lost everything.
That isn't working. So, okay. So, waiting to get everything rebooted and good to go. Seems like game. Okay, being told stream is still live.
Yay.
We had a power issue here in-house, so we're waiting to go ahead and get that cleaned up. So hopefully you guys can hear us, as I think it might take a quick sec to try to get this one squared away.
Yeah, it might take a little bit. Just sometimes things happen, and pretty sure. Yeah, we have a pause in the game, folks. Just so you know, we haven't continued on. You're not missing anything.
Oh, so they can see it, and I think that they still have shots of the players and like that on screen. So it's pretty much that the stream is fine, but for us here, it's not.
It's not.
Which obviously is a bit of an issue.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we'll take some time to try to fix this one. So we're going to go to a break, being told about 10 minutes, and hopefully when we come back, we should have everything up and running.
Counter players to the Captain America, because the second you see him coming, you just Diamond Form and Carbon Crush. Viz women so that they have again those
VALORANT
resources, right? For if
उनके भी
he
तो हजार
wants
है
to
ना।
play the torch, he's going to be able to have the fancy
एशिया में तो मेरे को
and
teams
he's
भी नहीं पता
also
कौन
going
कौन
to
सी
be
है।
able to have that Guardian shield in front of him, providing him a barrier. Those magic picks, there's no Hawkeye, there's no Hela. It's more than likely that we're going to be seeing something just try and pressure these defenders back, because we do have to talk about the fact that on that defense, that is a squirrel girl. Smashnaz is
जैसे ये दूसरा वो है डोमिनेशन था जिसमें डोमिनेट करना पड़ता, बीच में ये है कि ये जो कार्ट है इसे एंड पॉइंट तक ले जाना है और हर पॉइंट में 4 मिनट मिलते हैं। पहले पॉइंट में 4 मिनट मिलेंगे, फिर दूसरे पॉइंट में प्लस 2 मिनट्स 30 सेकंड्स, फिर लास्ट पॉइंट में 1 minute 30 seconds.
And the Emma Frost, but maybe the rooting Acorn could actually be a little bit of secret
RC, I don't know. GENG.
They do have multiple facets to be able to deal with Welshmania. And here you can see the health is getting lower and lower and lower. And Lugia is going to be one of them. Welshmania grabbed up by the Pheromone.
Why are you playing a Wolf?
In the middle of Zerchanasti's team.
Wait, what? Why are you playing Wolverine?
Can find to save the Captain America, and with that one pick, everyone from the attacker side takes.
He does force out the slam.
ये कार्ट है ना इसमें, इसको ले जाना है।
Ducky 1 playing a solo Vanguard Emma is fairly risky. That was a very ambitious attempt at a grab there.
Why are we playing a
Wolverine?
A squirrel girl? Nah, what is this? Nah, these guys are actually bad.
You can tell from the lack of cross next to their nameplate at a glance, as Welshmania takes a lot of aggro in the back. Ducky overwhelmed even with the invisible boundary. The damage from 2-2 kicking him into a roll was far too much to deal with. Out comes the invincible, the
8 minutes? Take pause. Nah,
adjective for the Skrulls. I'm sure maybe Tipito will be able to forgive me by the end of this.
Knuten.
Bro, there's no way people are playing.
And
that Genji
might not have been beaten, but it did create enough space for Zerchanasti to gracefully disengage, at least until now. Eternal Bond packaged with Final Judgment is going to be the final play all business needs.
मैंने इस गेम के बाद Punisher सीरीज देखी भाई, मजे आ गए।
Yeah, a bit of a
क्या सीरीज है?
Strategist differential right there. Sloppo was able to just sit in the middle of it and get as much healing as they
No
like.
way a team with Squirrel Girl and Wolverine should win. I can't lie. Fuck them.
Oh, they are trying for the
trying.
We're on the other side. We need to get back on this. Here we go. We're back in the game, baby. Sending the fire cyclone into the enemy spawn. Tu's getting a little bit creative with it as the portal comes on out, and it's yet another massacre in favor of all businesses. Knockouts are delivered, and Zero Tenacity is sent back to a much further away spawn.
Yeah, and this is now going to be really awkward for Zero Tenacity. Allow they risk
Captain
getting
America,
into these
okay,
enclosed choke spaces. It's actually going to be Knuten
Iron Man.
Iron Man to deny those.
So
plays.
we went.
Comes on through with the armor overdrive, buys all of the space for Zero
We
Tenacity.
went from Squirrel Girl. Nah. Whoever this guy is, he can't aim.
Away spawn.
They can have a better setup
Because
into B.
Squirrel Girl and Iron Man, you don't need to
They
aim.
risk getting locked into these enclosed choke spaces.
Oh,
It's
these
actually
guys
gonna
are
be
not
Knuten
winning a
swapping
single
with
game,
Iron
I'm
Man to
telling you
deny
right now.
those plays. Comes on through with the armor overdrive.
Ultron,
buys
Iron
all of
Man,
the space for
Strange.
Tenacity to just come right back on through and hold on that corner, especially since Smash is on the Ultron, so that
Avengers,
Terrakid forces the Iron Man back, and out comes Welshmania, just allowing all business a free inroad into Zero Tenacity's entire team.
Oh, Smash is laying down the damage, but all business have disappeared. They just faded into the night to get away from the incoming damage on the other side. Here comes the Sonic
Bro,
Seduction.
there's a Captain America on your
healers.
healers, hello?
Dodged away from by the side of Zero Tenacity. We have to give up a huge amount of space.
Rolls होते हैं इस गेम में, इसलिए डेड आएगा भी.
And now we have to see Jin 2-2-2 and a Punisher who's going to make this very difficult. 2-2 just falls down. Oh, Knuten!
Daredevil, Deadpool, Thanos.
Sloppo just managed to throw out
बहुत लोग आ रहे हैं अभी तो. अरे भाई बहुत है यार पावर राइज में, करोड़ों भी कम बोल रहा हूँ मैं. बहुत characters है.
On the other side with the eye of Agamotto stuns up all of the friends of Sloppo and he stands alone.
अभी तो ब्लेड इन गेम है. मतलब ब्लेड अभी कब्जे में हो रखा था ड्रैकुला के. ये गेम पूरा कॉमिक्स के हिसाब से चलता है. तो इन गेम भी काफी कॉमिक्स की इवेंट्स होते हैं. तो जैसे अभी लास्ट सीजन में ब्लेड को कब्जे में कर रखा था ड्रैकुला ने. तो गेम उसके मैप, वो एक मैप आया था उसके अराउंड. अब ब्लेड सेफ हो गया. इस सीजन में ब्लेड को छोड़ मतलब ब्लेड को हमने सेव कर लिया. और अब वो कौन सी सिटी है, वकांडा में रेस्ट कर रहा है.
Tenacity
पूरी story line ही related है game. भाई crazy है भाई, crazy game.
But don't gain any further ground.
Oh, the lack of damage drop off from Knuten as well with his long-range repulsor blast also mean that you can try and clear up those disengages and find those final hits as we saw happen in the Snos there.
It's going to be potentially that one-shot capability interrupting and dispatching closer even through this invis boundary. Well, Business also taking a lot of entry damage as they don't have a strategist ultimate. Half the way. It's going to be Terror Cape. Yet again, Knuten holds his will.
Iron Man ult.
Is still in play, and it's actually Tuzi with the supernova that comes through instead. But Knuten was waiting for it. Xenos in the midst of the eternal bond dashes directly into the one shot.
Light Force and Dark
Bro,
Force
you can't even aim on Iron Man. You are bad.
Physics,
you are bad.
Just to put it directly where it needs to be, slowed down on the disengage, leaving that invisible boundary. He's actually going to leave Ducky alone here on the Emma, but there's plenty of sustainability still available from Oasis coming through. Diamond Fist, more than enough to try and deal with this. Nice dodge! Oh, the Aegis goes crazy right there to avoid the Eye of Agamotto coming in from the other side. Meanwhile, cheeky TP from Lugia, proving himself the GOAT, manages to set it up for Smashnes to use the range of Ultron to find all the final hits you need and a few more too.
Ultron अभी नया नया है. Ultron सबसे latest character
use the
है.
Rage of Ultron and damage enemies and kill allies alike was huge from Zero Tenacity. All Business are off of the torch. They're onto the Hela. Tuzi is trying to utilize the hit scan and put those knives into the heads of either Smashnes or Knuten. But it's easier said than done since the Hela doesn't have the space. No angle has been developed. All Business have to make a play for right side instead, but that sets them directly into the path of Psionic Seduction.
Oh, it's risky. They might lose two.
Oh! Bro, he gets four. He's emoting.
Oh, it's risky. They might lose 2-2. Oh,
brother, you can't aim. Don't celebrate. Look at this guy. Oh my god. Look at this guy.
Oh, he's given it some. He's certainly given it some. It's beyond words. It's beyond comprehension. And it's beyond all business as they get stymied on second.
Damn, what a big Iron Man.
Rivals, just like they just need
final judgment, which could have been ruinous for a Zero Tenacity who
the Iron Man with the Ultron. This Penny is not going to be sticking around. It's just so everyone can start armoring up, packing their lunches. In terms of that defense, these players might be hitting a little bit of turbulence as air control is firmly in the favor of Tuzi and Slopper right now.
Oh yeah, that spam onto Knuten certainly going to be something. So instead it's going to fly low in a phalanx with their Vanguard, just relying on the shielding to lay down unimaginable damage into the Vanguards with the armor overdrive.
This Iron Man is so bad.
Vulnerable by the Terror Cape. Just a little bit of a bust from the Dark Maelstrom is too much to bear.
Genji is gonna win so easy.
And off of the back of that, All Business are going to get a little bit aggressive. However, they're going to make sure they don't go too aggressive as Welshmania almost pays for their hubris. The force physics could have been huge to open up that fight. Zero Tenacity's players are so much closer to the respawns than All Business are. So these trades are going to go in the attacker's favor. Tuzi with the Pyro Prison is going to try and shut down Zero Tenacity's approach around this corner, especially off of the back of these Terror Capes set up.
Pro teams के तो अलग मैचेस होते हैं, वो तो बहुत ही OP होते हैं यार.
Use it to try and live the Rage of Ultron coming on out. Tuzi and Bolden gets one, gets two, and Zero Tenacity air control. We have a problem.
Oh, that was a perfect response from All Business as well. Zero Tenacity were trying to use the Rage of Ultron to bait out the Eternal Bond and then frag it instantly with the Invincible Pulse Cannon.
Jo team
gets shot down during their channel of the ultimate, so it doesn't get delivered.
Jo team इसमें qualify नहीं कर पाती, pro team में वो इसमें खेलती है.
Going to be still sitting on that invis boundary. You have to be careful by two though. That Eye of Agamotto with the Maelstrom can still find the damage to blitz through the defensives.
इसमें team है NV है OP.
Anything in particular? Do you feel anything any which way? They haven't been able to bypass.
Another one. Kill goes down. I mean, they found the opening KOs, but it was not enough against Speedily. Kind of.
इनका तो एम, इनका तो भाई ये तो अलग ही लेवल है भाई. इसमें वुल्वरीन खेल सकते हैं. ये इन्हें खेलना आता है वुल्वरीन.
I mean, they found the opening KOs, but it was not enough against Speedily, who just kind of.
क्या कौन? 100 Thieves, Sentinels, 100 Thieves versus Luminosity.
So Dominic
is one of the best teams.
Helpful point pick on the strategist of Cloak and taking them down. Vinny doing a nice job, and I love the Thing versus the Thing play here. I mean, this is something you don't see too much in ladder, at least.
Positioning too that we've been able to see from Delena over to the side, trying to take a more flanking angle. This time though, March playing a lot more front heavy, trying to play off to the back end before Delena just comes in from the same angle that Delena has been almost this entire game within this second point. Got it to death, perfect timing, literally at 2 HP before ringing it from above and finding Spenny.
I was just about to call out that Delena is known for these flank angles and being, they let him go, they let him be sneaky, and that is how you play Hella at the highest level. And you first start out with that Hella pick, and he got it going on March, who again is, they bent a little bit, they did not break.
Oh, they don't have time to DP.
Thieves have to all
I Rocket is सबसे cute.
इस
game में ये Rocket.
100 Thieves have been right
बड़ी सी गोली लेके घूमता रहता है.
Sarah just being, I mean, win as Wolf.
Looking to your back, here comes Tara to do the rest.
Spera just being, I mean, when has Wolverine been known to be sneaky? I mean, he just goes behind them like the animal that he is and gets a huge pick. And Delena, while getting the distraction turn, Haluk goes down as well, making it an easy way up the front main street for this payload.
Great first initial pick there too. Literally splitting the attention of LG after losing now March. A bit of a stagger here too. Losing out on Spenny, just a matter of time as he just swipes around, boosting up that rage even more.
Vicky, I swear, it looks like one team's playing chess, the other one's playing Jenga. This is just such a great job of 100 Thieves knowing exactly where they need to go, what positions they need to be at. We have Brady here in the backline trying to make something happen here with Ultron, getting dangerously low there as Vinny, the tree god, takes him.
There's been
और ये जो TT कह रहा है कंट्रोल प्लेयर है भाई, कंट्रोलर प्लेयर.
There just has
हो सकते हो.
That as well and get out of there. It's this all important Terra, and this is the whole this back end as Brady's thrown down.
100 teams का Magneto है.
Supports picked, but no.
Controller
player. 100 Thieves DK taking a good.
Yeah, ultimate. I mean, everything but the kitchen sink here, and then Terra's about to include the kitchen sink as he hits up his ultimate. I mean, you're gonna have to get something going, and March is able to be the swan song for Luminosity here.
LTLB RBB. Actually,
top rack. At the same time, you've lost both of your
Pro is playing pro game, pro level against controllers with against mouse and keyboard with a controller.
Right alongside Terra, who's been a terror
and he's playing for the number one team
so far. Gets clobbered right in his face. Just stunned him. Priorities just keep forcing LG to stagger.
I mean, it's listen, it's little things like TTK pulling out the
पहले पॉइंट में इन्हें 4 मिनट में 2 मिनट बचे जब इन्हें टच किया तब इन्हें 30 मिनट एक्स्ट्रा मिले तो 5 मिनट में इन्हें यहाँ से यहाँ तक ले जाना ये फाइनल है वैसे ले जाना यहाँ तक होता है पर ओपोनेंट टीम से यहाँ तक ले गई
dominance and clean and coordinate the third elimination bracket moving on extermination trying to get those
obviously
kitchen something going in more
making that statement right alongside Terra, who's been a terror for LG so far. Gets clobbered right in his face. Counterplay to that Jeff NATO.
Start होगा नहीं होगा
really
नशे हो रहे हैं नींद के
to the other side. Up.
Oh, Hawkeye finally.
Like holding the split, taking a good amount of damage.
I love Hawkeye.
To the other side, up on high ground and uncontested.
I mean, he's bad. What? This guy can't aim.
He's going to have to contest this Hawkeye. He's getting non-stop hits, and if he gets that headshot connected, it's all but over.
This is how you play Hawkeye. Oof. 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 Whoa. This is how you play Hawkeye.
Hydron in the storm there, as Hydron is going to eliminate, just as I said it, the Hawkeye going down. Valentina getting the nice pick on Pancake as well, and this is going to go yet again, as Fraud is going to be the main name to see and wiping out Nightmare quite easily.
And not an inexpensive fight for Citadel as well. Valentina using that invisible boundary. We saw Fraud out here too, being able to use that final judgment. Now allow Citadel to still cycle through those ults that they have available.
Yeah, I mean, great.
Why do you have a
economy of
wait?
ultimates has
Whoa,
been
Valentina.
perfect. They've got the Agamotto they can go into right away, and heck, you can really just use
she's a good
Hawkeye by himself to get the majority of the picks needed.
But
we have the clouds.
why do you have a shit ass Hawkeye?
Rains down. It's gonna be too little, too late. Crowd's going crazy.
No way with Velocity though, having the already from the Luna Snow, the survivability.
Okay, I know this pancake guy.
Next level.
That is why, as we have the pancake portal,
500.
as I like to call it, coming on point at the last second. Get your Vanguards through. You've got no ults to keep protected. Maybe use a Magneto. For the next point. Try to contend as much as you can here as we head into this last fight.
Use it against that invisible
Yo,
boundary,
Hawkeye.
maybe is what I'm thinking.
You wanna one-tap
Aurora
anyone?
Still having to look out for these pesky strategists here from Citadel. Fraud's gonna open things up here with that final
Magneto
judgment.
missed his ult, did he?
Strategist here from Citadel. Fraud's gonna open things
Oh,
up
he
here with
killed
that final judgment. Here's that
Oh, he
Magneto
killed
Aurora
Hawkeye
just
and
just like that. So Valentina didn't even have the opportunity to utilize that.
If a huge and honestly though, and right away they're
right little blockade here. Opened up for the rest of Nightmare. Ult. Nightmare,
okay.
Micah may have to
Hawkeye
start
uses
leaving
that.
things
Let's see what
opened
happens.
up for the rest of Nightmare here if they want to have an opportunity. The Eye of Agamotto.
Wow, this Hawkeye is
the
bad.
answer back
Holy
on the other
shit,
side.
he is bad.
But they still have to worry about the Hawkeye ult. Invisible boundary just to counter the
Bro,
storm
just
ultimate here
get
too
me
from the other
in.
side. Eye of Agamotto now just a freeze. Agamotto
What
here
is this?
to start leaving things opened
Nah, this
up
Hawkeye
for
is
the rest
trash.
of Nightmare here if they want to have an opportunity. The Eye of Agamotto here counters with
flying out the perfection there.
It's incredible. Valentina playing out of her mind. Aurora getting
Nah,
taken
Valentina's a
out. No
good
chance
support.
for a flip
Whoa,
here.
whoa,
But
whoa,
at
whoa. 9-3. GG. They are definitely not winning this. Wait, we are just getting a Karen POE? Wait, what? No commentary, no nothing, just a Karen POE? Now Valorant is ass. Valorant is actually an ass game. Or it was just the last round.
City from Wicked.
I mean, let's watch.
목표 위치 확인 중.
So they made them play last round and it's already halftime. Alpha gets one, gets traded.
이걸로 끝이다.
What?
이걸로 끝이다.
No, Crashies, what the fuck? 2v3.
그림자가 간다.
What a shot. Oh, Valorant is so ass.
4 Qs is a challenge right now, and Lugia gets nothing off the Eye of Agamotto. Same to be said here for 2-2. Nobody stunned, no souls separated from bodies, but certainly corporeality is a challenge right now.
Japan.
ちょっとヒットスキャン寄りなので対空も可能なんですよね。そういった部分が
भाई सही में अबे भाई मैंने लास्ट के 2 मैचेस देखे भाई इतना गंदा खेल रहे थे वैलोरेंट का गेम भाई नीचे ही जा रहा है प्रो लेवल भी भाई मतलब इतना गंदा मैंने ना मेरे रैंक मैचेस भी इतने गंदे नहीं होते होंगे जितना ये लास्ट क्या था वुल्व्स वर्सेस आरआरपी आरआरक्यू भाई हद से ज्यादा गंद हाथ धो लिए मैंने तेरा
Playing with a good bird. Make a serious go at it. RRQ showing a little bit of their prowess though, going ahead 8.
तब भाई मैं अभी दिखा एक राउंड
Ults coming through rather than just
सही में भाई भंस भाई ओपी ही पहली बार ठीक है
not having to use
डिफेंस में एक स्मोक है वो भी वाइपर जो हर बार वॉल कर रही है सॉरी, और हम तब भी बी नहीं जा रहे। मतलब हम कितने भाई, कितनी स्टूपिड बात है। प्रो लेवल पे भी एक ऑप खरीदो, इतना पैसा है तुम्हारे पास गधों के बच्चों, एक ऑप खरीदो, बी जाओ, हर राउंड ऑप लगाओ, क्या करेंगे वो? उनके यहाँ सिर्फ एक ब्लाइंड है, गेको तोड़ दो भाई, हर राउंड बी जाओ, ऑप लगाओ, जीजी। नहीं भाई, हम तो पागल है।
Slope area. Move up there from Spring. You kind of see there's something fun.
भाई स्मोक नहीं है उनके पास, ऑप लो ऑप।
No one for walls is in this kitchen. Really RQ. Down by Jack.
एक और राउंड दिखाता हूँ।
This was hoping fighting for his ass. There's a trash. Then there's a player on 14.
एक कोई ट्रैश नहीं तोड़ता, कोई भी ट्रैश नहीं तोड़ता, भाग जाते ट्रैश से।
Then there's a player on 14. Move up, catches out. Why you now with Cushing, Juicy from above the center. Time is on. No.
एक राउंड और दिखाता हूँ।
Doesn't see around. That is a
हम पहली बात, हम ए जा क्यों रहे हैं? जब उनके पास स्मोक नहीं है, एक वॉल है, और तब भी ए जा रहे हैं।
Spring on this round is going to. And that's. And he's just having to get out somehow. Health still has. It's on light sword.
एक तो मैंने एक बंदे को ट्रैश तोड़ते हुए नहीं देखा, ये डीसी जो ब्लाइंड होता है गेको का, ये नहीं तोड़ते हुए देखा।
Hard fought. Got more dangerous. Crazy. But that being said, it's like.
ओ, हम भी गए, हम जीत गए, वाओ। किसी ने सोचा ही नहीं होगा। अब मैं ये राउंड दिखाता हूँ, ठीक है? हमको साइड मिल गई है फ्री। फ्री साइड मिल गई, केजे किया हमने, उनका केजे तोड़ दिया। क्रेजी भाई, क्रेजी। फिर हमने केजे किया, हमने वाइपर अल्ट किया, पूरी साइड हमारे पास है। अब इस गधे के बच्चे जेट को देखियो, इस गधे के बच्चे जेट को देखियो, ठीक है? ठीक है, हमारे पास पूरा स्क्रीन है। सोवा अपना अल्ट के लिए खेल रहा है, सोवा की हेल्प करने कोई नहीं आएगा। ये गधे का बच्चा जेट, यहाँ पे अलार्म बोर्ड लगा हुआ है, ठीक है? ये नोटिस करियो, यहाँ पे अलार्म बोर्ड लगा हुआ है। तो मतलब अगर कोई भी यहाँ से आता है राफ्टर से, तो हमें इजीली पता चल जाएगा। एक तो इस भाई ने अल्ट की, भाई का अल्ट देख लो। ओ वाओ, अबे गधे के बच्चे, ओमेन, जब हमारे पास ये है तो मतलब वो यही होंगे ना, सुअर की औलाद। अगर हमारे पास पूरा स्क्रीन है तो ऑब्वियस सी बात है वो यही होंगे, ठीक है? सोवा के पास अल्ट है बाय द वे। कोई में पूरी टीम में से कोई उसकी हेल्प करनी आ रहा, स्पेशली केजे जिसने यहाँ अलार्म बोर्ड लगा रखा है, वो उसकी मदद करनी नहीं आ रही। एक्चुअली इनसेन। जिसके पास ओके मॉलीज नहीं है, पर स्टिल तू सोवा की मदद कैसे नहीं कर रही? सोवा मर गया अल्ट के साथ। अच्छा मॉलीज, एक मिनट, मॉलीज है, हमने वहां मॉलीज लगा रखे हैं, पर हम तब भी साइड में खेल रहे हैं। सोवा की मदद नहीं कर रहे जिसके पास अल्ट है, ठीक है? ये तो मैंने देखा ही नहीं, मॉलीज लगे हुए हैं, ठीक है? अब सबसे फनी बात दिखाता हूँ। यहाँ पे अलार्म बॉट है, इस गधे की गांड जेट को पीक करना है, वो भी शॉटगन के साथ। चूते पट्टे, अलार्म बॉट लगा हुआ है वहां पे, तू जाके मर गया। एक ही जगह वहां से जहां से वो टीम आ सकती है, हम जाके मर गए। यहाँ पे सोवा मर गया अल्ट के साथ। केजे भाई पता नहीं क्या चिल कर रहा है अपना बॉक्स पे। यार नहीं भाई, मैं नहीं देख सकता भाई, ये भाई मैं नहीं देख सकता। कैसे भाई, कैसे बहुत भाई। और ये तो मैंने एक चीज और दिया था, ये हर राउंड जब भी ये, हाँ ये ओह शिट, गलत बटन दब गया। जब भी किसी भी टीम के पास किसी का भाई वैलो से नहीं होगा कुछ, किसी भी टीम के पास वन प्लेयर एडवांटेज होती है ना, जो प्लेयर एडवांटेज लेता है, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल यहाँ केजे ने किसी को मारा, मिड में, ठीक है 5v5 है, पर केजे ने किसी को मारा तो केजे जाके मर जाएगा। वो भाई को प्लेयर एडवांटेज खेलना ही नहीं, वो मर जाएगा जाके। एक भाई बहुत राउंड में यही हुआ, यहाँ तक कि भाई मैच तो चल रहा है जेनजी का। चला सोने, कल मिलते हैं। ओके ब्रदर, गुड नाइट। Sadak. Good night. There is no way. That's no.
車線をテレポートで通すつもりか。なるほど。
クレイジーラクーン。
情報から打ち抜いていく。
Versus Genji。おお、いいGenji。
ただファーストピックは。いや、ただ取ってる。ジェンジローだ。はい。ただそれでもジェンジ。こちらの方がキルは優勢です。いや、作戦はかなりかっこよかったんですが、
ファンブラウニー、
その前に詰めてきましたね。この準備段階でその要は火力を出せない、準備してる間に火力出せない2体がいるうちに、ジェンジ e スポーツが詰めたことで疑似的に6対4の状況が起きて、その結果ジェンジ e スポーツがファイトに勝つ形になりました。いや、今日食らっていったんですが、もうジェンジから優勢のスタートになりそうです。
Bro, are you fucking kidding me, man? Sentinels versus Paper X. G2 versus XLG. Man, how did G2 even lose, bro? Ugh. What is everyone else doing?
I feel like they have different style of playing these maps.
See him, bro. It's big, it's fat. Killer. Nah. Bro, by 17, 16, is this guy fucking real? Chad, is this guy fucking real? How do you get hooked first point and then fucking invis booped on second?
TP. Just go switch to hero. We can give them this fine.
Change shoaling, please, guys. Walk.
Bro, what?
Come back. Run. Bro, hold tight, bro.
I know the issue. There's two issues.
I'm dead. I'm fully dead. I hope you have a good day, bro. Just FF, please. I don't want to play this anymore. Deadass.
Give me out, bro. This fucking magnetism is...
Alright, Jane Lee, I'm gonna rage in a second, bro. I'm gonna fucking lose
it.
Brother, you die to hook and then you get booped off map. And you have 18, 17, bro.
Because they have maybe torch Bucky.
Maybe they have
torch.
Yeah, maybe stay Emma then, what?
Switch the fuck off Emma then.
It's time to whip it out, bro. Are you doing good? I'm doing great, bro. Amazing. Amazing. I'm doing great. Playing rank.
Super winnable game, but you just have to play like the bare minimum for this rank, but you can't because you're a Celestial player at heart. You just dog shit.
Yeah, I'm still
18
there,
deaths, no, it's inexcusable.
Yeah, it's my issue. Yeah, it's my issue.
It is your issue. Why are you Why are you coping? You're 18 deaths. You're blaming Torch when you can just play.
Rank is bad. Rank is horrible, brother. Who is my brother? You're laughing.
Laugh at yourself, bro.
When you're 18 deaths on tank, bro. The hero that dies the less, brother.
Oh, why are they cooking back?
It's like losing a 1v1 to a handless kid. In game, obviously.
It was so free, bro. It was so fucking.
No heals.
Brother.
No heals.
I vote, guys. Win the ball.
You're gonna do better this time.
Alt.
Surrender, bro. Please surrender.
Win the ball, guys. I believe.
Spider Fist is ready to punch.
Jeez Louise. Am I right, guys? I'm lucky.
United States.
Ah, unlucky, bro.
The current score is
You know this happens. You gotta minimize the tilt and like move forward. And like
Don't get it.
This is really fun, bro. This is really fun. Some play Spider-Man to make it even more fun.
I mean, Spider-Man is fun. You can't lie. Probably the most fun agent in this game. Bro, is this game ever going to start or no?
On a scale of 1 to 10, do you like rank? No, I fucking don't, bro. Thanks God that Ignite just happened now. Like, actually, I'm so happy that Ignite happened now, so I'm like, it's fun. At least I have a little bit of fun in this game.
Damn,
This
I
is the
missed out on
forbidden
Ignite,
portal
bro.
to Brr Brr Patapim, by the way, guys. This is the forbidden portal to Brr Brr Patapim.
So you gave your squirrels a little shield.
That's why you're there. That's why you're pushing him as your card. Is inflation?
Yep.
He's just dog shit. I don't know. He's just dog shit.
forget it, it's fine.
Yeah, guys, it's fine. Who cares? But at the end of the day, it's ranked. Who cares? Like,
It's the video game.
Oh, what a pull. Holy fuck. And
Almost.
he's not
almost hit
alive.
the clip.
Wow, actually insane hill. Wait, the United States went off the map. Okay.
Focus.
Wait,
on
that would have been an insane clip.
Not the elo.
I didn't even know that's what.
Oh. This guy's waiting at the hole for me. Is he okay?
At the end of the day, you have no future in this game. It's fine.
I mean, no future in the game.
Bro, we are going in mines.
And multiple kids.
That was nasty almost. Almost, bro. It was a fucking Bucky, sadly. That would have been a big clip. I'm so sad.
Yeah, actually insane clip.
Probably multiple wipes too.
I'm going for it again. I don't care. Oh. Ah, C9, guys. Unlucky. GG. Good luck next. Good luck next, guys.
Yeah, GG, guys.
Imagine you're 70 years old and you're telling your grandkids the story of big Venom OTP Andrew that used to play in top tournaments with prize pool over $3 million, and then they asked you, did you win? And you said, no, I didn't. And then They asked what was the name of the team and you lost to Grandpa Onze. And then you calmly sign under your fully grown white beard.
Everyone is playing the tournament. Everyone. When this guy's playing tournament, this guy's playing tournament, this guy's playing tournament, this guy's playing tournament. I missed it because I'm fucking stupid and lazy.
Heroes. You know that guy's dog shit if he played 8 heroes. I just avoided the fucking guy who played 8 heroes. Cried a white tear from my day, bro. There's a tear on my leg right now. Can I? You can queue whenever, bro. Imagine you tell your kids that you lost to Brr Brr Patapim, bro.
Yeah. The other team is
imagine like your
Brr
kids
Brr
ask
Patapim.
you. Imagine that your kids ask you about. Can I say that word? Wasn't that like bannable? About the pandemic, guys. You tell them about the pandemic that happened, and in reality, we're just choosing what toilet you're gonna shit the hardest on TikTok. The 2020, what toilet are you shitting in the hardest? TikToks. W chat.
Are we ever going to watch the game?
Legs after what I'm seeing, but it looks good for a win, and it might be good for 2 wins, and maybe 3 wins, but 4 wins.
What do you mean? Thoughts on EOMM rivals? Don't give a fuck. I'm still addicted. The TikTok I dropped. Oh, wait, I saw that. Bro, your TikToks pop on my main TikTok, on my private TikTok sometimes. Like, it's insane. You're so big, bro. You're such a big daddy, bro. You're this so veiny, bro. Yeah, I don't know how much longer I can stream. I'll probably give it one more hour then I'm calling it. My throat is killing me. Every time I breathe in air, I just...
Oh, we just opened this.
I'm dying.
Oh, the power went out. That is too funny.
Actually dying.
I mean, I don't know how much.
I forgot about the tea I made. Oh, never mind. I drank it. I need to make some tea after this game, so I can stream longer. Shake it. Say less. When is zombies? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably not playing zombies today. It's too late already. I'm gonna do it tomorrow, though. I'm gonna play some zombies tomorrow. Tommy, can you download zombies so we can play today? No? Bro, Chad, yesterday's zombie session was so fun. I even had like 200 viewers, which I'm surprised of, by the way. On like a different game. That means I can like expand, which is pretty good. They already have a fan base, and it's so awesome, bro. It's awesome. It was my first time trying something else that's not rivals. In the like first 5 months. That's pretty awesome.
What did Andrew play before Rivals?
I expand you, bro. My throat is so expanded from last night. I can't feel it. I can barely feel it, bro.
Overwatch?
He expanded that shit a little too hard, bro. Every time I breathe in now, I just cough. Get the IRL streams? I will, bro. On the I'm going to Gamescom and IRLing all of that shit, bro. 100%. I want to see expand. You guys are fucking ill for the head. Like, actually. Wait, Necros, are you playing tomorrow or are you taking a day off again?
When is the lower bracket?
No, the 6? Yeah, it's the cigarettes, bro. It's the cigarettes. Oh my.
Trust me is on the opponent. Is he streaming? Trust me. Does he stream? I don't think he do.
Yo, can we have Fat? Can somebody dodge?
No, we're playing this game.
Nah,
bro.
we lost.
Winnable.
Get a dodge.
Bro, we beat them last game, bro. We beat them last game. It's winnable. We beat
On a
them
play,
last
I
game.
think.
It's winnable.
Okay, we can play.
Isn't that right, Snaze?
What?
Sparker, trust me. This is
GRQ.
I think. So you have Virtus Pro, and Rad. They just beat Virtus Pro.
He does not stream. 15 days. And he's such a good person. Who is playing pin?
This is gonna hurt.
Benny is a funny character.
You know what to do, Spider? Half of the mission area. Keep going. The trap worked.
Trust me,
Oh,
he's a really good player. He was really good in Overwatch as well.
Yeah,
He has a bad history a little bit.
like
From
to
what
see
I
his,
remember.
One
I
point.
can Overwatch days, but besides that, he's a good player.
Go deep. Hit. All of them hit.
These guys on everyone's
Move
fucking
behind.
stream, bro. These guys 20 tabs open 24/7, bro.
Some bullshit, bro.
Imperator, join the voice chat. And I wouldn't know
Even this guy is very good. Olegator. He used to play for a
But this
pro
is
team.
one
I
of
don't
them
know what
playing
he's
some
doing right now.
great shit. Attack first, awesome. Oh, this is loud as fuck. Goofy out, bro, loud, bro.
If Olegator, which is budget Sparker, and Alura, who's budget Aura Stealer.
I'm 10 times worse.
Olegator.
You're
You got on a budget Sparker.
At least not budget overstealer.
I think trust me.
Yo, what's good, gangsters?
Just dive in the back line.
Lock in, guys. Lock in. We're gonna win this. I'm locked the fuck in, bro.
We beat them last game.
Why doesn't my stream?
I'm calling dive. Hold on.
But I can't really follow up.
I'm gonna
Loki can
have
break
to
this so
change the map a
easily.
little bit. Hold on. Give me a sec. Give me 1 second, bro. 1 millisecond. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Slamming out. I need to kite to Sabema. I'm getting out. They have no form. I can go for free next slam.
But that's like
I can go in 5. Okay, going now. 3, 2, 1. Some Loki. Mag.
But we don't heal him?
Loki dead. I'm out of form again. I can go free again. Next. I'm dead. If you don't hit me.
I'm about to. I'm done.
Oh, we didn't even heal him fully before. Ooh, I have the skin.
I'm coming back fast, bro.
Oh my
He's back fast also, don't worry.
Cap is coming back fast as well. You guys can lead point. I'm touching. I'm touching. 7 backline. My first copy. How long am I CC'd, you fucking dog? Brother, I got CC'd. He hit me and I'm still CC'd. PMO, bro.
Luna dead.
I'm almost back. Yeah, winnable as fuck. I'm back. I'm back fast. Emma, kill him. My grandma, kill him. Slamming, grasping, low-key.
Trust me, he's playing mad.
No. I found quick. Where's the bubbles? Just one. Speed damage.
Yeah, I'm taking damage.
Yeah, Luna went.
Yeah,
Back up soon.
Get low killed fast. We can do combo if you get it, bro. Taking a lot of damage for you. I'm taking a lot of damage for you, bro. Maybe a little too much. I'm gonna try to ult backline. Go now. Yo, I have more slams, guys. Good hero. Can we TP? I can touch maybe.
TP. TP. No, bro. TP.
I can touch.
I'll copy.
Damn, he's so smart.
I'm slamming Luna in 3, 2, 1. So now, don't see now. I'm above support. First slams.
3, 2, 1.
I mean, Venom has so many counters.
1 HP.
It's not even
3,
useful
2,
anymore.
1. Something inside. Luna, Mag. Frozen again. I hope you have a nice day, bro.
Press me is 8 and 1. Nine and 1. Their human torch is like 11 and 0.
I'm gonna slam at 5. Going now.
I'm with it.
Slamming. I have Emma on me. I need to get out. I can go in fast though. I didn't use shield. I can slam in 3, 2, 1. Slam in Luna.
I'm dead.
Damn, they're all on him.
I'm just trying to shield for you. I can overslam after Emma form.
You're buying cards now.
I'm gonna Loki Luna.
Back.
Bro, the heals are insane. They are. It's like they're taking 0 damage.
I can slam in 5.
Alright, bro, what is happening?
3, 2, 1. Slam now. Grasping. 4 slams.
Nah, their heals is insane. Those heals are insane. He's doing like negative damage.
First left click, guys. First left click. I'm gonna fucking cry, bro. And the house fucking breaks when I climb it. My fat ass is too fat. Look at that. That's big.
Look at that.
Aggressive round point.
Do you need cap?
Yeah, I got that.
Kill Luna after all, guys, please. Slamming, grasping, everyone.
You know what? I got it.
I'm finna die. You copied already, no? Can you use, bro? Lag. Wait, that's a dodging copy. Cut it.
3, 2, 1.
Get out. It's dog shit. Okay, now that's bad. I'm slamming Luna. I'm on Luna.
But he's diving alone. Makes no sense.
Look, no lamps. I can look for ult here actually. Getting out.
You could go.
Can you help me top left?
I don't think dive. Oh, we are back. I don't think diving alone is the.
Well, thank God for
that. Ever.
Appreciate you all for being patient.
Fuck you.
We are moments away, it would seem, from getting back into this game.
Imagine FNATIC's do a comeback now.
At the half, I'm being told we're ready to go. Toronto, let's close this one out strong. As we didn't quite get to see it here in the venue, but GENG closed out the final round of the half. FNATIC down now by 6.
You need to play as much as you want.
Undefeated in pistols. FNATIC need to rewrite that narrative right here, right now.
This is an unbelievably huge round for FNATIC.
Blocking vision.
Really need to get this pistol to go. Might be forced into a force buy afterwards. Texture gonna use the toxic screen.
I just want FNATIC to lose now.
He's got a little bit of help from Karan as well. Right out in front of him.
Need to go to bed,
site. That's where the bulk of FNATIC's forces are, but this might not be a full-on hit from FNATIC.
I'm out of here.
Keeping it quiet. Clone pushing forward over towards that B site, does get cleared. Karan playing up close, no smoke there. Obfuscate ends up getting taken down. Kayak able to find the kill that breaks open the A site. But now in position as the spike gets planted. Prowler on the check. Texture going to be noted. Poison orb set up. Try to make that exit from screens. Nigh impossible as Alpha catches Munchkin. Unawares here in mid. Texture looking for the entry. Finds one. Jiggle on the corner. Crashes. Gets the C's out. Looks to try to take them down. Ends up falling to the wayside as Foxy finds that kill, but Crashes does get rid of the enemy neon at the same time. So now a 2v2. Diffuse starting to be held. Grab well coming through. Wide swing out from Poster. Alpha out.
Ooh, nice
from
shot.
heaven. Finds it as FNATIC find the round that they so badly needed and deliver GENG their first pistol loss here at Masters Toronto.
It's just
Yeah,
a great
that's their
call
first
timing
loss
by
ever.
FNATIC.
How good
Previously,
can you be in
on their
pistol, bro?
pistol
That's
round, the last time
insane.
played this
They
map
haven't
against
lost a
Heretics,
single pistol.
They set up a toxic screen and used that as a fake to rotate back over to B. I think with it taking so long, GENG felt like it wasn't going to be B, and maybe there was just one there and let Karan try to go for the duel. Instead, it was almost the full forces of FNATIC. Great reads there by Alfier. Ready for Munchkin, trying to push down mid. Able to get into A heaven, really do some damage in that round. Now on to the first eco of the tournament for GENG. The only buy-up, yeah, it is. The only buy-up is a Sheriff for Texture. Pretty wild.
Imagine they win this.
They're just trying to obscure their positions, trying to keep FNATIC guessing about where the stack is, but they're pretty split up here.
Full kit held here from Foxy as Ash tucking in towards Mail here, right before the Nebula ends up falling. Prowler gets a spot onto Foxy 9, considering maybe sending out the net here. Try to get a catch. Swing around. Ooh. Kayak. Instantaneous here. Displaces Texture. Catches the shoulder there of Karan. Looks for a little bit more. Some damage exchange, but Karan certainly taking the brunt of it. There's Paranoia going through. Karan trying to push forward. Plays it a little bit of an off angle. Does manage to catch one off guard as Foxy tries to get the jump, but won't get cleaned up.
That's a very long way to...
Timing. Creep down through. Footsteps going to be noted.
30 seconds
Not
left.
riding the rope quite just yet. Plays it out a little bit more slowly. Alpha trying to get that shot through. Gets one to connect, but Ash finds the headshot.
Spike planted.
Clean it up, trying to make this a little bit more costly.
Munchkin's going to scoop up the Sheriff. Going to see if he can do some more damage here. Him and Ash are going to group up, try to make their way through.
Concealment.
Some salvos, a drone if they want to try to commit that. Otherwise, might just be saving the util. But Munchkin just pushes out into the open. And eventually, Chronicle is going to be the one that finds it. Sheriff changing hands multiple times.
He
Ash goes to the reload, but makes some noise there. So he will just tuck away here at the ramp. Maybe look for an exit. Slides over, a chance to try to get a catch here, but shot goes out a little bit too early, and Poster finds a headshot with the stinger. Nice. FNATIC close out the anti-eco, losing out on 2 players. It's going to be the one weapon lost.
Yeah, really important rounds here for FNATIC. That they're able to come through relatively cleanly on the anti-eco and get the ball rolling. It's going to be a judge for Munchkin. Just a nice little Paranoia play, but Chronicle ready there. Back up, Kayak. But a belter of a first shot. Gonna need more of that. But this is the attacker side for FNATIC. This is where they should be doing damage with this comp. This is where they should be rolling rounds together. See if they can get a bonus to go. A lot of this deadlock util.
Might not be able to watch the game tomorrow. I have some business.
Another for the entry.
Munchkin playing forward here, judge in hand.
And we are going China on the 20th.
Prowler is able to distract and Alpha pushes forward. Damage basically not even suffered here. Just flushing him out. And now,
so no streams, no nothing.
Like they want to play around the map still.
Oh, actually, I can't wait.
All of their
I
forces
can't
to one
stream
side.
for 2 weeks. Fuck.
Yeah, that was a really nice play there. Anticipating.
I'll try.
To be up close. Oh my God, Texture.
It's a bit of sense off the back of that Prowler. Catches
Maybe
Crashies. Swing in. Texture finds another.
Body from laptop.
Alive. Now the barrier mesh going to be broken here on the B side. Karan sending up Paranoid to try to delay. Grabbed it as well. Trying to find a catch, but Karan flying back pillar finds one. Tucks in the backside. Looks for a little bit more. Can't quite align it on the Kayak. Goes to the wide way. Finds it! And Foxy 9
so we just
cleans up Poster. Bonus conversion, now they found GENG hitting double digits. FNATIC 5 rounds behind.
Just the confidence being shown there by Texture. Reading that right off that Prowler, he's gonna have the angle.
So why
repeats
did we not wait for
the duel against Chronicle
blind
wins
before
that.
we satchelled it?
And it's a nice crossfire setup there.
That was a flawless, right?
That to stall that
no, they got
execute
one.
just a little bit by Foxy 9. Karan having a tremendous map right now. 17 kills on the board.
Nice.
peeks out.
I mean, I was
sensor
pissed.
gonna be placed here at the top
The
mid
last
on
two
that right
teams
side.
got paid to play this game.
FNATIC should
But after
be
watching
aware of
this,
it.
I'm
to
like,
try to
okay,
clear
it's
it out.
fine.
So that's why you see Foxy trying to play a little bit of an off angle, but smokes are going to bloom.
Then I also remember that I
slow.
make more than these two teams make.
Trying to get
Not
the
these
catch
two,
there.
the teams before
Fire on the
FNATIC.
angle, unable to find it.
He's a bit
Still
wrong.
have that sonic sensor there. Backed off. He's actually going to replace it. Moves it a little bit further back. So that's opened up the door here for this ropes push. Karan watching for it. Spot there on the Chronicle. So GENG, some awareness of what's going on in the map.
1 minute
That's going to
remaining,
force
50
out the barrier
seconds.
there. They want to try to force FNATIC into GENG's strong side, where they have their 3-player stack.
This late layering of util from GENG. Doing wonders to try to just come up the works here, slow down the approach from FNATIC and really narrow their options down.
Time to jump.
Prowler checking, Foxy
30 seconds left.
able to clear it. There's at the boombot as well. Push not yet coming through. 24 seconds remaining. Things are about to get a little bit dicey. So there's a stun out.
Ooh,
The displacement
what a
from Alpha
session.
is absolutely gorgeous with the blast pack. Finds the opener there. At the same time, find the lure. Chronicle gonna
Wow.
take it down. Now Munchkin falling to the wayside. His B site opened up. Karen held at bay
10 seconds
here at the
left.
alley.
He
Able to be
is-
committed to. Paranoia goes across.
Planted.
Some stuck in position.
I mean, they would have won if they
For the
just.
flank.
Ooh, nice
Nash
shot.
with covering fire. Finds the kill there on the Alfier.
Man, imagine FNATIC with Leo and.
Just playing
Those-
off the
those
exit
were the
of this
days,
nebula.
man.
Creep forward from Karan. Do they read it? Smoke down, gonna be gone. Karan instantaneous with a headshot, able to find him there as the reload has to come through from Boaster. He doesn't have the bullets, but he's still able to stay alive. Texture, however, taken down to 8. Classic in hand, and the right click gets it done.
Kayak, what are we doing? Kayak, hello?
GENG scrape by with a
What a
round
way to
victory.
isolate fights.
Was there 2 rounds away?
And he goes for the guy who is
Here in the upper
high
bracket
HP.
of the back of the Red
Absolutely
Bull
big.
clutch.
Remember, Texture
What
is
a
the goal.
brilliant play by Texture to use that fast lane to isolate the fights, and it catches Kayak completely off guard. Ash winning a couple big battles himself in that round, the 1v1 against Chronicle on the other side of the map, and then finds the opener to even things up for the retake.
Nah, Texture is the goal, bro.
Man, oh man, Alpha doing what he can there.
Like,
That's
I
a
didn't
great
panic
kill along the
once.
way. A great
She-ball,
attack to
she-ball.
displace Foxy 9.
Didn't panic once. I got
Now
this.
FNATIC has to go into another timeout. They have to try to find some way back into this match. They only have 2 rounds of leeway, or else they're going down to the lower bracket. Otherwise, it just seems like GENG is in cruise control to continue their run here at Masters Toronto. They have been unstoppable. Finally, somebody did damage to them in the pistol round department, but outside of that, they have been almost as good as you can be.
Yeah, I think
A last reprieve for FNATIC. They've come back from such deficits in the past.
I don't think
Come on.
first seed is
Looking
the.
like a bit of a different beast at this tournament. So they look to make
Is
up
the
for
play.
lost time and bring this to a swift conclusion.
You want to play on
split
the
with a
stage as soon
2-0.
as possible and get used to it.
6 rounds in a row from FNATIC to tie things up. 8 to avoid an overtime.
They're investing in this round. They've bought up as much as they can. Stingers, Guardians, showstopper for Alpha.
FNATIC had the first 2. They were like 3v5, right? And they still lost last round. Embarrassing.
See if FNATIC can have a good read on this again. See if this is going to get the Prowler to come through. Seems like they're making sure to check ropes. Oh, Munchkin doesn't hear anything.
Slightly different angle this time. Plays back into the corner at Mail. They have to have the read. They have to have the expectation. The Boombot's not going to clear it,
What a
but
shot, Alpha.
Still just too damn fast. Can pick the part. TP check from Karan. Ash now
He's
rotating over, sending the stealth drone up in towards B heaven, but nothing to be spotted. Potential pivot opportunity here for FNATIC if they try to go over towards A. for the moment, it is just Texture taking a peek down in towards main.
They're going to be seeing they just cleared the barrier mesh. Foxy, gun barrel spotted. Double.
Spotted for Kayak. Finding the headshot.
30 seconds left.
They're on now. Alone on the site. Revealed. Blinded up.
What?
Showstopper. Not going to be able to find the kill. But it won't matter too much. His poster is. Ash now dead. Leaving Texture to his own devices, which don't last much longer.
11-6. Surely we don't come back, right? Surely.
Just being
Surely
so
we don't
good
come back.
with taking
Please.
their time, working their way up mid, not falling for Munchkin's trickery. Reading that position so nicely, the patience being shown by Kayak.
Damn, Boaster is doing work with Stinger though.
Chronicle right there to make sure that Texture has no hope of doing any more damage.
True.
Just saying work together.
Oh, that mouse was insane.
GenG's gonna try to play some isolated positions on this defender
I
side.
asked my girlfriend
Work that apart.
to find PS5 Pro
really good shot here
and
to
the
make a
artisan mousepad.
5 rounds will be the
Japan, and she
difference
sent
now
me some
for
photos.
FNATIC.
And I'm like, Jess, please buy for me.
When somebody's gotten a little bit ahead of the script for GenG. Be very careful. GenG in the meantime, a bit of an eco. Hero rifle for Texture does have his ultimate
and
back
there's
up,
no PS5 Pro in India.
which could be done.
What?
Nothing
Why?
FNATIC
Why?
towards choosing the weaker
I
side
didn't
of the map
even
here at the
know
moment.
that it didn't launch it in India. That's
We're not going to spot anything
crazy,
here
bro.
in heaven. So Alpha goes for a bit of a
I mean, I
look-see.
do understand because people probably will not buy something that expensive
Situated here on the rafters.
because it's
Now
very
starting to
PS5
back
Pro is
away
very
upstairs.
expensive, very
Starts getting
expensive.
popped.
It's not worth it.
Still
I
going
want
to
to
be
buy
on
it
the
because I
linger.
can, and I don't really care about money.
Just waiting
But
for
like
contact.
for
Robert's
someone
gonna rip that paranoia.
who cares about
As soon as
gaming
anybody
and
from
wants
FNATIC makes too much noise.
buy like
Kayak does clear
PlayStation,
with the deadlock utility.
and the thing is, it's
Blast
so
back across the way.
expensive.
Paranoia finding the hit. Khan pushes forward off the back of that
And
window.
it's not-
There's the 5-1 grenade from beyond the grave. Comes up with the
It's
kill.
not even
Munchkin, however,
better than the
pitching
PS5
in,
Pro.
Out of vent, finding one, looking for a little bit more. Swaps the weapon.
Wow.
The poster, crucially, keeps himself alive. Ash now nearly spammed down. Time starting to dwindle. As Texture gets noted. Tries to go for the overdrive, but Chronicle arrives when they need him the most.
So yeah, it's not
FNATIC
worth.
continue to
PS5 is
run it
not
back.
worth it for $700. That is
Munchkin
crazy.
Maybe just assuming that Boaster
And you get
had
like
left, had gone
200
towards the
plus
stairs.
GB. That's it.
He guessed
And
it
a little bit
correctly.
extra.
Went for the gunplay. Saw it
Little
work
bit
out for him
extra
on Haven.
performance.
This time around, though, can't
I don't
get it
think
drawn
it's
in
even a
time.
little bit extra.
Great cover there by Chronicle to make sure that Texture's ultimate can't do any damage. And now you've got
So I
just
think
about every other ult.
that's why they didn't
Alpha
launch
used
it in
his, and now
India.
you've got a bunch for FNATIC.
People would
so
not
a lot
buy-
of options on the table for this round. Foxy
People
does
in
have
India
the
were not even
annihilation
buying
again.
the disc edition.
And that's the critical factor, being able to get
So it
these
makes
round
sense.
wins.
But
without
come on,
having to
bro. I
commit
have to get it from
the rest of
Japan.
these.
Crazy.
Having them built up, this puts FNATIC in a very good spot. Just that
And I
annihilation,
got
as you
the
mentioned,
artisan
Armageddon,
mousepad.
one
Oof.
charge away.
Soft. Oof.
Munchkin this time
Best
gonna play
mousepad
a
ever.
lot more of a disconnected position around mid. Fowler to try to check, refire. Does get a bit of damage there on the poster. That makes him certainly think twice about trying to lurk forward into that vent.
That's a huge win, though. This mid part of the map has been giving GenG fits. And it's been something that FNATIC has done a great job taking advantage of. There hasn't been too much resistance. GenG's been
What if I buy
allowing
the
them to
faker mouse
push up
too? Oof.
in towards B heaven. Here we
But I
go,
don't like
mentioning good
Razer.
times.
Logitech is the best. Kaya gonna walk about, trying to see what he can spot. Some info there into heaven as Munchkin
Gets
holds things
two.
down in mid. This time the fight goes his way. Poster Alvier both gonna be eliminated. Ash over the top here at heaven. Struck on as Kayak
Wow.
breaks over the site. Brings it back into a 3v3.
30 seconds left.
Pit available.
Looking for the jump. Back at the grab, no. Not quite able to find it. The mini-map seemed like perhaps Chronicle was going to get caught. Net able to find two, the push forward, but Munchkin is strafing over the bite. It's Foxy 9, 10 into the smoke, but Texture pre-fires the swing out of elbow. And suddenly is in with a chance to try to clutch this out. Crashies playing it backside. Texture trying to narrow it down. Spots him out. Wide swings, damage exchange here on both sides. 10 bullets, now 7 remaining in the mag. Clears the haunt. Down to 6, the leg. Noted. He's looking to try to flush him out. One bullet now, just a classic. Worked the last time, works this time as well.
You're kidding me right now.
Wow, Texture.
Texture on for the defuse. Trying to listen for it. Does he have it? He does! .51! It's
Oh, he is the GOAT.
clutch.
Nah, he is the god. He's actually the GOAT.
Breaks the momentum and takes GENG to match
Crashies
point.
played it so
There
well.
is no doubt that he is the best player in Toronto right now.
Yep.
These
In the
clutches
world, bro.
are out of control from Texture. A great start there, but Texture the confidence to push through at time.
Damn.
Just enough. Just enough.
No
He
buy.
is
I mean,
otherworldly right now, and this is do or die for FNATIC.
Potentially backbreaking. Texture here at ramp, pre-fire angle, but Kayak in response. A belter of a shot. Bullet connects the forehead. Texture. It's knocked out of the park. Needs a good amount of damage in exchange, down to 32, but gives them a player advantage for the moment.
that Munchkin
lingering in mid.
Texture
Holds onto this pit. He's not committed it quite just yet. Minor gap in the smoke. Potentially try to play around. As he goes to the peak, looks for the timing, finds it. It's a little bit whippy, he cannot escape. Crashies is there to trade it back. Some revenge here for his fallen teammate, but Foxy9 refills the space, and on the peak. He's out-timed Chronicle. The TP to backside, Ash. Armageddon at the ready, could send it here off the rip. Stuck in the drone. It's a little bit of information.
Takes the space,
He
wow.
may just end up saving this for the retake, as you get a double exploration here from Alfia and Kayak, pushing in towards Alley. Yelled across, Crashies safe behind the box. The site widely given up. Alpha spotted. He readjusts.
Kayak go heaven, bro.
And Kayak down. So low on HP, but still fighting, still persevering. Ash on the drop down. Finds the first. Goes in, looking to try to take this up to half. The reapproach out from heaven. Does he just stick it? The shot's not connecting. Waits it out. Finds one.
IGG.
But Kayak plays it well. The
Nope.
fuse.
Oh, bro, I thought they won.
1 seconds off. We carry on this map.
Nah, bro, come on, just win.
You've got to be kidding me. Back to back. Less than a second on the clock rounds. Ash doing his damnedest. So close to it. It isn't for that haunt. He probably has this round potentially. Oh, it's so close.
Bro,
Munchkin.
just like me.
Oh, thought they had it.
Bro,
They got to tighten the screws a little bit here to GENG. They're going to be on an eco on this round.
I'm like, yeah, time to go
Texture on the
back.
peak. Dead.
Okay.
Alpha quickly dispatches.
Eco. It's fine, it's fine. Texture,
Absolute nail biter.
we've safe for Rob, bro.
Smoke from GENG. Stalling them out momentarily.
Karan spamming some right clicks. Ash as well. Similarly, taken low. This A site heavily at risk now. Smoke's just going to be cycled. Some noise made. Try to relay that. Munchkin.
4v4.
He's going to send the pit.
He's a madman.
But it's only Ash on that A side of the map. They could just rotate back over. And he's been worked down to 30.
No,
Just find
what
the
the
timing
timing, bro.
It's the drop down there from Chronicle. Works his way into the sewer. Just trying to see if a rotation comes through, but FNATIC just going to go ahead, explore mid a little bit more here, it would seem.
I mean, you have to assume.
I am
They're
so
gonna go
worried. Why do
away.
I feel like FNATIC lose this?
GENG, but you know, with the weaker weaponry, it's just trying to hold the line at B. See if you can
We are
trick them a little
going
bit.
It's just Fox.
where they had 3 players.
Try to start things off. Paranoia going to be set, but Chronicle does not get caught by it. Foxy catches a shot to the face. Clone noted. Karan flushed out. As Ash is still a world away, Munchkin tucks back in the garage as the spike gets planted.
I don't want FNATIC lose, but I want this game to
out.
finish fast.
Drops it to try to give them some kind of chance.
I
Recovers
mean,
the weapon
Sunset
previously
FNATIC
dropped by
lose
Alfia.
easy. So why even go 3 maps?
I think that this should be undoable.
It certainly should be. Spam attempt. Nothing spotted. Munchkin on the lurk, finding one. Kayak around the corner, holding the angle, getting the headshot. And Ash at 30 with just a stinger cannot make it happen. FNATIC 3 rounds away from taking us to overtime. And GENG find themselves without a pit.
Oh boy. A gamble there by Munchkin. Hits a nasty shot. Alpha so ready for that swing out from Texture. Paranoia misses. 2 players that GENG dealt with. Kayak with 3 on the round. FNATIC right back into another alt cycle as well. Showstopper, Dimensional Drift, Cosmic Divide. Tons to work with here for the EMEA #1 team. They've got a real chance. Again, these mid positions really just
Alpha is top fragging, wow.
Dealt with
Not
by
even
GENG.
Texture.
They're giving up a
But
ton
Texture's
of space.
frags have been very useful.
Plays where he tries to outmaneuver you through the smokes, but
he is just dancing around those bullets for the moment.
That is too close for comfort.
He's gonna work his way back across into Mail.
He does have Ash slid in to maybe help him if there was a push forward.
Karan up and over the top. Just gonna go for a quick little reposition here.
Kayak does have, I'll surely we use it, right?
Over, that opens up Nail here for FNATIC.
Ash pushing forward, smoke dissipating, and Poster destroyed, and Ash finds another! Damage dealt to Alfia, puts him down to 72, the spike, drop there at Vent. Quick little exit. Kayak having to retreat.
3v4.
Joining together now alongside Chronicle, who hasn't been able to take
Poster
that much
didn't use his
space
ultimate.
realistically at all here at
30
A.
seconds left.
Sonic sensor right around the corner here for Foxy to potentially play off of.
Trying to fish for it, but there's the stun. Getting the one. Flash going to be found. Texture on the jiggle peak. Sending out the relay bolt. Has them reeling backward. It's 14 seconds remaining. FNATIC have to make a go of it. They have to start rushing forward, but they're taking so much damage on entry. Kayak fighting back for one. Spike now needed to be committed.
No!
He's outdone them all! He's giving them a
It's
real
very
chance
doable.
to try to keep
Very,
going.
very
Karan, however,
doable.
Full HP. Playing around the wall. Taking a peek. All 3 players tagged up here on the side of FNATIC, but it looks like he's drifting away.
Saving!
The call to save has been made. He has a realistic chance to try to go for the clutch, but GENG made the call. It's too
do it
risky.
for the people in Korea,
We
man.
have the time,
They
we
are.
have the rounds to try to offer
What?
up.
Come on,
But that
if
does
Koreans
mean
are
that
watching
FNATIC
you,
continue to build
it's like
momentum.
6 a.m. in the morning.
Absolutely brilliant stuff from Chronicle there. It looked like GENG might just be able to close this match out.
Nah, bro.
They had that pretty well read. They
Come
had that
on,
stalled.
man.
The Sonic sensor into the relay bolt to make FNATIC have to press forward. And Foxy trying to hide his position, trying to wait for that moment to strike where he could delay the plant enough where time would just win the round for them.
Imagine if he gets this.
What a great play by Ash. But Texture there never could get
Ooh.
that is disgusting from Chronicle.
That was actually disgusting.
Ridiculous. Tightest of angles there.
He's bad. He fits so bad.
He is rebounded in the
Boosted
biggest
has
way.
a
Timeout call now
timeout.
from the GENG camp. First one on this map, second one in the series. Looking to try to bring this to a conclusion, but the buy is not going to be there. The ults are not going to be there.
I'm pretty curious to see how GENG wants to approach this. Are they maybe going to try to go for some kind of util dump into mid, try to go for a bit of a trap? I mean, that's something that FNATIC has been exploring almost every single round. But I thought they had a pretty good idea there with Ash. The way he played that, waited out the power.
I think playing on stage is
Poster
just
off
different.
guard, and then doubled down.
What?
Pretty well thought out there. Just things kind of crumbling. Some of the 1v1s again for GENG.
Nah, bro, he's actually what? We talk shit talking Foxy 9.
Here in playoffs, some moments of weakness that have been capitalized upon instantly by FNATIC.
Damn, FNATIC win
Cosmic
this.
Divide, you're one away from another
Eco
overdrive
and
for
they
Texture.
win
Couple
next.
away from Ash's ult.
GG, I guess.
For GENG, yeah. Look at this.
Their fears
Setting up 3 in mid. They're looking to try to trap this, but FNATIC
They're playing away from it.
Completely different ideas.
Guardian, Vandal, Sheriff, 2 Stingers. Texture just playing back a bit here, not wanting to overcommit into garage.
GENG do have ult, but
they lost that battle last time. Gonna play it safer this go around.
It's only Munchkin just crouching here on the peak. Might be getting more than he bargained for, but it's going to be the Prowler just as a bit of an early alert system.
He's trying to get out. Clone sent forward. Munchkin going to dodge all of that, and it's complete.
We're going B though.
FNATIC. They love to do this. Create some attention on one side of the map. Quickly pivot over where you really understand what's going on.
Bot quickly cleared.
No fade. We have a dog.
Texture letting him know that there's a close hold.
Bring them down.
Prowler now to chase. Gate crash towards backside. Shells forces him off the angle, but for now, FNATIC not hitting the go button quite just yet. Want to try to gain some control of this mid position. Crashies would love to grab this orb.
Left. My ult is ready.
Commits for it. The Nightfall now at the ready. Sends it, connects onto one. Texture going to be missed. It's Kayak able to find Ash. Breaks open mid and heaven. It's blind coming through. Alfier can't see a damn thing, but Kayak is still profiting, still finding value. And that's the cleanup coming through.
Okay.
They take their time, but when they strike, it is sure as hell decisive. 4 in a row, FNATIC. 1 round from taking us into overtime.
Love this little pivot right before they make
When
this
is Booster planning to use his
to try
ultimate?
to go back up mid and get through Mail. Kayak, just absolutely stunning stuff. He is so clean when he's on point. Seems like it's just all headshots all the time. And now even dueling operators.
Omen
Texture has
Diana,
one out the air.
Texture has
They're
all.
on the clash right off the rib. Here comes the peak, and there's the kill.
You had the own ult, brother.
They even tried to bait for Texture and he still gets beat. What patience from Alfier.
Catches him off guard and a jiggle peek like that. It's just too fast.
Unbelievable.
For Munchkin to register what they're staring at, to relay it to Texture, to get the reactions. Karen needing some damage, needing even more. Down to 16 HP. Frantically backpedaling. Stealing sight.
Well, we wasted all our util.
Pause in the action. FNATIC, again, loves to do this. Just try to play with their opponent's head, keep them guessing. But for GENG, you have complete mid control because of that barrier mesh. So you're just going to stay in the 2-2 split. But that puts a ton of pressure on these players that are going to be on the heavy side of this attack. Whenever FNATIC makes their move, it's going to come down to GENG being really smart with their decisions.
Munchkin has
so low health over here at A.
Push up now into A heaven.
Left.
Gate crash right there alongside Khan's position. Ash lingering here on the Raptor, now going to be dropping down and finding a straight headshot on the Chronicle. Armageddon at the ready, rolls on the red carpet here towards main, but there's no one there to receive it. And Alpha on the drop down, finds himself a third. They run the clock, but they're still able to get the plant in time. Is this the 2v4?
There's no way.
Munchkin and Foxy
brother, I just want to go sleep.
Deter FNATIC from bringing this into OT, and Crashies is still on that lurk, still waiting. Down within the vent, the spot out on the Kayak.
Foxy,
trying
what?
to find the kill. Alpha dead. It's Foxy now in the 1v2. The net lobbed in. Sends out the ultimate.
Nothing there.
Frantically hoping for a catch, but it's not able to find one. The Haunt guarantees it. Both swings off it. And we might have had to wait a damn long while. But this map is not over yet.
Bro is showing off his Pokemon cards.
From FNATIC. Running 5 in a row.
The kill from Alfier was big.
Off the back of extremely disciplined play.
These two? Oh my
Methodical
god.
stuff there. And again, trying to jiggle peek for Texture. Alpha having none of it. And then the discipline at the end of the round again to give Foxy no chance for the clutch. A little bit of a...
Hey!
Oh boy, well, poster. Dismay here on the faces of the GENG coaching staff, thinking that this was likely going to be a quick in and out for the second half. After the dominance that was on display. Now they find themselves
surely we
back
will
on the
defense, right?
attack.
I mean attack, sorry, Genji, right?
These attack rounds so important because of how the map went. Both teams getting 9 on each side. Genji just gonna slide on past.
And
No
these
peek,
two
no awareness
team
of this
barely
maneuver
makes any mistake.
from FNATIC. Don't receive any
That
contact
is
on the other
just
side of the map.
amazing to me.
Prowler sent out
So
by
disciplined
Crashies.
is actually crazy.
Genji just looking to once again explode onto the site.
Pushing in towards Kayak.
Time to jump.
Salvo's gonna be sent. Paranoia. It's a minor little clip here. Sends out a flash as well as the clone. Finds.
Yo, nice. See, that's what I'm talking. Bro, he going to play numbers now. Oh my. Nah, bro, the discipline is crazy.
Flank gonna be handed over to Ash. Still gonna be 2 charges away from having that Armageddon online.
A little bit of util to work with.
Munchkin seemingly feeling a little bit more comfortable. There's not going to be a flank. Wants to go for another check, though. Sees nade. Going to be sent full flash here onto Karen. Barely down. And Foxy doesn't know what's hit him. Alvier, what a re-entry.
Poison's off.
As Munchkin
I can't,
has
bro.
everything to do and no way to do it.
Holy alpha, man.
They beat the
Look at those steps.
As FNATIC look to take this to sunset.
And
They're
this is the
losing
value
sunset
here for FNATIC.
anyway.
They don't have to use any util in the
Nah.
early part of the round. And they're able to just throw everything in the
Almost.
kitchen sink onto the site. And Genji, players are flashed up. Players, no
That's
idea what's
good.
going on around them.
Oh, this match is hyped, bro.
Great entry there from Alpha.
We have solo Sentinel, by the way. No way, bro. Booster knows. Booster knows. He read it so well.
Now. They've read everything that Genji has wanted.
Actually read everything.
And they're just gonna wait.
It would take heroics, the likes of which are rarely seen from Texture and Karen, and if you had to rely on
We
two
have
players
one
on
Fade
Gen
dog.
G to get it done, these certainly would be the 2 that you would elect. But Texture, he's getting antsy, he's getting killed.
They are reading them so well. What?
Last year's Rookie of the Year,
30 seconds
alone on
left.
the B site, with nothing more to do. How do you isolate? How do you divide? How do you conquer this FNATIC squad? We are fully stacked together,
They read them
Fully
so
online.
well.
fully synergized, and in control.
It's unthinkable.
And already so much
Just go sunset, bro.
way across the side of the map, and Alpha is there to bring it to an end.
Alpha with the
14
top
to
frag.
12. It could end in no other way. This series is not over. We are going to a map 3. We're going
That
to
is crazy.
sunset.
What a map.
Thought this could be
What
a
a map,
preview of the
though.
grand finals, and oh my, is it delivering!
It was worth the wait. In my opinion, I hope y'all agree. We're gonna go to a much needed quick break, and when we come back, we'll be seeing who sticks around in the upper bracket.
Damn, bro. What a map. Holy fuck. What a map. I'll be back. Water. Bottle of water. And some chips. How we chill. Actual raise. That's actually one of the best cosplays I've ever seen. Wait, did I mute it?
With 7 rounds unanswered. The team looked so calm, so concentrated in such a high-pressure situation. And now, Bea, we're going all the way.
Yeah, exactly. We did it the EMEA way. We had a tech pass in the middle, FNATIC won at the end, and
India.
they perform a comeback. That's exactly how we do it. Welcome to Canada.
Shut the fuck up.
So script writers are getting lazy. I will say
India and China agrees to resume direct flights. Nice.
today, so that was
Wait, I can cancel my flight and book a direct one now, right? My flight was not
how it
direct.
happened. Kukuka, you're right. We're used to seeing FNATIC like this, but for them to do it in front of this crowd, that is something else.
Yeah, exactly. And everything it goes around. Also,
Can you hear me eating?
Were playing so well with the Sentinel, with Munchkin having the day that he is having. The Deco also finding his way. It's very funny that we speak about doing it the EMEA way, because there was this match against Navi on Haven that everybody from EMEA remembers.
Hearing the voice
well,
of people
Alpha
lead, so maybe, I don't know.
He was not
You guys
losing,
do.
and at some point in this split, Alpha decided FNATIC were going to a third.
Yeah, he got seemingly every entry in these last couple rounds, and he had a brutal first half. Both times he had the Raze Rocket there, he either got instantly killed or whiffed out on it, but he absolutely locked in after that break. And Gen G, they are playing this composition where their only initiator is the Teo. Remember, no refreshables, no info tools other than that drone. So I think Gen G felt like they had to face a lot of angles, they had to play off angles to try and get any information. And Alpha was so ready in each of those positions. 300 ACS on this map, and the best player in terms of opening kills.
Yeah, exactly. 7-2. If we compare it to map
You guys
1,
have
we
no
were
idea
speaking
how
about
good
his
FNATIC's
ISO and how
attacking
important it
half
was
is.
for him to have a good
Just
start, a
couldn't
strong
perform.
start to this best of 3. It was not there. But for that second one, to me, it's also very important the fact that even though he was getting an opener, maybe 2 kills right at the beginning of the round, some of them were not translated into FNATIC wins, and he did not put his arms down, and he kept going.
I have to think we need to address the most important thing when it comes to Alphia is that he stood up after a round and they did not lose the next one. I think that is probably the hardest curse to break. And we also have to give a lot of kudos, Mimi, to Crashies, because we had a discussion whether this is Prime Crashies or not, but when they needed him the most, he stepped up.
Funny, time to revive the 2022 narratives about Crashies being like the ultimate big game player. But it's true, he was outstanding here. That clutch that you just watched was one of the first rounds that they picked up. And honestly, I think he's the guy who kept them in this game in the first half, which was so bad for FNATIC. He was still winning clutches, he was still getting rounds and still giving his energy to the team, and he kept that up through their comeback as well.
It's also important to mention that, as everybody must have noticed, FNATIC are playing a very slow style, right? We see those plants with barely any seconds left on the clock. So we need to look at the recurring utility, at those initiators of what you can retrieve and whatnot throughout the round. And that is also why Crashes is so important in this ecosystem.
Yeah, and I think that slow style was such a great decision on the macro level for FNATIC. When you're playing against a team that doesn't have a lot of resources to re-clear space, except for actually like fighting in and facing it, if you're playing super slow, denying info, and just holding for those refights, you're going to absolutely cook them. And FNATIC, despite the pressure of the situation, never let themselves rush or make mistakes that a less experienced team might have.
I mean, we've spoken already about the rookies, you know, of last year, of this year, Kayak as well, but my goodness, Ash.
Yeah, Ash has been really good this tournament. When I was watching him in Pacific, I wasn't crazy impressed. He had his moments. But here at Masters Toronto, he has been really great. His aim has looked on point. And for Gen G to be a top team in Toronto, I think they needed this rookie player to show up.
In both maps, in Haven, and now that we see him on the first Techo here in Toronto, I also have to say, especially for the attack and the structure and the idea that Gen G had of not just having to rehab, but also just going in one single push, it served them. Like, the nerf was barely even noticed.
Now, this is where things are going to get interesting because map 3 is not, you know, Lotus. It's not things that both of these teams have played a lot and loved. It is going to be that Sunset where traditionally FNATIC were either permabanning it or
tournament they come up with a rookie of the
they
year.
have yet to play this map since it's been
It was
reintroduced
Munchin
into the pool.
last
so
time.
we don't really know what to expect coming out. Genji did play this. They stomped in the Swiss stage, playing against MIVR. And this was another one of those maps where they're playing onto that deadlock composition. Another map where textures on the Neon. Honestly, it plays rather similar to what they like on Split, just without that kind of weird Teo pick.
Do you like texture on Neon? I like Foxy Night on Deadlock. Yeah, listen, I just love the Deadlock wherever it is. I really hope that these words that we're seeing boosters say right now come along, the reading them, faking the utility, faking where you're going to go on the sites. I think that keeping that same mindset of how they were playing on Split could serve them here in Sunset, because do not forget, at the other side, you have a Genji that is so hungry and is having such a good tournament. They might have lost a 9-3 lead, but they have a very good read on what they want to do on this Sunset.
As I said, scriptwriters getting lazy. FNATIC have never won this map globally on a global stage, and they've been to a lot of tournaments, and both times they lost 11-13.
But they've also been banning it in a lot, so it is that smaller sample, but still, it's never been a home ground for them, like you're saying. But the advantage they have today is coming in with no VOD footage of them on this map. They want to go down a double duelist pipeline? Do they want to go double initiator?
Ooh.
There's a lot of choices,
The chamber,
and there's a hover on the chamber.
Yeah.
I would love to see that.
Seriously.
I would too.
Make it not make sense.
Alpha is not going to play Duelist for the first time in this series as well, and we might not see a Duelist at all.
If this chamber gets locked, I think this is the best map right now for chamber. With that wide circle that he now has, you can be fighting into both mains. There's looks to fight into mid. It's super powerful, and I really hope we get that pick from Kayak.
I really think. Wait, no. This is just a joke. Okay, I'll be down for that, but I really think that they need some stopping force for the side of Texture. So many of those rounds, very close. The fuses that we saw on Split, Texture playing those rounds, somebody has to stop them.
It's the Team Liquid comp. Team Liquid already ran this early in the tournament.
Yeah, and it's a good one, right? I think the biggest drawback of this comp, not a ton of utility for Kayak, but Crashy's Boaster have shown great synergy with him thus far on his other duelist maps. Now a chance to see him against the best Neon of this tournament thus far.
They have been with us every step of the way as we head to the final map of the series, Toronto. One last time for Achilles and Paperton.
Here we go into the breach once more. The last time between these two squads. Didn't come easy for Genji back over at Masters Shanghai, and it certainly won't be the case going into this one. Full set. After the delays, after the perseverance, after the run back here from FNATIC, Sunset will decide it all. Which one of these two teams is sticking around in the upper bracket, and which one is going to have to fight their way through the lowers, with elimination always lingering behind them. Toronto, are you ready to see Sunset to bring this series to its end? Let me hear you!
This time around, it's going to be FNATIC starting on the attacker's side.
Starting on attack.
Stack up over at A. Just Karan here. Space quickly being taken by Kayak. Genji maybe a little late to the party.
Thrown around the corner, Karan backpedaling, trying to say here behind, but Kayak plays off the back of that drone beautifully. He's able to find the opening kill. Genji at risk of losing their second pistol of the tournament. The map might just matter the most.
They try to flood through. Foxy checking for lurks. Didn't see anything, but that stack over on his side is forcing.
Gun over the top. What? Getting a spot him, but Munchkin able to find Boaster. Kayak going to be taken down. Suddenly, there's a player advantage for a brief little moment there from the side of Genji, but Alfia does well to go ahead. Trade it back into a 3v3.
Alfia has a great
position. Being held to half. Texture noting. Alfia tucking back. Shots flying. The pinch in from the flank. Looking for the headshot. Runs out of bullets. Chronicles there to bail. FNATIC find another pistol as Boaster's gotten tangled up. But FNATIC are still able to find the opening round win here on Sunset.
Just tremendous stuff. FNATIC there. The desk was touching on it. You don't have a ton of util to set up your Neon, but they use that drone perfectly to isolate Karan, completely wipe him out. And then they're just making sure that Foxy's angle is dealt with, and then they can break open all these angles to come from literally every possible
second pistol lost
side of that A site. Now you've got the Marshall there for Chronicle.
That's an interesting way to use the
Kayak and
orb.
Crashies. So you're kind of okay. Over a couple of guns.
Toxins going up.
Munchkin just going to try to use that toxic screen, keep himself hidden. Had a rough go of it on split on the defender's side. A lot of the trickery that he tries to employ was nullified by the smart and methodical nature that FNATIC brings.
Slowly drifting across, gets to the opposite side here of the wall. Alpha picking up onto Karan at top mid.
Yeah, long range headshot.
Swing out, Texture is able to find one. Chronicle going to be taken down. It's just the Marshall available, but the drone over the top. They'll get the spot check here on a Munchkin, who sets up the snake bite, which is able to hold them at bay. They bolt into the corner. There's a shot dart. Will land right at his feet. Fishes him out. Cannot keep him protected. Come to the back. Quick clear. The push forward. In from Market. His Paranoia goes across, and Foxy 9 lingering within the smoke. It's blinded up. He's out. He's able to find one eventually. Will get taken down. Drop down though from Ash. Suddenly makes this a lot more costly. Texture and Boba. Ash playing the corner. Finds the kill.
Last player
Brings it now into the 1v1. The clock.
Down, B.
Running low once again as there's the tap. The swing in. Looking for it. A bit of damage. Going to be found, but cannot get the elimination.
Texture wins.
Just a slide available. No relay bolt. Kayak, no real idea of where Texture is going to be approaching from. Drops down. The turn back. The recheck of back sight. Texture swinging wider and wider. Judges it wrong, but has the headshot. As GENG
told you.
Pull off the thrifty to tie it up at 1-1.
What else can you say? He has been truly dominant this event. Texture shows up again when he's needed most.
Imagine it was to just
finds the opener against the Marshall.
But Ash is the hero.
Oh, no,
the real one here in the round.
No, the way he played on site here. Used that classic to great effect. And that's got some frustration out of Kayak. Feels like he should have had it.
Understandably so.
Oh, God, yeah.
Rescuing the round. Still would have been a rough feeling. A number of weapons drop, but losing it hurts even more.
Just a slow approach here. Booster going to claim some space in the mid. Door's going to close.
Oh, a lot of space. He's just fully walking up, but things are coming down, so kind of anticipating this, but Texture able to find Kayak mid-slide.
On.
Booster able to find him. Just clean up that one, but Texture holds down the alley.
Right here.
Zalfier gets taken down off screen. Crashies now. Gonna try his luck, sends out a shot. Shock dart just a little bit too deep. Relay bolt will get the connection. And Texture will be feasting.
Spike down A.
Could be Mr. 4K showing up once again. This poster has something to say about it. It's gonna be Foxy off the flank who's able to find the kill. GENG now gaining the lead 2-1.
And other than giving up that space in mid and not really accounting for that aggressive quick lurk by Boaster.
What a shot.
Snappy shot there early from Texture. Great relay bolt. Sure that there was no real chance for Crashies.
Let's go!
And then Munchkin rallying the troops. Coming right back into this map strong, especially on the defender side to get that eco win. Devastating on this map.
Sunset could have worked without it.
Starting to roll close to a couple big ults. Foxy 9 and Texture
feel like
very nearly to theirs. Same with Kayak.
We're now into the first rifle round here between the squads. 3 half armors on the side of FNATIC. No Outlaw to be brought forward here from GENG though.
Now look at this deep screen though that FNATIC's got set up. Try to allow them room to maneuver in mid. They're just gonna try to take a little bit of space, see what kind of reactions they're getting out of clearing that door. Using that cyber cage to cover this push.
Spike gonna be handed over. Shots flying. Kayak in a position where he can't get caught.
You gotta be careful.
Alive, but Karan on a deeper line, starting to backpedal away, but it's still gonna be lion's share of FNATIC still hovering here within tiles. Now sights being turned over towards A main.
Yeah, GENG here feeling like patience that was shown on split could be coming through again. A lot of their utility was set up at the B site, and they haven't moved. They've kept 3 there. They've kept their strong side on that half.
30 seconds left.
Texture will be clearing mid.
At the top of the cage, Munchkin playing forward just alongside the walls. A risky maneuver here. The push comes in, finds one, turns back. It's a good amount of damage, but cannot collect the kill, but Texture certainly can. Looks for a little bit more. Has the stun, the slide, the spot, the overdrive popped.
10 seconds left.
Tears them all to pieces. Crashies, late linger here onto the site. He's able to find one, but the time is already gone. The spike a world away. It's all about some damage if he can find it, which he shall.
Why did we use the overdrive there? Why?
Fury online. The weapon carried over, but GENG starting to get further away here in the round count.
Timeout.
Now those senses coming alive for Munchkin. Doing a nice job there. Setting up for Texture. Finding that first kill. Finding the bulk of the forces of FNATIC. Looking for the fourth, and still some good energy there for GENG. Despite the loss. Now it's going to be Texture with the operator. Coming in with that oh so pivotal weapon for them. Overdrive though for Kayak. Hunter's Fury as well for Crashies. So a lot of tools here for FNATIC to put this eco into their own hands.
Stinger spam and top mid, able to go ahead and clear out one of the sonic sensors. Texture on the peak, able to find Chronicle. They're outside of A. Net now coming through. Armageddon pop, that's going to be Kayak getting dragged forward. Elfie doing his damnedest, but he just has that Sheriff to realistically try to break his teammate out. He cannot make it happen. They are able to go ahead and overwhelm Foxy9, find the pick on that front, which will lead to a weapon scooped up. 2 packed. The pass over there. Poster drifting back.
Enemy remaining.
Munchkin quick to adjust.
Spike
the bite down.
Mid.
Locking off Alfie, stopping him from recovering the spike, at least here for the moment. Pre-fire onto the angle, into the readjust. Just the one casualty. GENG are now up by 3.
By Foxy9.
A lot of patience in the early part of the round there. GENG
and Kayak was
waiting
the one
for their moment to strike with Texture on the operator. Around the corner at A main. Finds a good shot. Setting up a crossfire for him earlier. And then when they started getting a little bit more pressure on other parts of the map, great play by Foxy9 as well. Using the grab net into the annihilation to knock a player out of the round. Off the back of the barrier mesh clear. Very nice little trick play he's got set up. Works a treat for GENG. FNATIC gonna be taking a timeout with a rifle round, with a buy round coming, with a bunch of ults available. So the coaching staff really wants to make sure that this one's gonna get it going, because they can't afford to keep dropping rounds like this.
Yeah, the Texture at the moment. 2 kills per round played. Up 10-2-1. Desk was highlighting it, didn't get to see it as much in the first 2 maps of the series, but that operator so far been making very good use of it in the previous round. So with everything other than the pit available, we'll see what the game plan looks like here for FNATIC. Their own pit, 2 charges away. Munchkin try to get that one ready to go.
No.
This time they're gonna shift a lot of their attention over to the other side of the map. Deadlock util. Not going to be maybe where FNATIC would anticipate. A bit of change of ideas. Munchkin leaning right out that market door. Texture there with him with the operator. Just a little bit of damage done to Munchkin. Just shrugs it off. Texture.
Same shock dart setup.
Waiting right outside this door.
Seems like he's expecting the pressure to come through here. Wants to just be able to swing and get a kill, quickly dip out.
Like to say, gonna have to use the drone here. There was a smoke that just dissipated and GENG had no info.
Doesn't get the spot, but saw the start of the fast lane, so you know that Kayak is gonna be playing pretty far up in mid.
I mean, GENG's got a pretty decent read on what's going on here. Paranoia sent by both teams. Nobody making any moves off of it though. Just a heat check there.
Quick little dodge. Texture repositioning more towards the Boba side here at mid.
Drone's gonna be used over at A, so FNATIC
There was
trying to
just
sell a bit
pixel
of...
out of place, Boaster.
Yeah. FNATIC trying to sell a fake.
Playing that Knives Edge. There's Kayak, Texture looking for the flick, unable to find it.
30
Sure,
seconds
peeks.
left.
Not missing too much though. Alfier's angle not great for vision in towards market.
Going
Just
A
Sonic
with
Sensor on the other side of this one-way as well. Ash set up to try to punish.
As well as one here in the alley. Karan ready to try to play off of this one. His time again starting to dwindle. 10 seconds remaining. Karan gets himself his first kill. Hunter's Fury set his way, but not finding him. Ash holding from behind, and the round is over.
Playing too slow.
The two remaining players here from FNATIC is forced to sit back and try to hold on to these weapons.
God, this round is so well set up by GENG. The mid control this time, they're really diligent about it. Probably something that was talked about in the timeout. Ash just being really pivotal in the way that he's placing himself. He's the one going to re-clear top mid. He's the one that comes back to A to help Karan hold down the site. By that point, time was just too low. So FNATIC gonna have mostly rifles with Guardian for Chronicle. Still have the Neural Theft, still have the Overdrive.
I mean, why are we playing
Texture
this slow?
still has an operator.
That does get the catch on a 1. Damage not going to be found, Foxy. Not wanting to play overly aggressively. Backs away, but FNATIC looking to get everyone stacked up here. Onto the A site, go for a quick hit, trying to overwhelm the players that are here to greet them. It's all sights in towards Alley for the moment as Ash goes for the drone. Spot on the 1. Paranoia now going to be sent flying. Chronicle, 2 massive shots.
How did he not get blind?
Helps break the site wide open. Ash dead as well, given that it's just Munchkin and Texture left alive with the operator. Seems like GENG are just going to have to sit
I thought
back.
that was a perfect blind.
Potentially send Munchkin in. I mean, do have plenty of cash here on the Viper.
Close to his ult. Wouldn't mind getting the extra.
Damage dealt. Will all be good for him. His spray is going to be exchanged, but as he falls down to 2 HP, we'll just back away. So FNATIC should be able to just about get this one done in flawless fashion.
Yeah, this time around, a little bit more prepared for some of these positions that GENG is in. And they just do a whale of a job. Chronicle does a whale of a job over at elbow, clearing that out with a Guardian by himself.
I want to see those shots back from his POV.
Oh, has to be incredible.
They know they've given up some space, so FNATIC just staying clustered, not treading in towards Texture's line of sight. FNATIC will find their second round win. Still in this, still with an opportunity to close out this series.
He's got to love it. I mean, you just get these early kills, and you're just able to scale up off of that. A great reveal as well.
I guess it
from
is.
Crashies. Makes quick work of Ash. That's just really nice stuff there from FNATIC. You're going to need those players to keep that up. GENG, though, they want to move that operator over. I feel like A has become their weaker side of things in a way.
GENG were pinging something.
They can just find that opener, dissuade FNATIC a little bit.
Texture pushing forward. He's been a bit of a risk taker, to say the least. Pushing with the shorty. No one getting baited forward into the smoke, however.
Just each team trying to feel each other out there to see if anybody's going to make an aggressive move. Instead, FNATIC try this mid-exploration again. They've just been left open. So this is going to be a little bit tough here. Karan and Munchkin getting surrounded.
Starting to get a little bit of frazzles as well. Just a little bit of noise. Paranoia gets sent. Foxy now going to be at risk here potentially. The overdrive gets popped. Call with utility hand, but Foxy somehow draws down fast enough to clean up the kill.
Here.
Player advantage for the moment here on the side of GENG. Forward site control for FNATIC. Going to try to get this plant going. Slowed up, interrupted here for the moment.
Chronicle gets the pit off a kill.
Count over the
30
top.
seconds left.
And try to get this pick. Some kills exchange though in Chronicle. Will get the pit, but only in death. It's down to Alfia.
Down B.
Does have a Neural Theft, but again, low on time. The commitment of the ult, a risky one. Otherwise, there's no real idea about the player's positions, and he gets ping revealed off the recon. GENG gonna be feeling very comfortable. Karan could just go for the swing. Alpha puts one down, but that's again the round lost. The clock gets away from them. Karan, one sure that they carry nothing forward. 6-2, Gen G still in control.
I mean, this is all just down to Foxy winning that battle against Kayak over in defender spawn. Without that, that opens up a huge extra angle for FNATIC. It shuts down an easy retake for Gen G. Instead, they've got MOBA control, and they're able to find their shots and clean the players out. I think you're going to give poor Solo
the Neon kill. He's so satisfied they killed.
Not by indeed, but
Neon there.
Neural Theft still held here. The pit now available for them if they can get into a post plant. One player push up. They're working their way towards Texture with the op.
Michigan's got his pit as well. Ash has that Hunter's Fury.
Texture's continuing to push. Finds one with any exit. So far the answer is yes. Going to be Relay Bolts exchange fast lane. Sets up for the quick exit. Texture gets out scot-free.
That's why we put down.
Now looks to try to re-peek. Seems like he's not yet falling for Kayak's exit. Didn't hear him bounding out. But still at risk of being caught off guard. Slides back into position.
Takes a better angle.
Both Neons keeping it quiet. Same time, Boaster, Crashy's pushing forward, trying to take some space and control here at top mid.
Look at where the sonic sensor is.
Smoke cuts off the one side. Paranoia gets sent, slows the approach. There's the peek, and it's a headshot to boot. Crashy's now planted here at top mid.
They're losing the axe.
What a bail.
I think lost confidence.
Alert from Boaster maybe can come away with some value, but Foxy still staring back at this position. Shows that they're at least somewhat suspicious of it.
Made some.
Now that they have the smoke on market, he can keep his attention trained there.
It made just a little bit of noise there, so Boaster gonna change directions.
I mean, I think he's gonna change directions to go for the safe. Once again, he and Crashy's just looking to join forces to hold on to these weapons.
10 seconds left.
That is the round lead guaranteed for Gen G. 7-2.
Them, bro. They have a fucking deadlock.
We've got 3 more rounds to be played out. They are bouncing back after the loss in OT on split. A good shot to go ahead and hold on to the weapon. Don't give them time. But it's still struggle street here for FNATIC.
No doubt.
Don't let the op
Texture just so patient. Just understanding that there was a real chance that Kayak actually hadn't left. And he reads it so well. And the rest of the way, Foxy doing a great job with some of these deep lurks that FNATIC is able to create. And he's shutting them down. And that's been pivotal for Gen G in these rounds.
It's been a big rebound for him. Very much has been the biggest loser of the series when it comes down to the first deaths. Change that, but Texture out a little bit too wide in Chronicle. Just find that headshot right there, clean through the box.
They might scale off of this. You would expect that this is the weak side.
There's a Neural Theft. Paranoia going to be sent out from Karan. Holds him at bay here for the moment. Slide in. Right as the Paranoia hits. Ash now stuck in a bad spot. Shorty going to be drawn out, but won't really even get to fire it.
See, they're winning.
Boaster once again picking up the up this time. Certainly favoring himself with it, given the numbers advantage. Munchkin dead. That should leave Foxy 9 simply to save.
Whenever they play slow, they just only take mid. And
Genji's
giving them mid for
a little bit more costly. Weapon back out, but Chronicle
I don't know why they're taking like 2 minutes
FNATIC
to
find themselves a third.
mid when they're
Chance
getting
to
mid
recover this. They look for a 7-5 half.
Yeah, just a little bit of a positioning mistake this time from Texture is punished by Chronicle. Got the spot out. Got the wall bang through the box. Just saw the foot right on the back there. And they're just swarming on site. All it takes is that one first kill. And that's been FNATIC's go signal to just accelerate. Plenty of money left. Foxy 9 got his ult there off that kill in the death. So now you've got everything except for Textures to work with here for Gen G. So a lot to consider.
He's playing back once again. Not going to get spotted.
He's drone.
Let's see entry strategy here. It's just going to be the slide across. Texture pulling back, giving himself a bit of a wider angle in case it is going to be the Neon sliding into picture.
Yeah, with all that util over on the other side, there's the Hunter's Fury from Ash.
For a target, finding one. Chronicle likely to fall, and he does.
Chronicle has been so unlucky.
Pit will have to wait for the last round of the half as he ends up hitting the floor.
Just can't use
FNATIC
the
still
pit.
interested in
Can't
this side of the
even
map
get
where
in the
he's been
side.
very slow to start rotating. Boaster will shift over towards tiles as Alfier goes for a check in towards market. Nothing here.
Dodge the Sonic sensor.
Give them an inkling, yeah. Just is able to strafe through that, and that's going to put him on a deep line in towards Boba.
They've been dipping into that well. It's going to be read by GENG.
Recon ends up getting cleared. The jiggle peak. Did he go wide enough to spot out the operator? Hard to say, but still able to avoid the shots all the same. As Munchkin seemingly is reading this so very well.
Unreal.
Knows the space that he's given up, but Boaster able to fight back in kind. Finds the hit Kayak there to try to counteract, but do they expect that Foxy9 is similarly going to be playing out of B main? Seems like the answer is yes as they go for back site plant. There's the jiggle out. Cautious though. Armageddon is available. As the arrival, Crashy's nearly having them lined up, is able to find the first
You have died
Foxy9.
in 2 seconds.
Dead. Paranoia sent, clear on the recon. Karon knowing that he needs to try to win this fight, and he is able to do so. They both avoided. Kayak answering back with one of his own. The Paranoia goes through. Ping reveal on the Boaster. The Kayak collecting the kills. Texture will fall. 2v2. Ash contained back within the smoke. Should be dead. Still, somehow is able to come away with that kill. And now it's down to Boaster.
Concentrates over.
To try to clutch this out. Look for the re-ping here. And Boaster just going to be playing the timing. Ash, this time not nearly as close as the previous. Gets himself a 3K, but cannot clutch the round. FNATIC win 2 in a row and are 1 away from 5-7 score line. Just a hell of a lot better than you might have anticipated, given how this map had started.
Just an absolutely bizarre round. Starts with the Hunter's Fury. Gets a kill. A lot of space taken by Alpha. It's accounted for. Then Foxy9 can't win a battle against Crashies. Has to get the TP over from Karon.
We let Chronicle enter the side.
And it's a couple 1v1s spread out, and Boaster wins some big ones. Against Munchkin in particular.
He still has a buy.
Break things open. Aggressive push.
I suspected that was Alpha saying one more. Make that 7-5. Then we're still in a good spot. Boaster going for a TP. Backside. Is it red? Some eyes facing in towards that direction, but Texture ends up giving up. And he's Scott just sliding at him with an operator. Excuse me. What is that? As he hits the follow-up. The repeat, does he got a third in him? Yes, he does.
No pit for
what?
FNATIC at all.
What is that?
That is one of the most ridiculous rounds that I have ever seen. And I have to see it back.
I think I would smoke there first, Boaster.
He's 16-4. 4x for a K to D. Unreal stuff from Texture.
Let me see this.
Oh,
yeah,
my
all
God.
right. The quick scope after quick scope. Unbelievable scenes. GENG out in the lead, 8-4. Shifting now over to the attacking side. We'll see you guys on the other side of halftime.
Texture, this is the goat, bro.
You can say I'm happy, sir.
Sexter. Yeah, I already knew. Whenever FNATIC has to go against a Neon, it's just cheap.
Find themselves
I mean, they win like a
by
9-3, so
after
doable.
one of the most ridiculous
It's
rounds
so
that we've
slow.
witnessed all tournament long. GENG very much solidifying the lead. We'll take a look here at the Coinbase Econ report.
Texture has a 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, Texture there over 100. I think that's the highest one that I can remember here at this event. That operator does so much damage, but it's just the early start that he has. Those multiple 3Ks that really get the ball rolling in the economy for him. I mean, Texture right now has more kills than the top 2 players on FNATIC combined. He is in rare form this event.
Got more than the bottom 3 combined as well. It's just been absolutely insane. I mean, for that matter, might as well compare it to his own team. He's got as many kills as Ash and Foxy combined do.
Let's just see what happens.
It's just an absolute treat to watch a player of his caliber. Easily the best operator we have at this event. It is not a contest. He is shutting teams out on his own. And now going over to their attacker's side. Still some work to do. Pretty similar
Look
comps.
how fast GENG's going.
Other than the Sentinels, that's the only change up, but that gives a lot of extra room for GENG in the post plants potentially. If they can get there.
Well, we might have a potentially quick round here. It's looking like we might have some fighting in mid.
Knives out, run it down.
I think they're just
sack set up here. Ready to be fought. On the opposite side by GENG. Texture on the jiggle peek. Spots out plenty. And it seems like they favor their chances. So they want to try to push forward off of this. Spam looking for some damage. None to be found.
Yeah, I wanted to maybe... Whoa!
It's okay, well, there you go. Damage is certainly found now. Crash is finding one. A little bit of a split fire coming from Foxy9, but
yep, play
find a smattering of damage. Can't come away with any kills.
GENG trying to catch FNATIC off guard there by doubling down on that mid pressure. But FNATIC didn't move a muscle. They held their angles. And they were ready for Foxy's off angle attempting to be created. They shut it down mightily. Now you look over to Chronicle here. Takes a bunch of damage through that box.
Answers him back, sticks around.
Oh shit, it's raining
a little bit more, and Munchkin's going to look to go ahead and fill that space. Quick peek in around the back of sight. Caron, though, lion's share of the responsibility potentially on his shoulders.
Just a classic here, too.
And has to back away. Sheriff on the opposite side. Rides over, jiggles out, paranoia to buy some time. Holds up at bay for the moment, and Munchkin eventually is able to find his target. Chronicle taken down.
It's doable.
Allows for GENG. Really narrow their focus. 2 angles of approach with Caron here around the corner. Crossfire attempt set up here from Munchkin, but eventually he's going to be hounded down. Alpier finding the elimination. It all falls to Ash, who cannot get it done. Another pistol loss here for GENG. 3-3 across the 2 teams in the series. FNATIC once again taking that first step on the road to recovery here on Sunset.
Yeah, just a miscalculation off the rip for GENG. Thinking that, you know, once that curtain drops, they can maybe overwhelm FNATIC. FNATIC were the ones waiting with open arms. Come right in. We're ready. We're waiting. They do a great job in the end.
Come on, boys, let's fucking now. This is what we want to do, boys.
They tried.
A little bit late on the blip there.
Yeah, they tried.
But it's all good. Sheriff, 2 ghosts for the side of GENG. FNATIC. They're decently hefty little investment here for him. Trying to get a catch as Caron could be playing forward into the smoke. He's waiting for the exit. He's snappy enough to go ahead and keep himself alive. Damage taken. Still able to fight. Swing in. Kayak be forced to reposition. Trade some damage back here alongside Texture. Bounce of the shock dart able to be avoided. Boaster holding down the approach, getting the spot.
We don't play close vision.
Again, finding value with the Sheriff, but kills not quite there yet.
Yeah, I mean, GENG doing a little bit of damage, but hasn't converted to anything else yet. And Chronicle shuts down Munchkin's lurk.
That should basically seal the deal here. Swing on the corner. Kayak dead. All of GENG, though, tagged up dangerously low. Seems like FNATIC will surrender a bit of space here for the moment as the plant comes in. Chronicle considering going for the aggro push. Foxy9 just on the opposite side of the corner. Snake fight gonna be set. Can't recover in time. Foxy able to find another as Texture finds Poster. And surely it can't be happening again.
Wait,
and it has!
Where's the calls?
Both pistols dropped on Sunset, but both ecos won.
Where is the call?
I just don't know how they do it. It's just been a mainstay of GENG.
We know he's there, right?
They are just so fearsome on these ecos. So much chip damage done early. A scoop up with the Bulldog there for Ash. Translates to another kill. Texture good for 2 with the Sheriff. And that has sent FNATIC reeling after what looked like what might be a good start for this half. Another comeback maybe brewing. Alpha with the hero rifle.
And a Sheriff there as well. Excuse me. Let me use you as my meat shields. You stand in front. I've got the firepower. And I will shoot through your corpses as they look at the kill on the Texture. He falls down to 3 HP. Forces the paranoia out.
Gets
and
the
somehow
kill, gets 2.
So is Ash. And suddenly,
we fight for guns. We fight for guns.
Continue to look to turn the tides. Re-swing in. Bit of damage taken. Caron.
Fight for guns. Where is your team?
Boaster nearby to maybe try to go for the recovery on that.
Set up
they
the
are
smoke.
In still such a good position.
Yeah. GENG though, not going to contest that rifle. They're just going to pivot over towards B.
Chronicle has
linger here
classic.
from the weak Chronicle. Just a classic.
Barrier deployed.
But
a nice position.
Plays it patiently. If they don't lend credence to him lurking there, he could still very well be GENG's undoing.
Should be in your mind as GENG. You haven't paid any attention to that part of the map. Are they going to be aware enough?
Slow approach.
30 seconds left.
Texture, spike in hand here with 3 health.
I'm out of here.
Works his way onto the site. Seems
it's
like
doable.
They are going to be expecting that. So spike gets planted, but now further
guns.
weapons recovered.
That's actually a big call.
It's going to be a stack. Rifles retrieved here as well for FNATIC. Got a lot of firepower in this retake. Drone doesn't see anything.
It's a massive opportunity for FNATIC to get themselves right back into the driver's seat. The push coming through. Up and over the top is Foxy9. Finds the first, immediately backpedals. Net not going to go deep enough for the hit. Boaster should have been spotted out there. Slide in. Foxy9 drags across for the kill. Texture's instantaneous. And GENG is infallible. Close but no cigar. A great run of it for FNATIC, but GENG now find themselves up 10-5.
I mean, you've got Alfier
firing
again early for FNATIC. So many of those rounds on split would translate into wins. But it's, again, the trickery and the discipline, the fallback from Foxy9. Shutting down a Neon like that on the slide. Absolutely ridiculous.
He's grabbing his heart at this point. Coach Solo certainly wanting that day of rest.
Poor guy's been put through the ringer today.
It's obviously the losing teams. He gets put on that most difficult of paths, having to play again tomorrow.
Gotta worry about the Hunter's Fury here.